Okay. Good evening, everybody. Let us begin our proceedings. If I could ask everyone's attention. We're going to do the CRA meeting first before we get into the evening meeting. There's just a quick couple of items to address, and then we'll launch into the evening meeting. Thank you all for being here tonight. We'll begin with, let's get to the CRA agenda. You want to turn down the volume a little bit? Okay, great. Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Herbst? Vice Chair Glassman?
Here.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Here.
Commissioner Sturman? Not present. Chair Trentalis?
Here. Moving on to M1, motion approving minutes for March 19, 2024 CRA board meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman? Not present. Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and M1's approved. R1, resolution approving the budget amendment, return the Central City Community Redevelopment Agency fund balance for reallocation. I have one person sign up to speak, Troy Liggett. Troy, are you here?
Actually, Troy did text me. He had to leave for another meeting, but I'm going to be bringing up a lot of the points that he probably wanted to mention anyway.
Okay, so Vice Mayor?
Yes.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Clarence, if you could do me a favor, thanks so much. So I did recently...
You have to push that button.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I did recently meet with the Central City Alliance, and we had a really robust discussion. So I know that we have also previously, as a commission, separated these dollar amounts. We went right ahead with the $94,000 for FP&L to get that lighting situation on the 13th Street corridor. And we still have that balance of approximately $1,300,000.
Yes.
So I'm aware of the Central City Advisory Board's meeting and their actions that they took regarding this, but I just wanted to go over a few things just for the record to make sure that we have it and that we're on the same page and that hopefully these things can be addressed from Absolutely. That $1.3 million that we're going to reallocate from the last couple of years. So thank you. Number one. So the streetscape improvements on Northeast 13th Street, east of 9th Avenue, including more lighting around the railroad tracks and Progresso Street, street parking. Are all those things in the works?
Yes.
Excellent. Especially the part, obviously, that's in the CRA. The 13th Street corridor, that they're trying to rebrand themselves as Studio City. I don't know if you're aware of that. Okay, but we have some issues with that because there are also some sculptures along the medians on 13th Street that have been hit by cars, and we're trying to replace a lot of those. The neighborhood's trying to do that. But can they get help with that $1.3 million for any kind of signage issues or pedestals for the sculptures that are going to be redonated that have been harmed or destroyed basically from vehicles? Can that money be used for that?
We definitely can consider replacing or renovating those public sculptures, especially if we had anything to do with
the sculptures are going to be replaced, but they do need help with the pedestals upon which the sculptures are going to lie, and then also signage around there. So thank you for that.
Yep.
Paving of Northeast 12th Street.
We've been working with our capital improvements department here, and that's something I think they had within their work program that they were going to be doing. But if not, we can look at doing paving for that.
So Greg and Susan, if we can look at, or Ben actually looking at where that is in the schedule, the paving of Northeast 12th Street, that'll be really helpful.
The paving of Northeast 12th Street, we will look forward to getting you an update on that.
Okay, thank you. So on the roundabout on 13th Street, Clarence, that Unity Beacon, that public art, is in bad need of assistance. It's not in good shape. It really needs some help, as is that wall around the roundabout on 13th. People love hitting it. Is there any way that from that $1.3 million we can work with maybe Josh Carden as our cultural affairs officer to help improve that Unity Beacon and that wall and that roundabout?
We have been communicating, and we have listed that as a item that we would address with the $1.3 million.
Okay, great. So that's terrific. And the rest, I agree with everything. I concur with what the board already did talk about at that meeting. So I just wanted to get these items on the record as well. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you,
Vice
Mayor.
Mayor. Commissioner Beasley Pittman, do you have anything you'd like to add to this conversation?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Would someone like to introduce the resolution? It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency approving a budget amendment providing for an effective date. Vice Chair Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and R1 is now approved. R2, a resolution approving the partial release of Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency mortgages as to development rights only under the purchase and sale agreement between Urban North LLC and Claridge Homes 3000 Waterside LP, authorizing the executive director to execute any and all related instruments and delegating authority to the executive director to take certain actions. Would someone like to introduce the resolution? It's been introduced. Does anyone have any questions?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. And I don't know if this would be Greg or Anthony. I know this. I brought up the question at my pre-agenda meeting.
Anthony?
If that answer came in already and I might have missed it today, I apologize. But do we know what the ultimate goal is for Claridge Homes at LLC? Do we know? I understand the concept of transfer development rights. I understand with the historic property. I get all that. But do we know what the ultimate goal is for Clarence Homes 3000 Waterside LP?
Chris Cooper will answer.
I'm sorry, Claridge, not
Claridge.
Clarence.
Yeah.
Claridge. I apologize.
Yep.
I didn't want. Sorry.
Not
Clarence
Clarence.
has rebranded.
No. Claridge.
Yeah.
Very sly man.
Sorry.
Yeah, Chris Cooper, Development Services Director. So the Claridge House project is a project at 3000 East Oakland Park Boulevard. It's an approved project, but they're in now for an amendment to that project in DRC, and I believe they're using this to add units to the development.
Also, basically, to add units. 3000 East Oakland Park Boulevard is Oakland Park Boulevard and what?
It's on the southwest corner of the intersection where it intersects with the Intercoastal. It's on the southwest side of the bridge, on the west side.
On the
right.
west side of the Intercoastal.
Right.
Okay, great. I really appreciate that.
No problem.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, anything further? There being none, please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency approving a partial lease lien of transferable development rights in favor of Urban North LLC, authorizing the Executive Director to execute any and all related instruments, delegating authority to the Executive Director to take certain actions, and providing for an effective date. Vice Chair Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and R2 is now approved. PH1, public hearing accepting the proposal of Housing Opportunities Mortgage Assistance and Effective Neighborhood Solutions, Inc., DBA Homes, Inc., for the development of an affordable multifamily senior rental housing project that would include the donation of Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency property at 1210 Northeast 5th Terrace, and authorizing the Executive Director to execute any and all related instruments and delegating authority to the Executive Director to take certain actions. Let's see, it's a public hearing, so we have no one who signed up to speak. Do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing is now closed on PH1. Would someone like to? Is this a resolution or a mortgage? What is this? I mean, a motion. Tom,
It's a resolution.
it's a resolution because it doesn't say resolution.
It says in the second line, it says a resolution.
You signed up on PH1? I beg your pardon. I'm just looking for it.
No.
No, that's
No.
tonight. That's on the evening agenda. This is on the CRA agenda. We haven't gotten there yet.
This is the last item for the afternoon. We're going to get to the evening.
Yeah.
It's okay. There is a PH1 for the evening.
Yes.
agenda. Sorry.
This,
Almost there. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere.
now.
All right. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduce.
It's been introduced.
It was introduced, I think.
Okay. It
For
was.
the,
It was.
excuse me, for those of you that were wondering, this is for a parcel in Middle River Terrace neighborhood, 1210 Northeast 5th Terrace, a project of 8 units affordable multifamily senior housing. Mayor, the neighborhood at my meeting last night was very supportive of this, so I'm happy to move it.
Okay. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency accepting the proposal from and approving the donation of a vacant lot to Housing Opportunities, Mortgage Assistance, and Effective Neighborhood Solutions, Inc., doing business as Homes, Inc., delegating authority to the Executive Director to execute the commercial contract, addendum, conveyance instruments, and other documents, delegating authority to the Executive Director to take certain actions and providing for an effective date. Vice Chair Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis.
Yes, and PH1 in the CRA agenda is now approved. Is there any further business of the CRA? There being none, that meeting is now concluded. So those folks who are here for the CRA agenda, you're welcome to stay, or you may now leave. Now let us return to the regular evening meeting. I'm sorry for the delay in the evening meeting, but the afternoon meeting did last a long time, and so we appreciate your patience. For those of you who are here for the first time, we welcome you to a Fort Lauderdale City Commission meeting. We begin our meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have tonight we have several presentations which we will ask each member of this commission to participate in. There'll be a couple of agenda announcements, and then we'll go right into the main agenda and the evening business. So, is Morgan Penrow here? Is Ashley Aurelian here? Ashley's not here. Okay, let me come downstairs and join you, Morgan. You want to join us also? Okay. Can I ask you all to please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Future politician.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great, thank you. Now I wish you would all join me for a moment of silence.
255. 152. 73. 140 last time.
Thank you. I'd ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Commissioner Herbst?
Present.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Here.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Present.
Commissioner Sturman?
Here.
Mayor Trentalis.
Here, so we have full attendance. A couple of agenda announcements. In CR2, Exhibit 2, the map was revised to show the correct location of the Jack and Jill Center. And CR3, Exhibit 1 was revised to show the current Parks and Recreation rules and regulations. We do have a walk-on. It's a motion approving an event agreement and related road closures for the Mass District events second quarter. So with that, any questions with regard to the minutes? There being none, would someone please move to approve the minutes and the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the minutes and the amended agenda are now approved. So now we have our presentation portion of the meeting. For those of you who came a little early today, we already did the one presentation in which Vice Mayor presented a proclamation recognizing May 14th, 2024 as the 76th anniversary of Israel's independence here in the city of Fort Lauderdale. Our second presentation, I would invite Commissioner Herbst to present a proclamation honoring May 12th through 18th as National Police Week in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And I'd like to invite Scott Mosley and Scott Hofer, representing the FOP and the FLPD, to please join the Commissioner here at the podium. You brought the whole team with you. Who's minding the store? I just
Press here. Here we go. So this is a great honor for me. So this is a proclamation in recognition of National Police Week. Whereas National Police Week offers honor, remembrance, and peer support, providing a moment for law enforcement, survivors, and citizens to gather and pay homage to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. And whereas in 1962, President John F. Kennedy signed a proclamation designating May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which it falls as Police Week, a tradition that continues to bring tens of thousands of law enforcement officers from around the world together in Washington, D.C. for a series of events honoring those who have lost their lives in the line of duty. And whereas the National Police Officers Memorial Service and the Candlelight Vigil provide for a solemn and essential opportunity for remembrance and solidarity among the law enforcement community, and whereas National Police Week serves as a testament to the valor, dedication, and sacrifice of law enforcement officers, drawing between 25,000 and 40,000 attendees from departments throughout the United States and agencies worldwide, fostering a unique environment for mutual support and camaraderie. And whereas the city of Fort Lauderdale recognizes the significance of National Police Week and joins in honoring the memories of those who have fallen in the line of duty, ensuring that their bravery and service are never forgotten. And whereas we remember and pay tribute to the following Fort Lauderdale police officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice while serving to protect our great city: R. Dwight Johnson, Donald E. Kirby Jr., Walter D., and I'm going to pronounce this wrong, Ikilianov? Thank you. Gregory J. Connors, John C. Alexander, Kenneth Peterson, Charles E. Bruce, Frank A. Mastrangelo Jr., Norman L. Eddy Jr., David L. Brower, Brian H. Penny, Jose A. Diaz, and Jennifer B. Sepet. Thank you. Now, therefore, we, as City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim May 12th through 18th, 2024, as National Police Week in the City of Fort Lauderdale, dated the 7th day of May 2024, the Honorable Mayor Dean J. Trentalis. So thank you on behalf of all of us. So we just had our memorial service for our fallen officers, and I've been privileged to have been invited to this every year since I was a city auditor. So it's been 17 years now that I've sat out there and I've gone through this service. And for any of you that haven't done it, I recommend you come out. I cry my eyes out every time, and these are tears that I shed because of the sacrifice that these people have made on behalf of our city. It's one of the most moving ceremonies I've ever participated in, and it's important that we honor and remember those who have come before us and the sacrifices that they've made. So again, I couldn't be more honored to stand up here and represent the commission with our officers. Thank you.
Swing over. One more.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Commissioner Sturman to present a proclamation regarding Mental Health Awareness Month. And I'd like to invite Dr. Joe Oradez and Joseph Mustafa, representing NAMI, to please join us at the podium. Got to push the button.
How many times do I tell people push the button? I can't push the button. It's kind of hidden over here. I'd like to face everybody, but the way it goes, I guess I'll have to excuse my back. So in order to, I'll face you, gentlemen. Thank you. Come up over here. I'd like to read this proclamation from the city of Fort Lauderdale. Whereas the mission of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI, am I pronouncing it correctly? NAMI, of Broward County is to raise awareness and create programs in local communities to support world-class treatment and recovery systems for individuals facing mental health challenges. NAMI Broward delivers support, education, and advocacy to improve understanding, coping strategies, and outcomes for those navigating mental health complexities along with their families. And whereas in any given year, 1 in 5 adults will experience a mental health challenge. Half of all mental illness begins by age 14, and 75% of mental illness begins by age 24. Early diagnosis and treatment leads to better outcomes. And whereas, while mental health conditions are treatable and manageable, the stigma and fear of discrimination keeps many from seeking help. We must break these barriers to ensure access to essential care. And whereas comprehensive health care includes mental health care, which must be accessible to everyone regardless of age, gender, sexual orientation, socioeconomic background, values, or cultural beliefs. Integrating these factors into treatment is crucial to fostering a supportive community environment. And whereas mental health challenges are not criminal issues. Too often, individuals with mental health diagnoses are disproportionately represented in jails and prison. NAMI commends the implementation of crisis intervention training for law enforcement, diversion programs, and mobile crisis response teams. These initiatives effectively reduce justice system involvement and enhance safety. And whereas NAMI celebrates 40 years of impactful service and observes May as Mental Health Awareness Month to raise awareness, encourage individuals living with mental health challenges to seek support, and uplift them with the message, "You are not alone." And whereas the city of Fort Lauderdale values the mental health of our community, and we are committed to supporting those facing mental health challenges with resources, acceptance, and health care they deserve. Now, therefore, we, as City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the city of Fort Lauderdale, signed the 7th day of May 2024 by our mayor, the Honorable Dean Trantelis.
Mayor and Commissioners, greatly appreciate this honor. I'm Dr. Joe Oravec, CEO of NAMI Broward County, and with me is John Lynn, our president of our board of directors. This is not an easy topic to talk about, and we're certainly hopeful that eventually one day that when we are able to talk about our physical health, we are easily able to also talk about our mental health. We are celebrating, as you heard in the proclamation, our 40th anniversary here in Broward County. If we think about where mental health and mental illness was 40 years ago and how we have progressed and the acceptance and much, much more work needs to get done. Through our services that we provide at no cost, peer-to-peer support, family to family, mentor to mentee, and going into the school district to talk about ending the stigma. We know that it just takes one impact, one touch that we're able to save lives. We ask that you support and continue to move forward the agenda about mental health. It is mental health for all. We cannot have physical health without good mental health, and we cannot have good mental health unless we have good physical health. So thank you again for this proclamation. Thank you for your continued support. And let's remember that May is Mental Health Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. So our last proclamation tonight I will be making with regard to National Safe Boating Week here in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And I would like to invite Lieutenant Justin Dedlani, Charlene Dykeman, Neil Koritsky, Natalie Bunting, and Peter Page to the podium to join me. So good evening and welcome. So it's my honor to present this proclamation in recognition of National Safe Boating Week. Whereas more than 100 million Americans from coast to coast enjoy taking to the water with friends, families, and neighbors to spend time together boating, sailing, paddling, and fishing. And whereas during National Safe Boating Week, the U.S. Coast Guard and its federal, state, and local boating partners encourage all boaters to explore and to enjoy America's beautiful waters responsibly. Safe boating begins with preparation. The Coast Guard estimates that human error accounts for most boating accidents and that the use of life jackets could prevent more than 80% of boating fatalities. The following basic boating procedures, such as carrying life-saving emergency distress and communication equipment, wearing life jackets, attending safe boating courses, participating in free boat safety checks, and staying sober when navigating, we all can help ensure that boaters on America's coastal, inland, and offshore waters remain safe. Whereas the mission of the National Safe Boating Week is to raise awareness about important life-saving tips for recreational boaters so that they can have a safer, more enjoyable experience on the water throughout the year. Finally, the city of Fort Lauderdale, known as the Venice of America, with 165 miles of waterways, I added the emphasis, supports the goals and objectives of the Safe Boating Campaign. We encourage all Americans who participate in boating activities to observe this occasion by learning more about safe boating practices and by taking advantage of boating safety education opportunities. Now, therefore, we, as the City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, do hereby proclaim May 18th to 24th, 2024 as National Safe Boating Week. Signed by myself, Mayor Dean Trantalis. Congratulations. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charlene Dykeman. I'm the Flotilla Commander for U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary Flotilla 39 Dania Beach. With me today is Lieutenant Dadolini. He is the commanding officer for Station Fort Lauderdale. And Peter Page is the staff officer for public affairs at our flotilla. Mayor, it's an honor to be here tonight. City Commissioners, thank you so much. We are committed to safe boating here in Florida. It is arguably the largest boating area in the country. And we do have lots of events like the Fort Lauderdale International Boat Show and others that we do have here and bring people to our area. Also, with all the weather that we have many people out on the water. The Coast Guard and the Coast Guard Auxiliary are both committed to boating safety 24/7, 365. The National Safe Boating Council, through grants with the Coast Guard, designate the week prior to Memorial Day as National Safe Boating Week. This is an opportunity, and thank you for joining us to promote life jacket wear and safe boating practices. Once again, thank you so much.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I'll be part of this.
All right. 1, 2, and 3.
Very good. Thank you.
Can you text?
Yeah.
I can text it to you. Yeah.
Oh, you can? Okay.
Yeah. Let's stick to this side over here. I can continue. So I'll text him the photo.
Okay, very good. There you go. Thank you. We appreciate it. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir.
Before we launch into the agenda, I'd just like to take a moment and announce as well as recognize several retirements of people who have worked with our community, worked with our city for a very long period of time. First, I'd like to announce Melvin Howell, who's worked with Parks and Recreation for 26 years. Congratulations on your retirement, Melvin. Gilbert Noel, Public Works, 12 years. Pat Wallen, who is Administrative Supervisor in Human Resources, 9 years. Liston Lee, who's worked with Public Works for 26 years. Congratulations. Julie Oakley Garofalo, a Senior Administrative Assistant in Parks and Recreation, worked with us for 24 years. Jerry Williams, a Sergeant in our Police Department, is retiring after 22 years. And James Romeo, who is a lead facilities worker in Parks and Rec. He has worked with us for 25 years. Congratulations all of you. And thank you for your service to our city and our community. We are a better community because of that. So, at this point, we now go into the agenda. And so we have several parts of the agenda. At the beginning is what's called the consent agenda. And I will ask any member of this commission if they'd like to pull an item of the consent agenda so that we can discuss and vote on it separately. In the meantime, those that were not pulled, we'll vote collectively and then get back to the individual items. Now, I noticed several people have signed up to speak on consent agenda items. So if the item was not called, I would invite you to come up and speak on that item before we vote on it. So, Commissioner Herbst, do you have any items you'd like to pull?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
No, none.
None? Vice Mayor?
Yes, CR3 and CR4.
Okay, and Commissioner Sturman?
Echoing CR3.
CR3? Okay. So,
Mayor, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that the lease agreement was on consent. I apologize. I thought that was a non-consent item. So
is this on the YMCA?
yeah,
Which item is that?
I'm looking for it right now. CM3. Sorry.
CM3.
Right.
Okay.
I thought that was a regular resolution, and that was a consent resolution. So yeah.
So
we
you
can pull that.
want to pull CM3?
Yes, please.
Okay. So except for CM3 and CR3 and CR4, in fact, those are the only two items that people have signed up to speak. So you'll have your chance to speak when we do address those items separately. Do I hear a motion to approve all the rest of the consent agenda items?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and all those consent agenda items that were not pulled, which were CR3, CR4, and CM3, they have now been approved. So you're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, or you can now leave if you'd like. So thank you for being here. So let us begin with CM3. The people that signed up are just for questions. So Commissioner Herbst.
So consistent with our conversation from this afternoon, I believe everybody was in agreement with this, including Broward Health and the YMCA. I would just like to add that the city's consent is contingent on the approval of a lease for the parcel of land known as Dottie Mancini Park at terms acceptable to both the city and to Broward Health. So I want to make sure that we encompass the full totality of the agreement.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments or questions?
Yes, I have one comment.
Go ahead.
I've just been informed by the city attorney, and please just reiterate this. I can stay for discussion of this item, but I guess by law I have to recuse myself. Is that correct? Just getting guidance from the city attorney.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes, he has an ethical issue because of the principal by whom he is employed,
Okay.
which is the health hospital.
Okay, I can discuss, but just cannot
discuss,
vote.
but he cannot vote on it.
Okay.
Okay. I have a question on CM3. I noticed that there's a proposed rental amount that would be due from North Broward Hospital District. To whom is that going to be paid? Is that going to be paid to the city?
I want to ask Mr. Lockery if he can come up and provide specifics.
And while he's doing that, Mayor, I believe the answer to that is that gets paid to the YMCA. That's part of the money that they're going to use to build out that facility, and I'll let Mr. Lockery speak to that further.
Robert Lockery, that is correct. My name's Robert Lockery, and that is on behalf
You
of the
didn't
YMCA.
have to walk all the way down that aisle just to say that.
That's right.
No, look, I feel so much better when Robert agrees with me.
Yeah. However, wait a minute. We're not done. What I'm concerned about is that the rent is for $862,000 or something like that.
92.
$92,000. But there's no escalator clause, so that in year 30, we're paying the same amount of money as in year 1. And so I don't know what the present value is of $890,000 in year 30, but I suspect it's a lot less than $890,000.
Well, actually, Mayor, it's a great question, and the answer is that number is the amount that will be paid, and it includes an escalation in it. But then for purposes of the lease, they just flatline that amount out 30 years, but it actually gets paid up front. In other words, the YMCA wanted to receive that money for the full 30 years up front. So they're actually getting the advantage of that aspect of it.
So how is there an escalation if they're getting it all up front?
Essentially, the escalation, I believe there's even, well, just show me where it was. There's there's a clause in there that shows how that works, but it's the total amount of the lease that is
Divided
being paid
over
up front.
30 years?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. So there's really no escalation. It's just a lump sum payment of rent over 30 years. Is that how you're financing this project?
Correct. There was originally designed an escalation. We took the value of all of that and divided it over 30 years.
And discounted it back. So yeah, basically the net present value of all the future cash payments based on the assumed rate of return, discounted back, and then divided over 30 years. There you go.
All of that.
That's
I was going to say that.
Right. That's right. That's right, Mayor.
All right. So
CPA on call. You know, we got a doctor down there. CPA.
all right. So
over
that's
here.
like close to $27 million,
And my minister over
right?
here.
And that's what you. And that's
Praise
and,
God.
and they're going to write a check for that, and that's how you're going to use. That's the money you're going to use to build the.
30 years, yes.
Over 30 years or up front? He just said up front.
No, Broward Health is going to pay for all their construction costs. In addition, they will pay $892,000 a year over the 30-year lease agreement.
Okay, but there's no escalation in it then. It's just the same flat $892,000
Over those 30 years, but we got to that $27 million based on an escalation.
Okay, all right. So
2% a year.
Like a mortgage, your payment's the same every month.
okay, so you came up with a total dollar figure, and that included an escalation, an assumed escalation of 2% a year.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And then made them in substantially equal payments over the life.
Yeah, the
of
intent
lease.
was so that we could have a payment every year that we knew that we could count on, didn't have to worry about the escalation, and it really was to our advantage on the front end.
Okay. Okay. Anyone have any other questions on CM3? No. There being none, would someone like to move the item? Hello?
So moved.
Okay. Someone like to second it?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Right.
Yes.
Well, no. So, well, I made my motion. So it's the motion as amended. So I added my language. So just to confirm, my motion as amended, correct?
Your motion as amended.
Thank you.
Okay.
Belts and suspenders. Never hurts to confirm.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes. Where are we? Yes.
Yes. Just say yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Commissioner Sturman.
You can't vote.
Oh, you can't
Oh,
vote.
I'm sorry.
He's recusing himself, and then myself, and I say yes.
And Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Church?
Yes. Okay, so CM3 is approved as amended by Commissioner Herbst. Moving on to CR3. This is a resolution amending the Parks and Recreation rules and regulations. This was pulled by Commissioner Glassman, Vice Mayor Glassman.
Yes, and also Commissioner Sturman, but I'll be happy to take it away first. So we had a good discussion about this at my pre-agenda meeting last evening. Except for one person, overwhelmingly, there was concern expressed about opening up all 110 city parks for dogs. The consensus was that perhaps we can look at this in a more conservative fashion, that perhaps in addition to the 5 dog-friendly parks that we already have in the city right now, including the Canine Beach area, that maybe we look at just opening up a few more in each district. But I would say that the consensus was at my meeting last evening that it's just too much at once. This has nothing to do with anyone's feelings about pets and dogs. In fact, some of these people were actual pet owners. I happen to live in a building that's a pet-friendly building, and we have amazingly beautiful animals in our building. But there was a concern that sometimes not every owner is so considerate. There was a concern that sometimes you might see too many dogs that might not be leashed in all 110 city parks. There was also a concern that not everyone is a dog lover. Not everyone wants to go to the park and be with pets. So there was just a lot of concern. But I would say that it was not an anti-pet opinion, but it just was a concern about what the condition of our parks might be, and also the responsibility that would then be on the owners, and then also the enforcement aspect. Who is going to enforce that, according to these new rules, that all of these pets are going to be leashed, that they're not going to be in certain areas of the park? It seems like quite a heavy load in terms of the enforcement aspect of this. So I did pull this to have that discussion, see how everyone felt, and if perhaps maybe we could approach this idea in a little bit more of a conservative way, maybe phase this in, maybe just increase the number of parks where people would be able to take their pets, but not just open up all 110 parks now and go from 5 parks to 110 at one time. Thank you.
Okay.
Could I ask a question about that? So I know the Parks and Rec Advisory Board looked at this. Is there anybody here from the Parks and Rec Advisory Board? Could you come up and just kind of tell us what the conversation was at that meeting? I'd like to know what the... Thank you.
Okay, and I do, once she's done, I do have a comment.
Well, anyway,
I thought you could start while she was walking, but you didn't, so now you lost your chance.
Good evening, Mary.
I lost my opportunity.
Thanks for coming down and sharing with us. I'd like to get the input from our board.
You're not on. You're not on.
Just push the button where it says push the button.
There we go. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You might regret this. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, everyone else up there. That's very important. It's great to see you. I'm in my 6th year on the Parks, Rec, and Beach Advisory Board. And I'll just start I'll be as quick as I can. Not necessarily, I'll be quick. So when I first got on the board, I brought up the fact that there were no dogs allowed in any park in the city of Fort Lauderdale, which I found just amazing. So I brought it up. Our then director said at some point, and he probably said how many years it was prior, I don't really quite remember, a child was bit in a park by somebody with a dog in the park. And from that, I don't know if the city was sued. I don't know about Riverwalk I don't know when that changed.
But aren't the dog parks in parks?
Yes, some of them
Yeah,
are.
but you can't walk around Holiday Park, which is a dog park, with your dog on a leash on the sidewalks. You can't do that.
So how do you get to the dog park then? Because the dog park's in the middle of Holiday Park.
I know. Well,
I actually carried my dog there one time.
So you have to carry a Great Dane under your arm.
My daughter's
and
dog
my
in
dog
there.
is 75 pounds. He's not a small dog.
So, but you have to park as close as you can, get out, and go immediately to the area where the dogs are allowed. And I never knew, after living here for before I was on the Parks Board, that you weren't allowed to have dogs in the park until I was walking my dog in the park right down the street from me. And a park ranger, they are the ones that police the parks, who must have been having a very bad day, came up to me and said, if you don't get that little dog out of the park right now, I'm going to take it to the pound. So I picked up my little dog and walked out, and I was like shaking. So I brought it up to them years ago, and it got kind of shut down because of what that former director had said. I was like, wow. So a couple of years passed, and it gets brought up again, and there's some of an appetite for it. But the last year, it really kind of came. We started talking about it more. My point to the board was, or to the advisory board was, I have kids that live all over. It's fine. I can walk a dog in Chicago, in Chicagoland parks, including their forest preserves. I'm allowed. I'm allowed to walk a dog in all the Cleveland city parks. I can walk a dog in LA in any park except for some parts of hiking trails in the mountains because there's coyotes and they don't want you walking dogs there. We don't have coyote changes for the Parks Board as what you're seeing. The most controversial is allowing dogs in the parks. And there were some board members that really weren't on board of it. I would say
so
more
what was the final conclusion?
I'm not sure. I think it was, there was one person against it, and there's 12 people on the board.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank
so
you.
that's it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, I have more to say, but.
All right, well.
Okay.
I'm sure you do.
I will be back someday.
Okay. Hey, Dean, I was the other one that pulled this, if I could talk. I was the other one that pulled this. Okay.
Warren.
Could I have Carl come up, if you can, on standby? Okay, I was the one that pulled this for discussion. Twice this has come up in my district. Last year, there was a dog attack on a small child in Hoyt Park in Shady Banks. A child had to go to the emergency room, bitten in the face, and we had a public meeting about that. And you can have a seat, Carl. I'll call you up in just a minute. Then recently, this was coming up. We were given heads up that's allowing dogs in park. So we put it out to our community, and we had a flood of emails. My staff will attest to that. On both sides, and some wanted, some didn't want to have dogs in all of the parks. Some wanted it in some of the parks. We had a town hall, and Carl, thank you for being there. And we had a fairly well attended, and a group of neighbors had sat down with us, and Carl was part of that discussion, and actually started with your predecessor too. We'd spoken to Phil about this, and they came up with what we think is a very good compromise, and we presented this to the town hall. And it was very widely accepted, the compromise that we had with that. And I'll give you a summary. The summary suggestion was to have 3 categories of dog parks. Number 1, have dogs allowed actual dog parks. At the time, there were only 3. There's going to be another one in Huizinga Park. There's going to be another one off the lease, play frisbee, a tennis ball, whatever you want to do. Category 1. Category 2, well, Category 3 on the other extreme is where you can have dogs in the park. And the way the recommendation goes, you can have a dog as long as it's on a 6-foot leash. Restrictions include not with playground equipment, not on a manicured field, not on a hard court like a basketball, and not indoors. And that's category number 3. But then there's a second category in the middle, category number 2 in the middle, where the dogs are not allowed in parks. And the thought was there's some small parks in neighborhoods that just don't lend themselves to having dogs. For instance, if it's a very small park where there's a house on either side and there's just enough room for like a few dogs, you're going to have people that are going to be waking up at 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, like nurses walking their dogs then, and the people that are like at NORAD doing the watch at midnight, bringing it at 2 in the morning, and some of those might not fit. 5 o'clock in the morning, they want to just sit and roll around and play in the grass and don't want to be worrying about having dog feces and whatnot that had been there. So let the category 1 with dogs, a dog park, category 2 with no dogs allowed, some of the smaller parks in category 3 where you're allowing dogs to be, like the suggestion is to have them on leashes. And we envision that each neighborhood would decide which parks they would like to have as having dog parks, and maybe like 1 or 2.
Tap into what you're saying. So I understand that at any given point in time, you may have a neighbor or 2 that doesn't like dogs. So how often would you go back and revisit that? I mean, I don't want to say that in perpetuity because somebody today doesn't like dogs, that neighborhood is never going to have a dog park, because 3 years from now, that guy moves out of the neighborhood, and guess what?
That we want to vote on it now. But one of the thoughts was to have a conference item seeing exactly what mechanism, like you said, we would have to decide, who decides. Is it the neighborhood association? If they have 2 or 3 parks, maybe have a minimum of at least 1 dog park per 1 dog allowable park per neighborhood. I don't know the answer to that, but that's
Broward County policy on dogs in parks.
Good evening, Commissioners. Carl Williams, Parks and Recreation Director. So, Commissioner Herbst, Broward County allows dogs. L.A., Chicago, New York, those are all cities allow dogs in parks with leashes. As we did some research, locally, most of the cities only of it, and being able to properly enforce it to not allow dogs in hardscapes like your tennis courts, your basketball courts, playgrounds, and athletic surfaces. And that's a lot of what that conversation was. There was some in favor, but there was the park rangers.
Okay. And there's 6, I think?
So we have, park rangers don't fall under parks anymore, but I believe there's about 12 park rangers.
And some people said, we want dogs in our parks. And there were several presidents that said, listen, let us decide in each community. There's enough parks to at least have 1 or 2 dog allowable parks in every single neighborhood, and people get in the habit if they go to this particular park or this one. But it does empower the neighborhoods to decide instead of forcing it upon them. It's similar to what the same concern that Commissioner Glassman had. I echo that.
But I like your idea of maybe we need to just study this a little bit more. Maybe we should have a more thorough discussion at a conference meeting. Already budgeted. I read in the backup that you're looking at probably spending about $150,000 to put in, I guess, the disposable bags, things like that, things that you would need. So is that budgeted for fiscal year 2025? And then I see you're estimating at about $10,000 a year after that. So has all of that been budgeted for?
It is not.
It is not.
No.
I just think this is a little too much all at once. I just think we need to just talk about it, study it a little bit, figure it out a little bit more. But for this is a very sweeping proposal, very radically different from what our policy is now. So I think when we just go from one extreme to the other, it just deserves a little bit more conversation. That's all.
And I think along with that, because that's a very good point, Commissioner,
Yeah, I mean, it's going to vary depending on what aspects of that you want. Like,
Right.
if you want it to just be open area, we could just put some fence work in. But if you want, like, apparatuses and things of that nature, that's going
Right.
to cost.
Okay. Well, I think so. Yeah, let's try and get an estimate of what a dog park, if you know what our typical dog park is. We built one in Holiday Park, which we just expanded. So let's kind of look at that and see. You know, here's a template of a dog park and what that would cost to do if we're going to do this in all these different neighborhoods throughout the city. Because we're not talking, we're not talking just one or two around the city. We're talking every neighborhood that might want a dog park. So what's that going to cost us? I'd like to know that. I think that's important.
I have a question since we're talking about the cost of the dog parks. How much did it cost for the ones that are existing now? Do we have the cost for those? Holiday Park was the most recent.
Holiday Park is the most recent one that I'm aware of that we've done. Initially, I want to say 6+ years ago, and then we realized it was too small, and we came back, and there was also a problem because the dogs were digging up all the soil. So did we go and put AstroTurf down in there? What did we do with that?
So it's under pine,
Right.
and so we can't grow grass there. So
Right.
it's basically a lot of sand, and we have to continuously put more sand to pack it down, so it's not a trip hazard.
Right. So we've done some of every Saturday. And I got to, as city auditor, sit in for 16 weeks and go through the PMP training, and that was our project. So the project was to design the dog park for Holiday Park. So I actually got to have a hand in that, so it was a lot of fun. But we realized we're here to talk about dogs.
About 10 more people.
Oh yeah, no, I think we ought to give them the opportunity, Mayor.
Well, we can give them the opportunity. I'm just letting them know that we're going to defer.
We'll bring it back again. Yeah.
Right, all right, we're going to defer it. Is that what the commission wants to do? Okay.
Yes.
So you can either speak now and.
I'm ready to move forward on it, but if the will of the commission is to defer.
All right.
it, then we're good.
Let me conduct the meeting here. Okay. So if there are people that want to speak, I'll call your names by 3. If you want to speak now, you're welcome to. You're welcome to speak again when the matter comes up at a conference meeting. So you just tell me whether you want to speak tonight or wait to your turn to come up again. So Marilyn Mamano, Gina Rumbo, and James Carlson. Do you all want to speak tonight? You do? Okay, come on.
Surprise.
I was going to say, when does Marilyn not want to speak?
So we ask you to speak within 2 minutes.
Very, very
Come on,
quickly.
folks. Listen, we have a lot to do tonight. So a lot of the chatter, let's just try to.
Very,
clear it.
very quickly.
Yeah.
I appreciate your consideration of deferring this for a deeper discussion. I think that's the right way to go. I perfectly respect and appreciate the feelings of people in the room, including presidents of civic associations and members of the Parks and Recreation Board, who would like to move forward with having dogs in the park. However, one size doesn't fit all. There are 120-something parks. My little neighborhood of Lauderdale has one. We have one little park. It's a little postage stamp park, and it really is not set up for or appropriate for that kind of mixing. But if my community had an opportunity to sit down and talk about it and work it out, and they wanted to take a chance and to do this as a change, then of course we would be in favor of it. But nobody talked to us about it. Nobody's had this conversation. So conversation is good. And since you're deferring it, I'm not going to go any further. Thank you very much for the deferral, and I'll be back when the discussion goes on.
Great.
Thank you.
Marilyn, wait 1 second. Just for clarification, you prefer the option where the community decides?
Oh, well, always.
Okay, not
Always.
that one size fits. Okay.
Absolutely.
No,
Thank
we
you.
should never listen to the community. Okay, Gina, followed by James Carlson, followed by Chris Nelson. How do you pronounce your last name?
Rumble.
Rumble. Okay.
So I'm actually doing a neighborhood presentation that's partially about this. Oh, yeah. Bent down for it. So thank you for all of those who have spoken for allowing dogs in our city parks. Carl, didn't Parks and Recreation unanimously agree 8-0 that we should allow dogs in city parks? Yeah.
10-0.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. So I've brought a list of 278 Fort Lauderdale residents who support dogs in a brave place in all city parks. Mr. Mayor, I have a favor to ask. I have my neighborhood presentation, and I have an 8-month-old baby at home. If I could do it after the consent, I would love to, and I won't take up much of your time.
Okay.
Okay. So, but that's all I have to say for now.
So you want to give, are those the names? Is that the list?
I have that. Yeah, I have copies for all of you.
I was going to say, you could just give it to the clerk.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I'll do my neighborhood
Okay.
after the consent, if that's okay?
You want to what?
The neighborhood presentation. I'm also signed up for that. So.
What kind of presentation?
It's yeah.
Under that category.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Is
okay.
there any way that I can do that?
No.
No. Okay.
No. Sorry.
After the consent, no. Okay. Great. Thanks.
Gina, is it? Yeah. Gina, those petition names, are they from your neighborhood or citywide?
Citywide.
Citywide.
So the first 150 came specifically from Rio Vista, which is where I live, and then the rest of them, nearly 300 now, came from the whole city of Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. What other item did you want to speak on, did you say?
So it's partially about CR3, but specifically about one of our green spaces in Rio Vista.
If it's about CR3, then go ahead.
Okay, yeah, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course. I misunderstood you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's partially about that, but also I have questions about specifically our green space, if that's
Go
okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, great, thanks. Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor and Commissioners. Thanks for allowing me to speak tonight. Gina Rumble again, Rio Vista homeowner, dog mom, person mom, and business owner. We bought our house in Rio Vista in large part for the community green spaces, specifically the one closest to our home, Abreu Place. Neighbors in and around Rio Vista have been enjoying Abreu Place with their kids and dogs for decades. Today I'm speaking on behalf of many of them. About 3 months ago, Parks and Recreation removed the complimentary dog waste bags at Abreu Place, erected a sign advising only service animals would be permitted, and began enforcement. After some research, we discovered the general prohibition of leash dogs in Fort Lauderdale parks. This information shocked everyone I've spoken to. Together with my neighbors, including former City Commissioner Ben Sorensen, we drafted a letter of support to allow dogs in Fort Lauderdale parks. As you know, Parks and Recreation unanimously agreed that dogs should be allowed in city parks. Thank you again to the Parks and Recreation Board, as well as the Beaches Board, for their thoughtful work. When we presented the letter of support to Parks and Rec, it included 150 Rio Vista petitioners. Today, just weeks later, that number has grown to nearly 300 Fort Lauderdale residents who support leash dogs in our parks. We have a handful of those community leaders here tonight, if you'd like a show of hands, but I think you know from, Residents were immediately excited by the collaboration. However, subsequent correspondence with Parks and Recreation raised new issues regarding the dedication of Abreu Place. In one email thread, city staff identifies Abreu Place as a greenway, a right-of-way, and a right-of-way managed as a park. Ultimately, Mr. Ansborough, our city attorney, was able to confirm that Abreu Place is officially a dedicated right-of-way. As such, the prohibition of leash dogs does not apply. Hopefully on this basis, everyone can now acknowledge Abreu's status, remove the restrictive signage, and rectify the confusion on enforcement. This is the first issue I would ask you to all address.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And then we'd like to know, who put the service animals only sign in Abreu Place.
I don't know the answer.
Okay. So if...
Is there more?
Yeah, there's much
Okay,
more.
finish up.
Okay. So again, mainly we'd like to know, who put that up, and then most importantly for all of us in and around Rio Vista, there's a rumor circulating that that Abreu Place will be abandoned or otherwise divested from the city in favor of the adjacent property owners, that it will cease to be a public space. We would like for you to state for the record that there are no plans that you would not support any action that would result in the loss of this valued public space.
Which space are we talking about here?
Abreu Place.
I'm sorry?
Abreu Place. It's a small park in Rio Vista.
No, that's that right away. That they're going to be giving it up. Carl, I don't know.
Correct.
Greg, do you know? Carl, do you know what we're talking about here?
That they're going to be giving up Abreu?
Yeah.
They're talking about the little tract of land that is
That's the
adjacent
right of
to
way
the
at
house
the end of night.
that you all discussed today.
Well, that's not in Rio Vista.
The one on our side. So it's
No, it's on the other side of the river.
It's on the other side of the river.
Our side, yeah. The Rio Vista side has a right-of-way that's very...
There's two adjacent sides that are on each side of the river. That's our side.
That's the south side, yes.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah. That's right.
Carl, did you hear? I've heard nothing about them giving up Abreu.
No, Abreu is still in our inventory. We maintain it.
I've heard nothing of the sort. No.
Is it designated park?
No, it is a right of way.
It's a right of way.
It's a path.
Yeah, it's a right of way.
Is it going to be designated park or no?
We cannot, as a right of way.
It belongs to DOT.
Okay.
All right, so it's not going to, no change is going to be made.
No.
Okay. But I suggest that when we have this conversation later at a conference meeting, we also discuss the letter that sort of is a counterpoint to what you're saying tonight, because we all did receive a letter that sort of not agreeing with what you're saying, but maybe we could talk about that when we do have this conversation at the conference meeting.
All right, let's move along.
From Miss Rio Vista
Let's
neighbor.
move along. Thank you. Thank you so much. James Carlson, followed by Chris Nelson, followed by Ann Wiley.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners.
Mr. Carlson, how are you?
Good evening. I speak on behalf of Coley Hammock. We favor letting dogs in parks, but Commissioner Glassman, Commissioner Sturman, your points are well taken. We look forward to engaging you more substantively.
Could we have the chatter go down? I wasn't able to hear. Could you start again? Dean, could you
Yes,
give
sir.
him more time? I haven't heard anything.
Yes, sir.
Tell him when he's ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Jim Carlson, I'm here representing Coley Hammock. We favor letting dogs in parks, but Commissioner Glassman, Commissioner Sturman, your points are well taken, so we look forward to engaging more substantively later.
Thank you so much.
Great.
Thank you. Is Chris Nelson still here? Oh, there he is. Ann Wiley, followed by Colgate Darden. 2 minutes, Mr. Nelson. Can you manage?
Hello, I'm Chris Nelson, and I am a cat lover, okay?
Oh, no!
Why am I not surprised?
Cats rule.
This is not a binary decision. You can have both.
However,
As long as you put the cat on a leash, you're good.
I'm not taking my cats to the park. They would not like that. It would not be very good. But I will say this. Let's free the dogs. It is crazy that we're the only city that doesn't allow dogs in parks.
We're not the only
Not
city.
the only
Not
city.
the only
I thought
city.
we're not the only city in the world?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, still, nevertheless, let's allow these dogs in parks. Of course, you got to have them on a leash, okay? With one caveat. We cannot allow South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem in any of our parks.
Oh, she's his party.
Does that conclude your remarks? Yes. Yeah. Ann Wiley. Ann? Hi, Ann. Colgate Darden, followed by Peyton DeLong.
Yep. Before my time starts, I'd like to hand something up to you if you would
Yeah,
pass
please
it.
give it to the clerk.
It's my phone, so if you just touch it on the outside, the picture will stay.
Wait, you're handing your phone to us? You're never going to see it back.
Don't make any calls. Is the picture still on it?
Okay.
Okay, good. If you could pass that along, that's a picture I took recently in a green space.
Okay, please proceed.
Yes. I am admittedly an extreme dog lover. Dogs have been a part of my family most of my life. I live with 2 dogs now. That said, dogs do not belong everywhere. Dogs are not native to the environment, and whether leashed or unleashed, when they are present in the outdoor environment, they can cause disruption and harm to native wildlife and to birds. This isn't easily observed when we watch our native state bird, the mockingbird, desperately and fearlessly trying to defend her young with all that she has, which is her own body, by swooping down upon outside dogs and cats. This action takes her away from her nest, her young, her eggs, and leaves them vulnerable while depleting her energy. Wild animals see dogs as predators and thus go into defense mode. I have seen this working on the beach with the least terns with my many years with Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. If a dog is in sight, whether leashed or not, most or all of the least terns will take to the air and start calling. This leaves their young and eggs to cook in the sun. Least terns are a state-listed threatened species. I give this example as a representation of birds' reactions to dogs. The tiny speck of fragmented green space we have left, our parks and preserves, hold within them some of the only habitat remaining where native wildlife and native birds can live. Unlike us, who go to green spaces for our leisure and exercise, they go there to survive. We as a community must leave and protect habitat and areas with native species can live and survive unmolested. Anywhere leashed dogs are allowed, soon some will be off leash. We know this. Anywhere dogs poop, some will remain. We know this. This is not a good scenario for wildlife or for people. For people who do not like dogs or are afraid of dogs, they should not have to avoid all parks. For anyone tossing a blanket on the ground for a picnic, they should not have to avoid dog poop. Unfortunately, the wording of this resolution is all or nothing. Some parks may indeed be appropriate for dogs, while many others would not. I'm almost done. If granted, the stew gets thicker. It is much easier to not give than to take away. This resolution needs much more consideration and thought before going forward with a sloppy blanket action, an action that would absolutely harm our native wildlife and our bird species. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Darden, good evening, followed by Peyton DeLong, followed by Estelle Brennan.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, commissioners, for hearing us. I'm Colgate Darden. I live in Rio Vista. I'm a dog person, and I really appreciate where this initial resolution is going to have expanded places for dogs. What I have a hard time with is that it is so blanket. I think we need something more nuanced. And I'm also delighted to know that I'm the person that lives next to Abreu Place, and I didn't know y'all were giving me the park. I'm so thrilled for that tonight. But I also want to point out that most people, at least when I witness Abreu Place, they don't want some place to walk their dogs on leashes. They want their dogs to run free. I look for places to let my dog run free, so I go to Holiday Park. But 90% of the people that are using Abreu Place, it's a free-for-all, and it's so fun if you're the one that's the owner of the dog. Not so much for the others. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Peyton DeLong, followed by Estelle Brennan, followed by Vanessa. Yes. You know who you are.
My name is Peyton DeLong. Just wanted to address the commission. So coming from a great city like Chicago, Indianapolis, dogs are allowed in all parks. I understand some misgivings people might have about allowing dogs in most. That's actually a very generous interpretation of the plan proposal that I heard at Commissioner Sturman's meeting about a month ago. What really kind of bit me in the craw was the fact that it was brought up by two specific people, Mr. Darden, and the Civic Association President, Lori, without anyone voting, without anyone talking. It was specifically going to exclude that single park and shove us off to park half the size. Yeah, you're right. It's essentially a walking sidewalk. So that just really kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And this does deserve a lot more discussion, and I'm happy to come to the next meeting and contribute even more.
Okay, great, thank you. Excuse me, Estelle Brennan and Vanessa Apotheke, followed by Melinda Boker. Apotheker. There's no R here.
Whoops.
Hi, Estelle.
You're on. You turned it off. Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you. I'm here tonight. I'm going to be speaking briefly with two hats. I'm the president of Riverside Park Residents Association. I did send you all an email a few hours ago, so I'm assuming none of you have received it yet. So I trust that you will read that letter, but Riverside Park voted 8-2 in favor of supporting CR3. Now I'd like to put on my civilian hat and provide my feedback on this. I do believe there's a little bit of confusion going on the dais up here. I believe that this is being improperly referred to as dog parks, but this at its face value is a leash law that we're updating. The term dog-friendly parks has been thrown around. We do not have any dog-friendly parks. We have 5 off-leash fenced parks. I have 3 large dogs. I've owned dogs my whole life. I would never take my dog to an off-leash park. Currently, I cannot walk my dogs on leash in green space in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And I think that's a very important distinction because it's completely free, no budget's needed to allow our citizens, well, aside from the $150 to get started with the dog bags and the $10,000 a year maintenance to refill those bags, which is peanuts compared to what we spend as a city. But us dog owners, the 5 fenced dog parks, you can't have a leash dog in those parks. Leash dogs are part of a passive experience. Dog owners walking them. Dozens of dog owners walk by my house every day, and I work from home. I see them outside my window. Not once have I been disturbed or distracted by a person walking their dog. They're not barking. They're getting exercise. They're enjoying the outside activities. And currently, they're not able to enjoy that as green space. So I ask that you please take that into consideration, and you'll be hearing from me at further meetings.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vanessa, followed by Melinda Boker.
Okay, hi, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, everyone else important. So I'm speaking on behalf, I'm Vanessa Apotheker. I'm the president of Tarpon River Civic Association. I'm also the District 4 representative for the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and the board of Tarpon River Civic. I'm also speaking on behalf of Coley Hammock, Jackie Scott, and River Oaks, Ted and Sarah. So, which I think Ted's here. He's always here. So I agree with everything. We are all in support of the resolution to have dogs allowed at green space parks on leash. So some people have spoke about the mom or the daughter, Heidi, who was attacked at Shady Banks Park, Hort Park. She's a resident of Tarpon River. She is one of my good friends. They have recently, they got a new dog. She is actually in favor of further discussion with this. She's not opposed to it, even though her daughter was attacked. I'm just letting you know, people keep using her as an example, but nobody has spoken to her since the incident. I spoke with her tonight, and I speak with her all the time. So that's another thing. The town hall meeting that we had, I think that it was very confusing what the point was. It was like, hey, come talk about dog parks, which gives me another point that we're not talking about dog parks. Not all of us who have dogs want our dogs at dog parks because we don't want them like off leash at a dog park necessarily. Speaking on okay. So it's not like a thing that all of us who have dogs want them to be like at a dog park. And we're not, there's a difference between a dog park and dog-friendly green spaces. So, blah, blah, blah. If most people in our neighborhoods want dog-friendly parks and some don't, then let's make it universal for the parks, and the people that don't want it can fight for the exclusion, as opposed to the people that do want it needing to fight for the exclusion, if that makes sense. Okay,
All right.
think that's it.
Okay, great. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Melinda Boker. Anyone else wish to speak on this item, or wait until it comes up again? But Melinda's the last person who signed up.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I know we're on a 2-minute fast break, so I'll try to make it quick, kind of summarize what I had written up. I'm Melinda Balker. I'm president of the Downtown Fort Lauderdale Civic Association. I'm speaking, my comments are on behalf of my board, who just voted on this item on May 2nd. I do want to thank Commissioner Herbst for bringing us up to the Parks, Recreation, and Beaches Advisory Board. I think it's an important topic, and I think it's amazing we hadn't addressed this sooner. We are, like some of the others who spoke, in support of this resolution and this primary change. We also know that this change brings our city parks into alignment with Broward County regional parks and Florida state parks, as their respective rules also allow leash dogs. The downtown neighborhood is extremely pet-friendly. We've got a heavy concentration of dogs, over 15 high-rises, multiple mid-level buildings, and single-family homes. The reason I bring this up is because we're already a case study on how a high concentration of dogs in an area works with 7 parks. Nobody currently probably in our neighborhood knows that outside Riverwalk Linear Park, the only park that actually allows leash dogs, that Smoker Park, Huizinga Park, Stranahan Landing, Stranahan Park, and Esplanade Park are actually closed to dogs. But everyone walks their dogs every day. I've been here 13 years, and I never realized that any of these parks did not allow leash dogs. There's a great coexistence with literally probably thousands of dogs downtown in parks. Most people are respectable. They pick up. And I did ask Carl Williams about this at the town hall that Warren had. He admitted that there are not a lot of calls or problems in the downtown parks with leash dogs. So let me just tell you, there's data. It's a case study. Quick comment on dog parks. I do agree it's a niche that wants to take their dogs to an actual fenced, closed dog park. Not opposed to having them, but that's not for everyone. We want to enjoy green space with our pets in all of the city parks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do I hear a motion to defer?
Mayor, just could I just want to tap onto something too. So I'm one of these folks that loves to walk my dog, do it twice a day, but I will not take him to a dog park for a variety of reasons. So dog parks are not suitable for everybody. In fact, typically what I'll do is when I lived in Vic Park a couple of years ago and I walked my dog over to the dog park, I'd stay outside and I'd let him sniff through the fence. And then we'd run around and they'd all come over and they'd sniff at him, and that was how he socialized. But I didn't want him in there with all those other dogs because sometimes they're unpredictable when they're around other animals. There's hierarchies and all kinds of things, and I just didn't feel comfortable with that, and I didn't want to participate in that and be in there with my dog leashed when the other dogs were running around. And so we need to be mindful of the fact that dog parks are not a solution or answer to everybody that wants to walk their dog.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to defer the item?
Move to defer.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Tom, do we need a date certain when we do deferrals? We don't, okay. So this will come up perhaps as a conference item at some future date. So please call the roll. All right. Well, who made the motion? Who made the
I did.
You did. You want to pick a date certain?
Sure. March 2025.
Everyone's a comedian tonight.
To coincide when the tunnel's going to be open.
This is like Next Door Live. I really like it, actually. It's,
all right,
it's
come
good.
on. Let's.
I like it. I like
you
it.
guys are going to be here till 3 in the morning. The
good.
way you just keep gabbing all night. So,
I like
so
Next Door.
Actually, Mayor, how about we do this right before the election?
Yeah, right.
Because nobody's going to show up at the polls in larger numbers than dog owners.
All right, so let's do it sometime in June.
That's
Have a
fine.
conference item?
That's fine. I don't know what the schedule looks like on the agenda, but I'm okay. What's the first meeting in June?
Well, do the second meeting.
Second meeting? Okay,
Yeah.
whatever that is.
Okay.
June
18th.
Excuse me?
June 18th.
June 18th?
Okay.
Is that good?
June 18th.
I'm fine
Okay.
with that.
All right, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that CR3 is now deferred to June, what was it?
18th.
18th. Moving on to CR4, Vice Mayor.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. So Greg or Susan or whoever actually we're talking to, is there someone that I could speak to about, I just had a couple of questions about this, the grant acceptance.
Yeah, we have Laura and also Daphne available.
Okay,
If you can come up
thanks.
front.
Thank you.
Daphne? Please go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
I can try. What's
Thank you,
the
Laura.
question?
So, yes, I do. So I understand that this is a $500,000 grant that's going towards design for the project. But do we know, can you tell me how much actually are we anticipating for the actual cost of the entire design? I know this is $500,000 towards it.
So Alan Dodd's coming up. I just actually saw there's around, I think, over $2 million loaded right now in that project, but
Just
I
for
don't know what the
design?
estimate
For
is.
design?
Just for design?
Alan Dodd, Public Works Director. Mayor Commissioners, the design itself is $460,000.
Hold on, 460?
Yes.
But this is a $500,000, so we're going to have a surplus of 40,000 for the design?
Yes, but we're not finished with the design yet, so it's good to have a little contingency.
Okay. So basically, the design is covered totally by the grant
Yes.
from the state?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay. So that I understand. So I'm looking throughout the CAM, and I see that this is a project that we're estimating will cost design and construction of $6,400,000.
Correct.
So if you could tell me, What have we secured so far towards that $6,400,000?
So the city, up to this point in time, has contributed or put into the project a little over $3 million. And with the design work and remember we did an earlier design, we'll have about $2.5 million left to go towards the construction.
Okay, wait a second. So you're saying we already have $3 million in our budget towards this $6.4 million?
That is correct.
So that's $3 million. So do we still have a balance of $3,400,000 to secure for the project?
Well, we received $500,000 today, so that brings us up to about a little over $3 million total in that we have for the project.
Right.
And then, as we've had discussions with Representative LaMarca, he was going to be advocating to get additional money from the state to help us to make up for the shortfall. Right now, we're predicting it's about $2 million that we need to still identify for the project.
My math is saying $3.4 million. If we've secured $3 million out of a $6,400,000 project, don't we still have to secure $3,400,000?
No, well, right now we have $3 million. We've put $460,000 towards the design. We had some project management fees that are built into this.
That's $500,000.
Right, and the total.
And then, but you said 2.5 that we've already secured. So 2.5 million plus the 500,000 tonight brings us to 3 million.
Right.
But the project is 6.4 million. So I'm asking, where's the other 3,400,000 coming from? The balance, which I think will be more because this is old numbers from like 2022, but.
Yes, Commissioner, and that's an estimated amount, and it will be a deficit that as we go out for bidding, we will have to have the rest of the funds, but we do not have all those funds in place right now. We have about $3.5 million that we're working with, including the grant that we're accepting tonight.
No, we have 3 million, not 3.5.
We had 3 million that was the city put in, and then an additional 500,000 that we're receiving from the state. That brings us up to a total of, I'm sorry, that's 3.5 million.
I have 2.5 plus 5, which is 3 million.
Yeah. Some of that 6.6 million is money that we've already encumbered into the design.
Okay.
Right.
Well, anyway, I believe that there's about a $3.4 million
Whatever
balance.
the amount is, we'll certainly get to that point.
Yeah, and
what
where
is
is
the
that
question
co-
you're
I just would like
He
to
just
know-
said that we have not yet identified the source of that money.
So we have to still identify 3.4 million.
Whatever the amount is, we still have to identify it.
Okay,
Yes.
fine.
All right.
And we're anticipating, though, doing this project when?
The design will be completed, and we will be ready to go for solicitation in 2025, summer of
Assuming we
2025.
can identify the source of the gap funding.
Okay, well, the backup says the design won't be completed till 2025, so I don't know how we can start in 2025, but, okay.
And just to kind of add some context to that, so we had gotten commitments from Representative LaMarca, if I remember correctly, for $5 million, which he had to give back because we weren't ready to move forward because we were not shovel-ready at that time. So what we did was we modified that commitment down to $500,000 from Representative LaMarca and our contribution, our match towards that, so we could do the design stage. So we're phasing this out. And again, so we had gotten the commitment from the representative in the budget, which we wound up having to give back because we weren't ready to move forward. And so there's an expectation that this will be a match. So whatever we need to get this done is what the representative will be able to get in the governor's next budget. So I don't anticipate, although nothing is ever guaranteed, I don't anticipate that we'll run into a challenge with that because the money was already made available to us previously.
I understand. What year was the Gulf Ocean Mile improvements in landscaping that we see now there? What year was that done?
That was done over 25 years ago. And by the way, just so not everybody knows this, the improvements that were done up there were paid for by the residents of the Gulf Ocean Mile. So that was not paid for by the city. The city had an obligation to maintain those improvements up there, and they didn't. And that's part of the reason why we're seeing the city step up now and fund some of these improvements. But again, the Galt Ocean Mile residents themselves paid for those improvements in that area.
Excellent. Well, I think they did a good job, and I think that it looked really nice, so I commend them for that. But thank you for the information. I appreciate it.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Would you like to introduce the resolution?
Be happy to. Thank you.
Okay. Sierra 4 is now introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, authorizing the acceptance of grant funds in the amount of $500,000 from the Florida Department of Transportation to assist with the design of Galt Mile street safety improvements and authorizing city manager to execute the grant agreement to accept such funding. Financial project number 453175-1-34-01 and providing for an effective date. Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that item is now approved. Moving on to M1, motion approving an agreement for design consulting services for the Las Olas Corridor Mobility Project. This is the western part of the corridor. I have a number of people who signed up to speak. Does staff want to make some sort of presentation to explain to the community exactly what we're being asked to approve tonight for $3.5 million?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Commissioner Ben Rogers, Director of Transportation Mobility. So IT, if you could pull up the M1 60% strategy slide, please. So Mayor, last June, the Commission awarded to two firms for the Las Olas Mobility Project because they were tied. Since that time, we negotiated with both of them, and right now, tonight, we're here to consider approving an agreement for the Western Corridor, which includes 3 character areas: the downtown, the shops, and Coley Hammock. The scope delivers 60% design for each one of those character areas, with the downtown and Coley Hammock going straight from the vision plan to 60% design. There will be public outreach and some workshops along the way. There will be some check-in points and milestones that we'll provide the Commission with updates on. But more or less, we'll go with the basis of the vision plan. In the shops area, there's been some different angles or viewpoints on how we should proceed. And so we're going to be advancing 2 concepts. The first concept is the vision plan, and we'll take that from 0 to 15%. And then the second concept, which includes keeping the medians, would go from 0 to 15%. Once both those 15% designs are completed, probably 9 to 10 months from now, we would bring it back to the Commission and ask for the Commission to select a preferred alternative, at which time we would take that from 15% to 60% design. So I know there's been a lot of activity recently about the medians and saving trees. This plan would allow us to...
Did you say a lot of activity?
Yeah. There would be... This scope allows us to advance both the vision plan and the median concept up to 15%, bring back more material information to the Commission to make an educated decision at a future date on which one to
Could you remind us what is the dividing line between the shops and Coley Hammock? Which avenue does that occur at?
That is going to 12th.
12th. So the shops end at 12th, and then east of 12th is considered Coley Hammock, correct?
Yes, in the plan. Yep.
All right. Thank you. I have a number of people who signed
Actually,
up to speak.
I have some questions of Ben.
Yeah, I was going to say, but before we get there,
Thank you.
Is there anyone on the Commission who would like to make any comments?
Absolutely.
Commissioner Herbst.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I appreciate that. So I've been getting some information from some folks, and I just want to make sure that my information is accurate to the best of staff's knowledge. And so a couple of questions that I've had about the black olive trees, because we keep hearing about the black olive trees. So as I understand it right now, we've had 3 that we've had to take down. So we've got 3 stumps sitting out there basically in the roadway that we've not replaced. Is that accurate?
That's my understanding, but I think it would probably be better for the urban forester, for Public Works to come up and provide the information on the tree condition.
That's great. Yeah, if we could do that. Thank you. Appreciate it, Ben.
Good
Hello
evening,
there.
Commission. Hi.
So I understand that we've had several of the trees, because they were diseased, had to be taken down. And at this point, we've got some stumps down there. We've not replaced them at this point.
Correct.
Okay. I also understand that we cannot replace black olives with new black olives because our city ordinance code does not allow us to plant black olives anymore.
That's not entirely correct.
Okay.
It is considered invasive in some environments, but it is not prohibited by our code.
Okay. All right. So when you say it's considered invasive, what does that mean? Does the city plant invasive trees?
It is not in some environments. In that environment, it would not be considered invasive.
Okay. So we could, in fact, plant.
It's kind of a caution level advisory
Okay.
for invasive. It is not on the invasive list.
Okay, thank you. Next thing, if we were to plant a tree of similar size and tree canopy, something that would replace what is currently there, I've been told that we couldn't fit the root ball necessary for a mature tree in the existing space. Is that an accurate statement?
The existing trees, the majority of the existing trees were planted in raised planters.
Okay.
It's unlikely that you're going to be able to plant a tree with the same canopy size in that small of a space.
Okay. Because the medians are pretty narrow.
Right.
Right.
And that's where the roots have grown out of those planters down
Right.
in the ground, but there's no radial support for those
Which
trees.
is kind of what trees like to do, yeah. They're looking for water.
But they need that outer support too, growing
Right.
out from the trunk to support that larger canopy.
Would that similarly be true for a live oak? Because that's the other tree that I've heard suggested as a substitute for the black olive that we consider live oaks.
If the major concern with providing a large tree or a shade canopy tree in that environment is providing enough root volume for
Right.
the future.
Right.
The raised planters do not provide that.
Whether it be in the median or on the sidewalk? Is there a difference?
Now, there is underground structures that can be developed, that can be installed under sidewalks, where you can expand the volume, the available space for root volume. You can
So we could plant at ground level and dig basically a vault underneath the street that would hold the root ball.
Exactly. Well,
Okay.
for the roots to grow out
Right, for the
into.
roots to grow out of, okay.
Right.
What size tree, in your opinion, do you think we would be able to plant in the size of the median we have today? So are we talking a sapling? Because I've watched what a lot of our developers will do. They'll take down existing trees and they put in something that, looks like the Charlie Brown Christmas tree. And so, and then about 40 or 50 years later, you've got a respectable tree sitting out there. So how big of a tree could we legitimately plant out there?
It would depend on the type of tree, of course. I believe that median is only, I believe it's only 12 feet wide.
The median? No.
No, the median's
median's 8?
is much narrower than 12 feet.
The median's about 8 feet, I believe.
Yes, you're right. Yes, it is.
I jump across that median when I'm running across the street. It's not that big.
But
the point is, you're not going to be able to plant anything substantial in that median without tearing up the road and installing other structure in the street.
Okay.
Well, can I just interrupt you for a second? You made a statement, it depends on the kind of tree. So if you were talking about a palm tree,
I hope we're not talking palm trees.
no, I'm just saying, if you're talking about a palm tree, then that has a different root base than, say, than a leaf tree, correct?
Yeah.
Palms typically do not get the woody roots that a hardwood tree would.
They've got a reasonably small root ball. I've transplanted those
They don't
before,
expand in diameter.
Right.
The roots, they don't get the woody roots. However, some of your larger palms can get massive root systems.
Okay.
Right. But I don't think we're thinking of that. I mean, in all the years that I've been, God, this goes back, I've been talking to the merchants on there for the better part of 10 years on, conceptualized plans for Las Olas. I've never heard palm trees as, it's always been a shade tree, a canopy tree. That's been the proposal. So.
Well, I think we should focus our questions really on what the intent of this item is about.
But I
don't want to have a workshop
I don't
want to have a workshop on trees tonight.
No, but Mayor, I think it goes to the heart of it because if we're talking about keeping the median, and I don't have a position on whether we should or shouldn't at this point. I still want to hear everything that needs to be said. But I want to know if we keep the median, and these trees are going to die off, as I understand. They're in fair or good to fair or
Fair
failing.
to poor.
They're poor. Okay, thank you. So within 10 years, these trees are dead. So we need to be thinking about how we replace this iconic tree canopy within the next 10 years, and can we do it within the existing median? Because if we're going to spend tens of millions of dollars maintaining the median, and then I find out that I'm going to be planting a couple of saplings in there, and I'm not going to have a tree canopy within the next 10 years, what did I just spend $50 million on?
Well, that's what the purpose of this study
Well, that's
is.
why I want to talk to the arborist and understand.
Well, but you're putting her on the spot to come up with
Well,
the
but that's
answers.
her job. Her job is to
No,
answer
her job
questions
is not
about
to
trees.
design Las Olas Boulevard.
I'm not asking her to design
Well,
Las
you
Olas
seem to
Boulevard.
be doing it yourself.
I'm not. I'm asking about what kind of trees can be planted in the space that we have there. That's all.
If I may make a general statement that it is not uncommon through the DRC process to require 16 to 18 foot or 18 to 20 foot oak trees in areas where, that's not unusual, okay? Any larger than that, and it becomes cumbersome to get them established, because once the sidewalk is down, you don't want to have to pull up the sidewalk to replace the tree.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate that.
Ben, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So I think, Commissioner Herbst, what you're asking is, if we left the median conditions exactly how they are today,
Right.
in 10 years, if other improvements on the roadway,
When we have to replace the trees.
if other improvements are made on the roadway and we left the medians as is, and the current trees die, is there enough room in the existing condition, not creating vaults underneath because we wouldn't have had that opportunity with the black olives already in place?
Right.
What size of tree can we put as a replacement to the black olive?
That's correct. Yeah, and I think that needs to be part of the conversation. And again, I'm just right now I'm trying to get a general guideline, and I want more specific answers when we get further into this. But for right now, I just want to, from my own knowledge and edification, have a general concept of what it is we could potentially do. So thank you, and you've been very helpful with that.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you. Okay, wait, let's ask Commissioner Beasley Pittman. Let's just go across this.
No problem.
Do you have any comments you want to make right now?
No, I don't have any comments. Thank you for sharing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. Really. Just a couple of questions for you. First of all, I know that the item before us this evening, and you're right, Mayor, we don't necessarily have to get into the weeds about the trees, but because all that's in front of us this evening is whether to hire this design firm to actually lay this out. Correct me if I'm wrong, part of the scope of services actually allows for the alternative design to include the median. The work that was done by the Las Olas Mobility Working Group over a course of 2.5 years actually...
Don't remind me.
It actually resulted in the Corradino report that was approved by the Commission that actually did remove the median in favor of the number of trees that were going to be planted on both sides. That being said, I've read your report from January 2024 entitled Las Olas Boulevard Black Olive Trees. Thank you for that. It's very helpful. I hope everyone has read that. In fact, I think that we should make that basically available to anyone in the public, because I think it's an important document to read. The executive summary really lays out the condition of these trees, why we've lost the trees that we've lost, and then you have meticulously gone through every single remaining tree and stated what the condition was of that tree. Are you familiar with the black olive trees that used to be on the Gulf Ocean Mile and also on the medians on A1A just south of Oakland Park Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay. Were you in the city during the time when those were removed?
No, I'm familiar with them
Okay.
from living in the
I
area.
will tell you, and this is important as we go forward, we must think about this. There was a reason, and perhaps either Carl could talk about it or Ben could talk about it, because I went through that process. Many people love the black olive trees that were in the medians on A1A just south of Oakland Park Boulevard. At that time, I was the president of the Neighborhood Association. People were in an uproar when the state came in, because that's a state road, and said, we need to remove these black olive trees. They're destroying the road, they're not native, and they're not in good shape. People loved them, though, because the canopy was really, really nice for both sides of the median on A1A heading both north and south. We lost that battle to the state because that's a state road. But I will tell you, interestingly enough now, and it's been years since that happened, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who remembers that battle. My point being is that the replacement along those medians now gets a lot of favorable comments, and the road is in a much better condition, and the medians are in much better condition. I want to ask you, because in some of your
Yeah, but we lost the tree canopy.
No. Well, no. You lost the tree canopy. Well, we had no control, as I said. The state had the
I
control.
totally understand that, but now we have control.
No, but there's also the tree canopy, though, now is on the sidewalk side, which this new plan would do. You're talking about tree canopy for automobiles that were in the median. I'm not so sure how important the tree canopy is for automobiles.
We're getting into the weeds here now. We're not here to design
right.
the
Well,
street.
you're just the one who just said we lost the tree canopy.
Well, you're the one that is extolling the virtues of the current landscape
I'm
design.
not extolling anything.
I'm trying. Let's just focus on, gentlemen and ladies. Let's just focus on the issue at hand. Right
Yes.
now, we're trying to make a decision whether or not to engage this company to come back with alternative designs on what to do with Las Olas. That's all we're here about. We're not here to design the street.
Well, all of a sudden, the direction was going about the trees, and the forester was brought up, and so why
Well,
is...
one of the commissioners decided to ask
So if
the
one
question.
commissioner is allowed to ask questions of the forester, why isn't another commissioner allowed? You're just letting one commissioner ask questions of the
Because
forester?
I like him better than you, okay?
Obviously.
He doesn't.
Obviously. Well, now you really made me want to just continue
He doesn't
along
comment
this
about my
conversation.
hair color, okay?
Thank you. Well, exactly. Ooh. I
You
must
guys
have-
had to be here this
Wow.
afternoon. Inside joke.
Wow.
Paybacks are a bitch.
I think yeah. I must have hit a nerve with that one.
You
oh
did.
my
I'll tell
God.
you,
I'm
my
telling
last
you.
nerve.
Oh my gosh. Okay. We'll let that one go for now. Again, I could see the mayor is a little agitated, so I will just say thank you for your report. I'm sure we will have time to get into this at a later date when we really do discuss the medians and the condition of the trees. I'll just say that before we make a decision as a commission, we have to make a decision based on practicality. I want to ask one question of Mr. Rogers, though, because this is important. As we go down this road of deciding how we're going to design this section of Las Olas, I want to make sure everyone is also aware of the fact that this is a very low-lying area of Las Olas. The county has requirements in terms of water, wetland programs, future conditions maps that they make sure that you have to comply with. These are also important considerations for us. We cannot make just decisions based on emotions or a like or a dislike of a look, because we also at some point in time will have to decide if we're even able to move forward. If the county tells us that, guess what, the future conditions in terms of flooding and resiliency, sea level rise, the future conditions in terms of how they map out this area will not allow us to do maybe what we want to do in terms of a median and the plantings there, then what's the point of even going down that path? So, Ben, are you familiar with that program that I'm referencing?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I'm definitely aware of it, and that all of those considerations are included in the scope. So the consultant will be tasked with working through the future climate scenarios developed by Broward County and other agencies. As you said, groundwater, sea level rise, precipitation, storm surge, all those things will be included in the design efforts.
Right, and that's my point. These stormwater calculations are going to be vital before we decide exactly how this portion of Las Olas is going to be designed. That's all. I'm done, Mayor. I know you're happy. Thank you.
Okay. If anyone else, before we open it up to the public, any last comments?
Yeah, I'm the last one here. What am I, chopped liver here? This is
No,
my
no,
district.
that's why I asked you.
Yeah, right,
Any
right.
last
1,
comments?
2, 3, 4. Yeah, I'd like to make a comment. Thank you very much. And I won't talk about your hair color, I promise. A couple, no, not the four. Well, it could be up there, but I think, Greg, I'm going to ask you, either you or Ben Rogers. Well, I'll start with Ben. What's before us, keep in mind, is not exactly what tree to plant, but whether to go ahead with the two complementary plans, one with and without the median. Correct. Not getting in the weeds, so to speak. I hate to use that analogy. A time frame. How long is it going to take for this portion of the analysis to be completed?
So we're hoping that within 9 months, once the agreement is executed, that we can come back with the 15% design.
Okay, so we're not debating what type of trees to go in there, but basically competing whether or not to save the median one plan versus another, correct? Okay.
Correct. Right
Okay,
now,
fine.
we're going to design both of those alternatives and bring them back to the commission for future consideration.
Okay, good. Now, Greg, when did we originally decide to go this route? I mean, it was presented to us from the last city commission had approved the plan, and the plan called for removing the median, and then we pivoted at that point to say, listen, this is now from plan to design and engineering. So we decided in order to go to design and engineering, if we had locked in just the plan without the median, that would have been the only thing they looked at. We pivoted to go ahead and include two plans. When was that?
So that was within the past year, and
Like
I would say it's sometime June, July of 23, and that gives you the opportunity to study or review both, and then from then on, you all can decide which route you'd like to take.
Okay, I want to take a moment to thank my colleagues on here because this plan had been brought forth from the last commission here, and had we done nothing, we would have been in a scenario where we would be just designing Las Olas without the median. The plan would have gone forward. And I had brought up, suggested, please, let's go ahead and add two plans, one saving the median. And I want to thank my colleagues for following my lead and bringing this plan forward. So at least we have the option of the plan to save the median when it goes into design. I want to thank you right now. Thank you very much.
Okay. So a few people have signed up to speak on this item, and I'll call your names at three at a time. Chris Nelson, Shelby Smith, and Avi Goldfeder. Try to keep your comments to 2 minutes, please.
Hello, Chris Nelson, Fort Lauderdale, and I want to thank Commissioner Warren Sturman for his leadership on this, on the effort to save the Las Olas median. And I'd also like to thank Mayor Dean Trantalis for publicly backing a plan to save the Las Olas median. So thank you, both of you. I want to read an article that I didn't know existed from 1971. This is in a Sun Sentinel editorial piece.
Was this in the time capsule?
The time capsule, it was great. I can't wait to watch the video.
I thought maybe you found the artitle in the time capsule.
Oh, yeah. You should, maybe that would have been quite a sign if this article was in that time capsule. Leave the Las Olas median alone. All right, so these trees were planted in 1971, and it's Las Olas Beauty Prized. Fort Lauderdale's improvement of Las Olas Boulevard has won the city first prize in a nationwide contest to demonstrate the compatibility of highways and the environment. You know, I hear this invasive and diseased and all these terms. Oh my goodness, these trees are gonna like infect people or something like that. No, these trees are fine. They're not diseased. Go look at them. They're beautiful. They're the home to these. Yeah, come on, clap. They're the home to beautiful parrots. I didn't even know that. You know parrots live in these trees?
We have parrots.
And you know how I know this? Because I walked up and down the streets when I was planning the rally we had last month. And thank God for everybody who came to that rally and stood up to save that Las Olas median. And I talked to all the business owners because I thought, okay, let me be open-minded about this. What are the people in all these businesses? By the way, Guy Harvey is going out of business, 75% off the entire merchandise there. I bought like 5 shirts today. Well, they're not moving out of business, but moving. And guess what? Everybody had the same look on their face when I said, you know, they're planning to rip those trees out of the Las Olas median. They went, what? Huh? And these are the people that are going to be affected by it. They've already been through COVID lockdowns. They've already been through construction. It is beautiful right now the way it is. I don't think the thing even needs to be touched at all. Maybe widening the sidewalks. Some people were open to the idea of widening the sidewalks and maybe not having street parking there. But, you know, you're talking about a $100 million job here. I mean, there's a lot of money involved in this, and that's going to be passed down to the taxpayers. And you know what? I think people are a little worried that they're going to get a Tunnel Top Park situation where they're promised this great thing, spend all this money, dig up all the road, and then we get something that people are going, huh,
All right, please
that's
conclude
it?
please conclude your
So,
remarks.
I just want to say, save the Los Olas median. Future generations are going to look back on what we did today when that thing is when it's all said and done, and they are going to say that this generation right here, this commission right here in 2024 said, no, we're saving the median and we're saving those trees.
Thank you. Shelby Smith.
Mayor.
Yeah.
Point of information. The agenda item. Could you read what the agenda item is?
Well, that's kind of what I'm going to pay.
Can you please read what the agenda item is? Because, I mean, I don't know why we're going to go down this path if you're going to allow every speaker to do this. That's okay. That's your choice. I know you decide which one of us you like to speak when you like to have that. But I will just say that I will read the agenda item. Motion approving an agreement for design consulting services for the Las Olas Corridor
And that's what I keep reminding
Mobility
people.
Project.
That's all
But
it is.
I
can't
understand.
tell people what they can say and not say.
Oh, no,
I mean, everyone
actually-
has their 2 minutes, and as long as they're close to the
But maybe you
item,
could just remind everyone that we're not here to even discuss the plan. But as I mentioned earlier, the scope of services for the design services is to present to us, as Ben Rogers just showed us, 2 plans, one with median, one
And one
without
without.
median. And then Ben showed us that between the 15% and the 60% of the design phase, that has to come back to us for public input and also for us to discuss that. I'm just making that point. Thank you.
Thank you for your point. Okay, Mr. Goldfeder. Good evening.
Shelby Smith.
Oh, you're Shelby Smith.
I'm Shelby
I'm
Smith.
sorry.
Quite all right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Mayor, Vice Mayor,
Hi,
Commission.
Shelby.
First of all, I need to commend you for determining that how important Las Olas is to Fort Lauderdale, and that you're moving forward with at least getting the design phase in place. It's difficult for me to say trees or no trees, and I again appreciate that that is what we're not discussing now. We're discussing should we move forward with the plans. You need to do this. We need to be able to move forward. We're hearing that the trees may or may not be living long. We need to have the plan in place. We need to have the direction, and your engineers and your designers are going to be able to say what we can do with our existing trees, what we're able to add to it, and what will be probably the best for Las Olas. But you're doing it in 2 different scenarios. Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you bring a good point, and Steve made that again. The thing is whether or not to proceed, and the merchants and as well as the citizens have been very vocal that this has been going on forever. Let's get this thing going.
We need
2
to.
plans.
Great.
Correct.
Thank you,
I
Shelby.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Goldfeder, followed by Ed Smoker, followed by John Gagney.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Avi Goldfeder. I'm from Pompano Beach. And I'm here because I hear a lot of things about how great the progress on Atlantic is and how wonderfully received it is by the community, but it's false. 99% of the people that have to endure it do not appreciate it. When I was in Fort Lauderdale, I was at Sistrunk and Federal, 13th and Dixie, 84 and 95. So Las Olas was always more of a working place for me. But lately, I've seen a lot of projects come around worldwide with things like chicanes and gated entry points and a lot of things over, doing a complete overhaul on cities' infrastructures worldwide. Sometimes it's claimed to be for the environment, about the trees are sick, or we need more traffic calming, or it's a low traffic neighborhood, or lots of different shticks and exaggerations to try to pass off an agenda that has been going on for 30 years globally, worldwide, with the Complete Streets program. And I'm here to say that any plan that's taken on should be having, input from the residents, not from developers, not from civic groups that have their eyes on the money, and not from people that have the idea of stripping all the budget to go put the money in their pocket. I encourage everyone to go look out SavePompano.com, Save Bryony, Save Palm Air Inc. to get some community information and interaction going. I hope everyone here is doing what they can to help their community, but if you're taking money to put this in your pocket, you just got your eyes on the prize. I hope you keep those documents in check, because everyone should go get those FOIA documents to see where this money is coming from. Anything from Rockefeller initiatives, Bloomberg cycling initiatives, globaldesigningscities.org should all be considered highly suspect. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, I just want to make one comment in response to that. It's important for this gentleman to know, but for also everyone, how this was not arrived at in a vacuum. For 2.5 years, we had stakeholders from Andrews Avenue to A1A meeting, I think at least 30, 40 meetings. These were meetings that were open to the public. These were, no, actually it was way pre-COVID. No, it was not during COVID. It was way pre-COVID. It was back in 21, I believe, right, City Manager, when the Las Olas Mobility Working Group was meeting. We actually approved the plan in June of 2021, so we must have been meeting in like 19 and 20 and almost 21.
Correct.
Correct.
It was an extensive period of time.
Yes, that's when that group met. It was every neighborhood association from Andrews Avenue to the beach. It was all of the merchants. It was residents from every single character area for that entire stretch of over 2 miles along Las Olas. That work continued. All of the meeting minutes were posted on the city's website. Every presentation was posted on the city's website. They were talked about in all of the newsletters. I certainly wrote about it in all of my district newsletters as well. And then that all culminated in a report by the Corradino Group, which was hired as the consultant. And then that report was signed off on by all of the folks that had participated for 2.5 years along that entire stretch. I just wanted to make sure people had that historic knowledge. I think it's important because, again, this was not done in a vacuum. This was not done just with development. No, don't tell me okay.
No,
I don't want you to tell me okay. I'm tired of you telling me okay. Okay? Thank you. Thank you. Why can't I ever just finish a thought? Thank you.
I wish you
So
would.
I'm going to just say that it's important that people have that knowledge, that people have that context, that people have that history, so that people just don't make accusations that someone's controlling the process or that only a few select people are controlling the process. This was very much a community-wide approach that was figured out and voted on by the commission after several years of work. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Ed Smoker, followed by John Gagne, followed by Diana Gagne.
Thank you. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours, hundreds and hundreds of individuals from all walks have participated in this, and it's actually, I've been involved since 2010. So yes, we have vetted this process and we keep tweaking it, which is a great thing. This is another tweak tonight. We're just asking to proceed with the process, let the professionals lead and guide us, and we'll have plenty of time to have our input. I ask that you would continue this on. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. John Gagne and Diana. Is that Diana's your wife?
Good evening. And Mayor, I would suggest that you get some music to play, like in the Academy Awards when you need to music people off.
I need to respect everybody's right to speak, so.
I just want to once again voice my opinion in support of the median and the trees. A lot of residents didn't feel like they were informed for one reason or another. Residents have become informed more recently, and there's been a lot of emotion and a lot of support for the trees. You know, there was a rally in support of the median and the trees. And Chris Nelson talked to a lot of the business owners on Las Olas, and they support the median and the trees. I would like to just remind everyone about two major dimensions of this. One is the aesthetic. Everybody loves the way they look. At night when they're lit up, it's beautiful. And if you take them out, you're going to become anywhere USA. You could be in Kansas or Missouri, and you're going to lose that charm, and you're going to lose what draws people to Las Olas. And if you can embrace that, you can find a way to make it work. Maybe not the way everyone might like or at first glance, but if you don't like this, you're going to fight against it. And if you do like it, you're going to fight for it. I would also like to say, in my simple-minded approach, It seems to me like it would be a lot easier to remove the parking, get some paint and paint a bike lane, get a couple of pallets of brick and widen the sidewalk, and you're done. Okay? You start digging this thing up, and you're going to be years. Who knows what you're going to pull out of the ground? It's going to take longer than the tunnel repair.
All right, we'll get there. Thank you, sir. Is Diana here? Hi, Diana.
Hi. I would like to use, hopefully, my best persuasive voice to kind of get you to think about the trees as a natural resource that we should value. Not that many years ago, we had sewer pipes exploding, and I commend the commission because they monitored the water quality, and they got activists involved in restoring the waterway because it was an important natural resource. And I feel like the trees ought to be valued in the same way as a natural resource that we enjoy, both for the aesthetics, but for all the things that a mature canopy can do for purifying the air, for sustaining the birds and the insects, and for humans. And I think these kinds of things, if you do a study, there's nowhere in a spreadsheet where you can put these sort of unquantifiable assets of having a mature tree canopy. We talked about a little bit about mental health, and we had some representatives about mental health, but to be able to look at the branches just reaching up to the sky, and to feel something from that. And if you take that down and you put in palm trees or something that's going to take another 25 years to develop that sort of grandness, I think it would be regrettable.
All
So
right. Thank you.
That's my best pitch.
Thank you, sure. James Carlson, followed by Michelle Hartford, followed by Zach Mern. James here? There we are.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. I'm representing the Coley Hammock HOA. I'm the Vice President. We're in favor of the resolution. I want to highlight also, as a citizen, your comments, Commissioner Glassman. A lot of our members spent a lot of time, a lot of hours in all those workshops, commission meetings, conference meetings. So, we're in favor. It was a lot of agreement, a lot of disagreement, a lot of compromise, and we actually agreed with the vision plan as it was approved. That said, this is the next phase. It's the next logical step in seeing us progress. We have two plans on the table. Coley Hammock HOA is unanimously in favor of this resolution. Also, this came up in our last two annual homeowners association meetings, and it was unanimous to see this progress. So we're in favor of the resolution.
All right, thank you.
The resolution, wait. You're in favor of the resolution advancing both plans?
Well, right now, the resolution that's on the table is to design
Advance.
both plans.
Correct.
So,
Yeah, that's
and
the
there's
idea.
gonna be
Right.
public
It's not
input.
like you're in favor of one versus the other. You're in favor of moving this along.
Right. The
Correct.
resolution is to move this along. We're in favor of the resolution to move this along.
Perfect. Okay,
Thank
that's
you.
what I thought. Thank you so much.
Michelle, I'm sorry. Yeah. Michelle Hartford, followed by Zach Mern. Is Michelle here? I'm sorry? She had to leave? Oh, she went to the bathroom? Okay. Zach Mern. Is Zach here? Zach. Followed by Catherine Prince. Catherine, you're here on behalf of the consulting firm? Where's Catherine? Oh, there you are. Okay. Zach, hi.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak, and thank all of you guys for all of the work that you've done on this project so far. I support moving forward with the evaluations of the two plans. It's important that all information be brought to light, including professional opinions and assessments, so that the public can make an informed decision. But I would also like to say, unless it's absolutely required, I don't think we should remove the Las Olas median along with its trees. Most everyone I've talked to is against the idea. While it may alleviate traffic by widening the roads in the short term, I think it will be an economic net negative in the long term. There's a growing desire across the U.S. to optimize for more walkable cities, Tourists come from all over the world to see Las Olas. It's one of the most iconic parts of Fort Lauderdale. And people love seeing those black olive trees. They love seeing the tree canopy. That's all I have to say about that. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle, Michelle Hartford? Are you waiving your right to speak? Okay. Catherine, followed by Ted and Sarah. Is Ted still here? Okay.
Is Ted still here?
Hi, Catherine.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Catherine Prince. I'm Vice President at WSP, the firm that is hoping to go through this motion today. I lead the climate resilience and sustainability practice for Southeast in the company. And I look forward to working with all of you over the course of the next 21 months to get this project moving along. Thank
All right,
you.
great. Thank you. Ted and Sarah, followed by Melinda Bowker, and then concluding with Charlie Ladd. Is there anybody whose name I did not call that still wants to speak? Please see the clerk in the back of the room.
Now, Ted, make sure you don't don't keep it in like you normally do.
Yes, indeed. Good evening, everybody. Hello, Greg. I'm speaking tonight. Vanessa spoke too. Your original STPs are still coming to the meetings. But, what I would like to say is, all the work that was done in the past, like that Commissioner Glassman brought up, maybe we can put all of that in a time capsule and open it up in 50 years and be thankful that we didn't follow that plan. I think that would be a good idea. But, a lot of people have to go back to their hometowns to see their childhood memories, to remember when this is my hometown. I am not an invasive species. I was born here, and so when I look around, two of the items of my childhood are on the agenda tonight. The Las Olas trees and the Pier 66 declaring it an historical building. Those are two that I used to take relatives when they came down here to visit. We would go up the see-through elevator all the way to the top. At that point, it was the biggest building, so you could see forever. And then we would go down Las Olas to see we didn't go to Las Olas to see the restaurants and the shops. There's lots of those. You went for the medium, the trees in the middle, how cool it looked. And that is something, that we need to just keep to our hearts. And like Commissioner Glass said, I am for moving for this resolution and accepting both of these plans. And I'm confident that we'll come up with the right plan, which would be leave the medium. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Melinda Bowker, followed by Charlie Ladd.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Just a very quick comment on this. Definitely in favor of the motion as it's proposed. I think you're getting two plans, so we're definitely in favor of that. Speaking on behalf of the Downtown Fort Lauderdale Civic Association, we have provided our comments before, after the working group that Stephen Glassman talked about. Our two things for our section, which is Andrews down to the Cheesecake Factory, was that we did not want on-street parking and we did want bike lanes. Didn't really feel we won that. The only thing I would ask in the plan going forward is if we're not going to get bike lanes on Las Olas, if we can look into it on the side streets in our neighborhood, like Las Olas Way, Southeast 4th Street, and we have not taken a position on the median or the olive trees as of yet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ladd.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. I'm very proud to tell you I'm the last speaker, so makes us all happy. I just wanted to make a couple points, and I appreciate the passion that Chris has shown for trees. I alike have passion for the trees and the canopy. I did a little math today. I've done over 4,000 linear feet of streetscape in downtown Fort Lauderdale over the last 25 years, and I've planted well over 100 oak trees in those 4,000 square feet of streetscape. This is important stuff to me. This is about doing it right to make that street special and iconic. Some other statistics of note, There are currently 5 million visitors a year that come to Las Olas. So we have to get it right. And there's things we have to do on Las Olas. Number one is our sidewalks are a hazard. They're not wide enough. I don't think they meet code. We have people stepping out in the street at the biggest choke points, such as El Camino and others. And we have to fix that at some point. I, for one, want to see more trees. And the plan that was advanced ostensibly is to replace the 16 median trees with 100 oak trees in the sidewalks where people walk, as the sidewalks will be made wider. So I don't think when people talk about save the trees, we need to tell the whole story, which is we're actually talking about replacing 16 trees that we can debate what shape they're in, et cetera, with 100 trees. And I think that story needs to be told, because when people hear the whole story, they feel a little different. The other thing I think we need to keep in mind is Las Olas was a dead zone until 1993. The parallel parking was put in 1993. I'm almost done, Dean.
No, keep talking.
Okay. That's when Las Olas had its rebirth. And those parallel spaces allowed merchants to feel like they had a shot that their customer could actually park in front of their store. That parallel parking provided a buffer between the pedestrians and the through traffic, which if you go to Riverside for breakfast and sit 3 feet away from the traffic, when there are no parallel parking in the morning, you can get a sense of what will happen without those parallels. Also, those parallels slow traffic down, because people have to account for people parallel parking, coming out of parallel spaces, opening doors, et cetera. And lastly, that parallel parking is a buffer for delivery vehicles, Uber vehicles, other modes of transportation, the golf carts, as well as UPS, FedEx, et cetera. Without those parallel spaces in those buffer zones, you're going to have a one-lane street where people will stop to unload people, et cetera, and you're going to have a disaster traffic jam. So this stuff's important. We want trees, we want a canopy, we want an iconic street, but let's not characterize people as trying to take away trees, because that's not fair, okay? And I'm looking at you, Chris.
He's finished.
Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, so before we conclude this and before I ask for a motion, I just want, can we stop talking, please? One of the things that I think we need to think about is this. We all realize that these trees are very decorative. They create a nice ambiance on Las Olas Boulevard. If you go out there tonight, you're going to see how the association, the Merchants Association, has decorated them with lights. It's really beautiful to walk down Las Olas Boulevard. It's going to be a shame that someday that's going to be gone. Why? Not because they're going to be cut down, but because they're going to outlive their natural life and they're going to have to come down. I believe we've heard estimates anywhere between 8 and 20 years, the life expectancy of the olive trees. So I think what we're looking forward to tonight is to engage a consulting firm to talk about what's going to happen in the next phase, what's going to happen after these olive trees have reached their end of their life, and how we're going to imagine Las Olas Boulevard. I'm presenting this tonight only because I want us to be a public record, and I want all the commissioners to be able to see this as they're contemplating what the future is like. This was a plan that was given to me by the former city manager, George Hamberry, this week, talking about how we can incorporate a center median as well as allow for the enlargement of sidewalks on the north and the south side of Las Olas. It's kind of an interesting concept, but again, it's really going to be what the consultants are able to come up with. Can we put, what kinds of trees can we replace the olive trees with? Can we put canopy trees on the north and south side of Las Olas? These are the questions that keep coming up all the time, and again, this is about the future. It's going to take years before we get the money for something like this. So we're not even talking about something that's going to happen tomorrow. It's going to take many, many years before we can get over the $100 million that we need in order to complete this project. And at the same time, we're talking about what kinds of trees we should use to replace what's going to ultimately need to replace these olive trees. You'll see in the slide below that it's been talked about. Now, Commissioner Herbst got heartburn when I said a palm tree in the center. But there are certain palm trees that have really expansive canopies called Canary Island palms, which are not only decorative but also have a shading effect. So there are all kinds of possibilities that we can consider here. So let's consider this as the first step going forward, and to engage this firm to bring us some ideas. You know, keep in mind what Vice Mayor has told us tonight is very, very important, and that is that this was part of a process that's taken over almost 3 years, and hundreds of people were participating in this effort. Not everybody agreed with the conclusions, and I think that's why we continue to have this conversation. But the reality is that Vice Mayor and then Commissioner Ben Sorensen participated in hours-long meetings in which tried to engage all the stakeholders in coming up with solutions. Not because there's a problem today, but because we have to find how we're going to keep the ambiance of Las Olas continuing going forward in the decades ahead. Because we know that the olive trees are not going to last forever, so let's try to figure out a plan and what's going to replace them. So do I hear a motion, Commissioner Sturman, on going forward?
Yeah, it's in my district. I do appreciate it. I make a motion to proceed. It's time that we go to the next level. And I think everybody wants to go
Do I hear a
forward.
second? Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M1 is now approved. M2, motion to terminate for convenience previous agreement with Maverick United Elevator and approving replacement agreement for the George T. Lohmeyer Wastewater Treatment Plant Freight Elevator Replacement Project. No one signed up to speak. Who would like to move the item?
Me. I so move.
It's been moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
This is District 4, right?
Please call the roll.
I'm sorry, what?
This is, it says 1, 2, 3, 4. This is District 4. Not that it makes a difference, but okay.
We all pour sewer into the plant.
The end product is from the whole city. Is that what it is?
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M2 is now approved. M3, motion approving a license application and an agreement for the sale, service, and consumption of food and alcoholic beverages on the public beach in front of Jeff Fest Pelican Grand. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to move the item?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, M3 is now approved. M4, motion approving an increase to the civil engineering services continuing agreements with AECom, Black and VTech Corporation, Calvin Giordano and Associates, Chen Moore and Associates, Craven Thompson and Associates, Hayes and Sawyer and Associates, and Kimley Horn and Associates. We're keeping everybody employed, aren't we? No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to move the item?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M4 is now approved. M5, motion approving the service agreements for disaster debris removal and emergency logistical services with Ashbrit as primary contractor. No one has signed up to speak. Someone wish to move the item?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. This is with Ashbrit as the primary contractor and Series Environmental Services as secondary contractor. This is for emergency debris removal. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M5 is now approved. M6, motion approving a First Amendment to the agreement with BDO USA, Virginia Corporation, authorized to conduct business in the state of Florida. No one signed up to speak. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M6 now approved. We now move on to our neighbor presentations, excuse me. Our first one is with Michael Ray regarding lead contamination at FXC and nearby neighborhoods. Mike, did you get the memo that we got this week regarding the results of the testing? No, I did not. You did not. How can we get that?
Rufus, can you assist with that? Can you provide your email address to Rufus James? We'll certainly make sure you get that.
So to summarize it, Michael, they did the summary, they did the soil sample, and they said it's within, well below the federally accepted standards for lead contamination. I'm just telling you that was that. But I want to give you your time to speak. But I just want
Your
you
microphone is not on. Okay, there you go.
I just want you to be aware that we got that memo.
I appreciate
okay? Yes, sir.
I've asked staff to disseminate this to all of our neighborhoods around there, Palm Air, Lofts of Palm Air, Twin Lakes. And I've also asked them to host a workshop so that we can get everybody out there and talk about this, because this report, the conclusions, the analysis are critical to those neighborhoods, and I want to make sure that everybody feels that the city is being wholly and completely transparent with them and have an opportunity for a lot of back and forth. So I've asked staff to do that. Hopefully we can do that potentially, I don't know, Greg, what do you think? June was the day that we had talked about. So if that's still feasible.
Yes.
So right. So I want you and everybody else in these neighborhoods to know that we're going to come out and present this to you, so that it's not just sending you a copy of a report and it's a one and done. So I want to have an opportunity for an interactive discussion on these results. So with that in mind, please go ahead.
That's what we've been trying to get for 9 months now. Thank you. Yes. 3 months ago, when I appeared here, this commission was in consensus on 3 points about the 1,000 pounds of lead that's being dropped over the FXE airport each year. One was that you're very concerned about that. 2, that you're not ignoring the residents of Palm Air Loft. And 3, that you wanted to act as quickly as possible. So where are we now on that? I did a public records request that showed in 2023, 904,941 gallons of leaded gas were sold at FXE Airport. So in the last 3 months since I appeared here, there have been 83,000 pounds of lead dropped over our neighborhoods. Commissioner Herbst, when you appeared before our homeowners 6 months ago, we asked you why our resolution that was passed by our board was being ignored to study the air, water, and soil, not only at the airport, but at the adjacent neighborhoods. And you assured us that the city was already going to do that, and you would send us updates soon thereafter about all of that. We're still waiting. Mayor Trentalis, at the last time
Well, sir,
you said you,
we
excuse
just
me,
got
this
the
is
report,
my
though.
3 minutes.
Okay.
I'd be
We'll
glad
give
to
you
let
more
you talk
time.
if you give me more time.
We'll give you more time. That's
All
not
right.
the problem.
Yes.
So we just got the report. So I couldn't give you a report that I didn't have. So we've got the report. As I said, we're going to disseminate that to everybody. We're going to have an opportunity to have a discussion. But you can't give me a time frame that's arbitrary. So it's not up to me to say I can have a report back for you in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. We hire our experts. They go out, they do their work. And as I told you, and this is what I said, I didn't say I'd have it for you by a date certain. What I said is, as soon as we have it, we'll get it to you. And that is exactly what we've done.
I specifically asked you, are you doing study on the air, water, and soil at the airport and the adjacent neighborhoods? You said, yes, we are.
And that's what we've done.
And I said, that's not what I just heard. I heard only at the airport.
No. We've done, so Rufus.
Well, if this is cutting into my time, I'd really
No,
rather.
I stopped the clock.
Right, no,
Okay.
we stop the clock, because I want this to be, I want this to be robust. I want to make sure the information that we're exchanging between each other is accurate. So, Rufus, can you please speak to that? Did this study address the soil in the neighborhoods?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. This was not a study done in the neighborhoods. This was on the airport.
This is the airport only?
Yeah.
So
and
we're
it's
still doing the study on the neighborhoods?
Well, here's the explanation that we had with the consultant. When airplanes do run-ups before they take off, they're at 2,200 RPMs for at least a minute checking their systems. So the locations that were selected on the airport were the run-up areas specifically. And in those locations that they did those soil samples, they found at the max 43 was the number, and even in some of those locations, nothing was detected. So,
all right, then I'm going to interrupt you, and Mr. Manager and Rufus. So I'm going to say that I'm very disappointed, and I apologize to you. My request, and I made it on the record multiple times, was that we do every impacted neighborhood, and we do the church across the street, irrespective of what we find on the airport property. I get that. I understand where you're coming from, and you're going to extrapolate from a scientific perspective and say if there's no lead here, then there's no lead there. But I, on the record, explicitly asked that we do each and every neighborhood so that I can say to my residents, we've tested your backyard. We asked for that. That's what the consultant was supposed to be doing. And to be finding out now that that was not done is unacceptable. So let us go back, please, get the consultant on board and go test those neighborhoods. We can't have this.
Well, that's what I would ask is what neighborhoods? Because
so I was very clear.
Is it the whole city?
No, I was very clear that it was going to be Palm Air, the Lofts of Palm Air, the church across the street, and Twin Lakes. We said this. This is
I
not
wasn't
the first
aware that it was the neighborhoods. It was the
Rufus,
airport.
I said this on the record at the meeting. This is not the first time I've said this.
I'm
We
not
will do that,
denying that. I'm
Commissioner.
just saying I wasn't aware.
We will do that, Commissioner.
Greg, was I clear with you?
We will do that.
Thank you.
And so we will make sure that we hit every one of those neighborhoods to give the above and beyond assurance that there is no trace of any type of contaminant related to the airport fuel. We want to give that certainty, and we will certainly do that.
And just to be certain, so I understand, it's the Loss of Palm Air, Calvary Chapel, and which is the other neighborhood?
It is the neighborhoods that encircle the airport. So find me a house that's next to the airport and test their soil.
Okay.
We will
you don't need to come to Imperial Point.
Well,
you don't need to come to my neighborhood in North Gulf Estates. I get that.
So again, what I can share with you from the report, this is the consultant. Based on the results that they got from the airport, they recommended no more soil testing.
I don't care what they recommended.
And so when we asked them to do soil sampling in the neighborhoods, that's a wide net we're casting. Because it's not just the Loss of Palm Air, it's not just Calvary Chapel. There's Imperial Point to the east. There's Twin Lakes to the southeast.
And those are exactly the neighborhoods that I specifically delineated. I said we're going to do Palm Air, Lofts of Palm Air, Twin Lakes. Okay, we need to be looking at every, so Imperial Point is not adjacent to the airport. These are people that are there when the planes are taking off and landing directly over their head. And I just want to be abundantly clear with this, okay? Consultants work for us, not the other way around. Consultants don't tell us what they are going to do. We tell them, go do it, and they go do it. And then they charge us for it. And that's how this works. I don't want this kind of pushback, okay? I am
It's
not
not
going to have
pushback,
a... Yes,
Commissioner. It's
it
not
is, because I
pushback.
asked for this, and I didn't get it. And I promised my neighborhoods that they were going to get it. And now I'm sitting here having to explain and apologize. I don't want to apologize to my residents when health and safety is involved, and I explicitly asked for this. We were clear on this. I should not have to do this.
Mr. Commissioner, we will do that.
Thank
We're
you.
very-
Can I interject here for just a second? Because I remember originally Rufus had told us that we don't really need to do soil samples because of some scientific approach to determining whether or not the possibility of lead deposits could possibly be emitted from the type of airplane traffic that we had going there. And we said, that's not good enough. We really want you to do soil samples. And there was this, the targeted area was right at the end of the runway, as I recall. So with all due respect, Commissioner, I don't remember doing a wider net in the neighborhoods. It might have been your expectation. I don't personally remember hearing that. I'm in favor of doing the wider network. I think there was a misunderstanding if that was the expectation.
I think my exact words were, "We are not going to have a Flint, Michigan in my district."
Yeah, I understand that, but I do recall...
There was no misunderstanding.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Well,
there was
I think
no
there was,
misunderstanding.
and I think that's why the scope was not extended past the runway section, and I think that was what I understood was the scope of the work.
I followed up on this multiple times. I didn't just ask for this once and then forget about it. I have asked, my staff has asked repeatedly for how this was progressing. So, no, respectfully,
Well,
Mayor.
we don't know what the this was, though. The
Yes,
this.
it was. I mentioned these neighborhoods. I said Calvary Chapel and the playground over there.
Okay.
There could be no misunderstanding about that.
Okay, so we'll move forward on that. It's not,
Well, but now they've got to wait another 6 months.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. Right. So let's show a sense of urgency for the health of the children in my district.
So,
Well,
Mayor,
the-
I have
the
a
test
I have a-
will- wait,
I have a question for the
all
city
right, go
attorney,
ahead, go
actually.
ahead.
Whenever you have a chance.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to understand something in terms of process, because I know that all of us in our districts cannot just act unilaterally and have a consultant go do work and bill us for it. But so I'm asking the city attorney, does this have to go through some sort of process where we actually have bids to do this work, where we actually decide as an entire commission? Or are you telling me that we can just go ahead now and order anything we would like in our district and it just gets done and paid for and it doesn't come to the commission? I just want to know what that process is, regardless of what the issue is.
So respectfully, I asked during a commission meeting to the city manager. I did not instruct staff. I do not violate the charter.
All right.
I'm not saying anyone's instructing staff. I'm just wondering what the process is for us to do work like this, because obviously a consultant's going to have to go out and do some work. There's obviously going to be a bill involved. Does this have to go through procurement? Does this have to go through bids? Do we have to have an RFQ? I just want to know what the process is, or are we all, as individual commissioners of districts, permitted to just go ahead and ask for and order and expect these kinds of jobs to be done without us going through any kind of formal process? I just want to know what that is going forward, that's all.
Okay.
There is a procurement process to follow. In this case, they may be able to build off of what they've already done as an expansion of the current agreement.
So then I would expect us to come back to the commission with some sort of formal action and back up, and for us to read and be educated and understand what the scope is of the services, how far that net is, and just so that we're doing this like we would do any other consultant procurement issue.
Depends on whether it's below the city manager's purchasing authority.
So-
Kind of like BDO.
Staff has some information they'd like to share to show how we can facilitate doing that.
Good evening. Susan Grant, Assistant City Manager. And yes, it went through the appropriate procurement process. There are thresholds. When it's below a certain amount, you get 3 informal bids, et cetera. Rufus and Linda explained that this was 25,000, below 25,000. So again, they went through the appropriate procurement processes, and it was under the city manager's authority that was signed. We'll have to find out what expansion would be and go through that appropriate process as well.
Okay.
Thank you, that's all I was asking. Thank you.
And now you may, I apologize for interrupting you during all this.
You can
Before
continue.
I resume, I would ask,
You
can
can
I be
continue, Mike.
reset? Because I was interrupted far before 1:25. I was interrupted far before 1 minute. Sure.
All right. Well, I mean, come on.
Mayor, if you would kindly give
Don't
us-
worry about it. Just
All right.
finish your comments. Complete your comments. that's
Okay.
all.
You also said you wanted to act very quickly on this matter, as quickly as possible. However, when I appeared here 3 months ago, you were under some misinformation about the fact that receiving grants at FXE from the FAA somehow precluded or hindered you in promoting and selling unleaded fuel at that airport, when in reality, the exact opposite is the truth. As long as you have leaded fuel available for those who want it, you can still sell and promote unleaded fuel. In fact, the FAA has a program called EAGLE, which I've given you documents before, and they're in exhibits today, to promote the use of unleaded fuel to educate airports, pilots, and communities. So that's not a hindrance. That seemed to be the biggest hindrance on your mind at the last time I appeared here. So why you couldn't promote and sell unleaded fuel. Now there's 36 other airports around the country that are already doing this. Naples, Florida has been doing it since June of last year. Again, there is no safe level of lead for children. And the lead goes up to 10 blocks, science has shown. So, also, at the last meeting a month ago, my associate presented a resolution to ask that you do this very thing. The mayor thought it was a great idea. Actually, Mayor Trantalis, you said that that this would be put on the agenda as soon as possible. It's not on the agenda today. I find it kind of appalling that you were able to set an agenda item for next month about a dog park, but not take it as serious about children being poisoned and possibly dying. Anyway, I would also like to say, as far as Commissioner Glassman, last month you said that you thought there's nothing more important for children than a good education. I would say it's more important that they not be poisoned to death by this lead, which causes bone defects, brain problems. Commissioner Sturman, you gave a proclamation, this is Mental Health Month. What could be more important for mental health than protecting our children from being poisoned by lead? Also, you have 4 children, you say, that went to school in Fort Lauderdale schools. What if they went to Calvary Chapel across the street from this airport where the poison is falling, and they asked you, why haven't you done anything yet to stop the lead from being sold at the airport? What would you tell them? Commissioner Beasley Pittman, I understand you were or are a youth minister. What if this lead were being dropped over to your youth group and they asked you the same questions? What would you tell them? Why you have not done nothing yet to stop the lead poisoning, as 36 other airports have done, as the FAA is encouraging. And I have filed more exhibits. There are now over 1 million gallons of unleaded fuel available for sale. So there's no reason why you should not be doing that. These other airports are providing incentives for people to switch over to unleaded fuel. They're buying tanks for unleaded fuel. They're paying the cost differences per gallon. They're even getting grants. The EPA just gave a $750,000 grant to the state of California for this very issue, to educate airports, pilots, and the public on how to transition as quickly as possible. The only reason the FAA has not banned this leaded fuel until 2030 is because the EPA has not yet set any standards for this level of pollution, and because until now there has not been enough unleaded fuel available to accommodate switching over.
Michael, can you please conclude your comments?
Yes. There is no reason possible on earth that I can think of why you should continue to be allowing poison to be sold at the airport, which may be killing children, causing brain damage, heart defects, etc. You're a cardiologist, you should know that. This is a mental health month. Do the right thing. Put that resolution on the agenda. Pass it. Stop poisoning us. If you can't do that, why are you even here? You should quit, or you should have someone else should be elected to take your places. If you can't protect our very health and lives, then what else can you do? Why are you even here? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next neighbor presentation is Gina Rumble. Gina, are you here?
She already did.
She spoke at the other item, but she didn't want to do any more. Okay. And now our third neighbor presentation is Mike Struzziero regarding pedestrian walkway on Southeast 15th Street. Are you here, Paul? Oh, there you are. Sorry if I messed up your name.
It's Paul Struzziero. That's a tough one. My family even pronounces it wrong. I have a, here we go, slide presentation. The first thing I'd like to talk about, this is Southeast 15th Street in Fort Lauderdale. The real issues are this. It's the safety of the children and the safety of the residents. This is a very high-density street. There's a lot of traffic, plus there's all the boat ramp traffic going from Cordova all the way down to the public boat ramp. There's always pedestrian traffic on this road. It's almost 24/7. You can drive down this road any time of the day, and you will see a pedestrian, children, people on bikes. So,
what's the right-of-way that we have on 15th Street? Do you know, Ben? I know where Paul's getting at. He wants to see if we can construct sidewalks or bike paths. Do we even have right-of-way to do such a thing on 15th Street?
Yeah, Mayor, I believe the right-of-way is about 4 to 5 feet to the outside of the edge of pavement for the roadway.
4 to 5 feet past the white line?
Yeah.
Okay.
okay, that's a very good lead-in for this presentation. These are all pretty recent pictures that I've been taking. I live on Southeast 15th Street. A couple of statistics for you. There's over 800 residents, or 800 residences from Cordova all the way down to the Fisheries Restaurant. 800 residents represents over 1,400 people. So that gives you an idea of the density of this street. You can see the child here trying to avoid a car that's going down the road. You can see this woman pushing a stroller with a baby in it with a boat coming down. She is literally in the middle of the street. And here's a few more pictures. Here's another woman taking her son to school. Harbordale Elementary School is just past Cordova. I have the full support of the principal of Harbordale Elementary to fix this situation. Another interesting picture here is up in the top right. You got two gentlemen walking west on 15th Street. There's a car coming up behind them. All it takes is a millisecond for that driver of that car to look down, to text, and we all know we're guilty of texting and driving, and he's going to absolutely kill two people on this roadway. And if that's not enough to get your attention, there's two people in wheelchairs that live down at the end of 15th Street, and these two gentlemen have to navigate a wheelchair on the roadway, and in one case in the middle of the roadway. And if that's not enough to get your attention,
okay, we get the point.
how can you possibly walk down this busy roadway? And this doesn't happen. This happens several times a day because of that boat ramp.
Yeah, so you have a commercial use at the end of the street, I know.
Yes.
Isn't that also 15th Street Fisheries at the end of that street?
Yes, yes. So you have all this pedestrian traffic, you have local residents, and plus you have tourists with all the hotels going in around the convention center. If they decide to walk to the Fisheries Restaurant, they're going to be taking their lives in their hands. Now, my question to the city,
and this has to wrap up your comments, please.
Okay.
Yeah, so please proceed.
Okay. So my concern is this. From Cordova West to Federal Highway, they are enforcing the parking ban on the easement. There's no cars parked on the easement east or west of Cordova to Federal Highway. Now, when you look east of Cordova, from Cordova all the way down to the Fisheries Restaurant, they allow tandem parking. And the tandem parking, they not only come up to the white line on the roadway, many times they're protruding into the roadway. So how is a person supposed to walk down this roadway? This is the city's plat of where the easements are, these blue lines. So cars should not be allowed to park in this easement. You know, we talk about the code section 25 to 40. It talks about quality of life. Sidewalks are essential. Without sidewalks, it's the responsibility of the city to provide protection, a right-of-way on the easement.
All right, so please conclude your remarks.
Okay. Zero vision we talked about. So my solution is this, is if we can't construct a sidewalk, I know it's in the plan for 2025, I suggest the pedestrian pathway. We have 3 pedestrian pathways in the immediate vicinity of 15th Street. We have one just north of Cordova on 10th. We have one on A1A, and we have one on Rio Vista, which is right around the corner. The solution is simple. To construct this pathway, you enforce no parking within the easement, and the cars that are tandem parking, I know it would be an inconvenience for the owners of the cars. But each of these complexes, there's 5 complexes that would be affected. There's an equal amount of room to move the cars anywhere from 4 to 6 feet closer to the building, allowing the pedestrian pathway.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. I suggest you work with your district commissioner.
Okay, here we go. Ben, could you come up there? We had discussed this a while back, and you know, some of these concerns we had talked about, and Greg, we had spoken, I think last year. We had any update or just any comments about what was presented here?
Yes, I think from a staff perspective, we agree with a lot that is being said, right? There are some unsafe conditions. There's not a dedicated sidewalk. I think we agree on that. I think what we disagree on is the immediacy of a response or being able to implement an action. Since we've been working with the neighbor, probably for the last 6 months or more, we've worked with Broward County Traffic Engineering. They came out and did some pedestrian signage improvements and gave us some feedback on their thoughts. We've worked with the HOA. Staff has been doing research and due diligence on trying to figure out the history of the developments and what property rights or access rights were given to the developments. So there's a lot that goes into it. And I talked with Paul on Friday, and you know, one of my concerns or one of the challenges is it's not as simple as just putting some paint on the road. We got to make sure that the grade is acceptable, that it's continuous, and that the technical and elements are put in. The example I give is a lot of times people ask us to put in a crosswalk, and they just assume it's two lines of paint on the ground. But anytime we touch something, we do have to come up to ADA standards. We have to do much more than the bare minimum, and a lot of times it becomes more complex. So what we've talked with Paul about was the city's sidewalk master plan and how we are trying to prioritize the sidewalk citywide. And there are situations like this throughout the city, just the way that the city was developed. And that master plan is going to have a scoring matrix that will prioritize areas and then give the commission a better understanding of the financial obligations or needs that we would have to correct some of these things, and then attack that on a priority base. So I don't disagree with a lot of what was said. I just don't think there's an immediate solution, but we are working on it.
A couple quick things. First of all, the sidewalk master plan is going to be this summer is when it gets finalized, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Greg, now we meet a couple times a month, but as we hand off to Susan, I don't know, am I allowed to direct staff or not? I know it's you, but
you're the boss.
No, I can't go to staff.
What would you like us for us to follow up on?
Because next time, I've spoken to the HOA president there, and she addressed some concerns on both sides of this, and logistically what we can and cannot do. So put it on our agenda for when we meet, and when you hand it off to Susan.
Yes.
And we'll loop in the president of the neighborhood too, so we could address this. This is a concern that was brought to me that I agree with. Thank you, Ben.
We will do that.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going to have to extend the meeting. So do I hear a motion to extend it to 11 o'clock?
So moved.
Do I hear moved and seconded?
You are very 11. You're pretty optimistic here.
Well, let's just
an hour
make
at a
our
time.
comments concise, and we can get through all this.
Okay.
Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the meeting's now extended to 11 o'clock. Let's move on to resolutions. R1, appointment of board and committee members. Mr. Clerk, would you please read the names into the record?
Yes. For the May 21st resolution, Board of Adjustment, Robert Wolf, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. Douglas Mead, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. Patricia Rathburn, nominated by Commissioner Sturman. Charter Revision Board, Jackie Scott, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Michael Albetta, nominated by Vice Mayor Glassman. And for tonight's resolution, Cemetery System Board of Trustees, Patricia Zeiler, nominated by Vice Mayor Glassman. Marine Advisory Board, Steve Witten, nominated by Vice Mayor Glassman. Parks, Recreation, and Beaches Board, Edon Eckstein, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Solomon Schoonover, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Mary Peliquin, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. Planning and Zoning Board, Michael Weymouth, nominated by Commissioner Herbst. Steve Gannon, nominated by Vice Mayor Glassman. Brian Donaldson, nominated by Vice Mayor Glassman. Brad Cohen, nominated by Commissioner Beasley Pittman. John Barranco, nominated by Commissioner Beasley Pittman. Jay Scheckman, nominated by Commissioner Sturman, and that rounds it out.
Thank you. Are there any modifications or additions to those nominations? There being none, someone like to introduce the resolution?
So introduced.
Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing or nominating, if applicable, board and committee members as set forth in the exhibit attached hereto and made a part hereof. Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and those appointments are now made. And I want to thank those folks for volunteering their time and looking forward to working with you in the future. R2, resolution appointing an acting city manager. Someone would like to introduce the resolution regarding Susan Grant.
So introduced.
Any other questions or comments? There being none.
To introduce a salary?
Well, Commissioner Sturman, do you have any recommendations as part of your resolution for a salary?
There was a number that, I mean, I know that you were going to be, well, how can I phrase this? Do you have a number? I know, no, we had spoken.
First,
remember, you're in
Mayor,
charge of the budget.
Vice Mayor,
Remember.
Commissioner, yeah, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity and the confidence you've placed in me to serve you and the community, and along with our great team. I look forward to doing that over the next 10, 12, 14, whatever the time period is.
Right.
So look forward to that. And I would ask for the salary that Greg is getting.
Okay, now I'm going to...
And I think that would be fair.
Right, and my colleague John has been a charter officer, so he knows the going rate. I'll like to input. Is that okay with you, John?
Yes, it is. I believe we're talking $291,000 and change, and I think it's appropriate to pay her at the same level as the individual currently holding down the position.
And Susan, you're okay with that?
I am.
Okay, my resolution at that amount.
Second.
Okay, the resolution's been introduced, but before we vote on it, I just want to say a couple things. It's with regret that we accept the resignation of our city manager, Greg Chevarria. He's been a great champion for the city of Fort Lauderdale, certainly bringing into the city some wonderful innovation projects, and you know, his youth and his experience has certainly allowed the city to really progress in ways that we before probably could never have contemplated. I wish him all the best in his future endeavors. I think we'll have a smooth transition with Susan Grant, and hopefully with the new city manager that we ultimately choose after the advisory board and our consultant get back to us with recommendations. Again, it's for me, it's I feel there's a void that will be hard to fill, but you know, the city will continue to prosper, and we have great talent in our city, and we certainly have great talent in Susan, and so I'm really looking forward to working with you, Susan, and keeping the city moving forward. So thank you, and Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor, if I may, you need an effective date, which I think is for tomorrow.
Make it effective.
Well,
9 o'clock tomorrow morning?
It says effective upon adoption. I'm sorry?
Tomorrow morning or today?
Let's do it well after the end of this meeting.
At the adjournment of this meeting.
Okay. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing Susan Grant as acting city manager of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, establishing a salary for the acting city manager and providing for an effective date. Vice Mayor Glassman?
Congratulations, yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Thank you. Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that resolution is adopted as amended. Thank
Congratulations,
you so much. Now
Mr. Mayor,
get to
so
work. No,
if that's per adoption, that means that she can come up, right?
It's
not so fast.
I think he said at the end of the meeting.
At the adjournment of the
Oh, okay, all right.
Not so fast.
Boy, what a rush.
R3, quasi-judicial resolution approving a plat known as 1800 State Road 84. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. The commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. We have one person who signed up to speak. Any disclosures, Commissioner Herbst?
hang on 1 second, Mayor. R3, no disclosures.
Is there a representative here on behalf of the applicant? Okay.
Hello.
What was your answer, John?
No disclosures on R3.
Okay. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
No disclosures.
Vice Mayor?
None.
Commissioner Sturman?
None.
Okay, I do not recall having any either, so I'm going to say none as well. Are you Davina?
Yes, I am.
What are you going to put on this site? Are you going to put
A storage facility.
a storage facility?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Anyone have any questions or comments? All right. Someone like to move to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing is now closed. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduce.
It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
And Commissioner, that's for approval?
For approval.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving a plat entitled 1800 State Road 84 and providing for an effective date. Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that resolution is now approved. Congratulations. R4, this is a resolution approving a request for a special permit to extend construction hours for the Pier 66 Hotel and Marina Development, subject to requirements of Section 17-10. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Any questions? We have a few people sign up to
Do we
speak.
need disclosures on this?
No. We have a few people who signed up to speak. I'll announce your names. If you can please come up. Michelle Hartford, Isabel Sturgeon, and Chris Nelson, and Stephanie Toothaker, only for questions, I guess. So is Michelle Hartford still here? Hi.
Oh, no. Push. On the bottom.
Press here.
Till you see till red comes up. No.
On the
down,
bottom of the
down.
microphone.
It says press
where
here.
it says press here.
Oh.
There you go.
Laura, thank you so
I was
much
looking
for
for
your
buttons,
service to our
not
city.
A bar.
So I understand that the hours they want is from 6 a.m. till midnight? I live about from the back of this wall to the back of there. My bedroom is from the Pier 66. I don't think any of you guys would like that kind of noise going on. I've been putting up with it since 2020 when they started dredging, or not actually dredging. They had a shovel out there digging from 7 to 7, which nearly drove me nuts, and that was only 6 days a week. And by the way, this is for something, this is not for a bridge or a tunnel or a highway, something that benefits the public or benefits everyone in general. This benefits only Tavistock, a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. And I just don't think it's right. If they they didn't get this project started on time, I mean, excuse me, why should we suffer? This benefits only them, and the residents nearby will suffer greatly for 6 months. And then what? If they can't finish it, they're going to do it again. They're going to say, oh, we're going to go another couple of months. I think if they hire more people. They should, rather than extending the hours, they should hire more people.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you. Isabel, are you here? There you are. Followed by Chris Nelson, followed by Stephanie Toothaker. You're on. No, you just turned yourself off.
You turned it off.
Okay.
Hi. I'm an abutting neighbor to the project Pier 66. I only received notice that this was coming up Saturday morning. I barely had time to go online and try to find it. I had to call the number that they sent me. By the way, their notice was postmarked April 26th from Fort Myers, so I don't think they actually wanted me to find out about this meeting. I think they act in bad faith. They have a pattern of inadequate notice to get hearings held in summer when they know that I and most of my neighbors are out of town. I'm on the HOA board in our neighborhood, and no one on the board had notice of this meeting.
Which HOA?
The Harbor Beach.
Harbor Beach.
Harbor Beach Homeowners Association. As far as the noise goes, I have fire alarms going off at all hours almost every day. I've complained to Commissioner Sturman, Mayor Trantalis, and the fire department, but there's nothing anyone can do because they already have a permit which is of extended work hours from 7 to 7, 6 days a week, which no one else in my neighborhood has ever been able to get. Where do I go to sleep, to eat, to read, to enjoy the quiet of my home? To take away my quiet enjoyment is a taking of my property rights without compensation. Meanwhile, the traffic that they cause and the dangerous traffic situations they cause during their current working hours is pretty hazardous to pedestrians, bicyclists, and drivers. They have cement trucks coming in. They block all the lanes or 2 of the lanes and the bike lane and the sidewalk. Pedestrians and bikes have to go out into the middle of the street to get around. Their workers are constantly jaywalking, and I think the reason they want this extension is because they are behind schedule. And the reason they're behind schedule is though they started the project in 2019, they stopped to get permit amendments so that they could change their design. And this is another act of bad faith because they continually get a permit, have a design, then they want an amendment. They do the amendment that comes up late at night, so people go home, and we are left with you guys just approving it because nobody's here. I've lived with dirt and dust for 5 years. There's been no abatement. There's been no watering of the dust. There was no compensation for me cleaning my place. I was unable to open my windows for 5 years. I've had no compensation for the extra electric costs because I can't open my windows. It's not my fault that they change their minds and amend their permits. They say they have a contact number, but when you call it, nobody answers. They call you back, but even when they call you back, the person who calls isn't in the area. They're not at the site. They don't know that the alarms are going off, and they have no method of fixing the problem. So please do not give them 18 hours. 18 hours, that's 6 in the morning to midnight. Where am I supposed to go? If you really want to give it to them, make them pay for me to go stay somewhere else while they finish their project. This isn't fair. No one else gets this kind of treatment. Thank you.
Chris Nelson? You're good. And Stephanie Toothaker, you want to respond to any of these comments?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd be happy to. Sorry, I'm falling into the microphone. Stephanie Toothaker and Chris Smith on behalf of Tavistock Pier 66. I just want to be clear that the waiver that's before you this evening is an extension of the existing waiver that's in place right now. I will tell you, we don't love the alarm testing either, but the majority of what Ms. Sturgeon, I believe is her name, is speaking about is alarm testing, which can only happen after hours. So essentially the reason that we're requesting these extended hours are for life safety testing that are happening and deliveries. The concrete pours are done. If you've seen the site, we're in a state of completion. Now what we're expecting is furniture deliveries, decorating the rooms, things like that.
Mr. Mayor, could you please have them not comment? I'd like to hear what she has to say. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but no, please, out of respect to our speaker, please. I will. No, please, let's have respect to the speaker. I ask you, please. Whether you agree with her or disagree with her, we should have respect to the person at the podium. I can't hear her. That's my job. I'll do my job. But please let her speak with respect, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. In any event, that is the reason that we're asking for the extended hours. I did want to address, when the site was decommissioned.
You said this is an extension of an existing?
It's in place right now.
So we're not
That's correct.
changing the hours here?
Correct. That's correct.
So you already have the authority to
We already have the
operate?
authority.
It was 6 months
It
through
expires-
April, I think, and then want to extend it through December, if I'm
That's
not
exactly
mistaken.
right. We're asking to extend it to the time that we're expecting to be done with all of the construction on the site, which is December
I mean, I
of this
kind of
year.
understand why a neighbor would be upset for hearing construction from 6 in the morning to midnight. If you're a
It's
person
not the
that-
construction, though, Mayor, just
So
just
tell
wanna
us
be
a little
clear.
bit, explain to us what's going on here.
The noise waivers are essentially for the life safety alarm testing. That's what the waivers are for. We have a special permitter on the site. We have, the city allows you to do that. So it's special, special construction crews. Not construction crews. Special permitting that comes out, and then the city certifies our private provider.
Okay.
That happens. That doesn't happen. Those testings, those life and safety testings, cannot happen while the construction is happening. They have to happen after construction has exited the site. So they always usually happen after hours.
So what are considered after hours? What's
It's the hours that are in the request.
Right. So is that midnight?
No.
Okay.
No, of course not. No, it's
So
just
what do we-
later than what the code automatically provides.
Okay. So what time are we talking about? 6:30 in the morning till 10 p.m. So it would be those alarm testings would take place after 10 p.m.
No.
Okay. Up until 10 p.m.
And the other issue we have is that for the furniture deliveries and things that are happening now, as the site is essentially built and we're doing finishes,
Right.
that does not happen while the construction workers are there working, because it would damage the inventory that's coming in. So that has to happen after hours. That's what we're asking for the extended hours for.
Is construction still going on there?
There is still construction going on during the day. And the only reason that the site was decommissioned was because of COVID. It didn't have anything to do with amendments to the site plan.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions of Stephanie Toothaker?
Of course. Well, Stephanie, thank you for coming. Chris, thank you for being here. I appreciate you coming before us. And I've received notice from the president of Harbordale Civic Association requesting that I vote this no. I've received phone calls from the president of Harbor Inlet Civic Association. Neither one of us is in town, and they requested no. I received requests from Harbordale, the other third, requesting I vote this no. I brought this up at my pre-agenda meeting. This was the notice. I found out about this when a neighbor called their president of their civic association, who called me about 5 days before. They saw a notice in the newspaper. And I've already spoken to staff about my disappointment, me not knowing this was coming before us. This was not spoken about at the HOA meeting for Harbordale. This was not spoken about at the HOA meeting at Harbor Inlet. This was not spoken with the neighborhoods at Harbordale. What I am requesting at this particular point, and I'm asking my colleagues to support me on this, I think really this needs to be tabled to give you a chance to go at least reach out to those 3 neighborhoods and bring it back, because this is, whether you agree with it or not, the neighborhoods need to be part of this, and they have not been. Go ahead.
Commissioner, are you referring to the noise waiver or the next item, which is PH1?
Well, we'll do one at a time. We'll start with the noise waiver. Okay, and that's what I think we need to table that particular.
So the noise
item.
waiver does not require notice. Those are common for all construction sites, but
Yeah,
I just want to be.
I know, but I require communication with the surrounding neighborhoods as a courtesy.
I'd be happy to address the notice issue on the next
No,
item,
that would be the
which I
next one.
did
They're two
send,
separate
of
ones, but
course.
this one, the same thing. I think that as a minimum, we should at least table it till next time to give you an opportunity to at least talk to the neighbors involved. Because, I mean, whether it is or isn't 6 o'clock, whether it's only 1 day, 4 days, 5, I mean, the way it's written, these people are saying, oh, it's 6 o'clock every morning, they're going to wake up to alarm bells ringing throughout the whole day till 10 o'clock at night. I mean, I know it's not the intention, but this is the perception. I think as a minimum, we need to engage the neighborhood, reach out to those 3 neighborhood associations, and bring them in the loop and bring this back at the next meeting. I think that would be wise.
Like to mention, though, we did reach out not me personally, but Tavistock specifically reached out to the Harbor Inlet Association and offered a meeting.
Okay, and the Harbor Inlet Association president said that is not true.
I have an email that I'd be happy to share.
Okay.
Well, is this, if it is tabled tonight, say to the next meeting, is this going to compromise the performance of your client?
Yes, it's catastrophic for us. The timing is catastrophic for us because the residential units are scheduled to close. And this is I think we've jumped into PH1, which is the amendment to the development agreement. I have a presentation that I would very much like to share that explains.
And I understand that. We'll get there. But I'm just saying, with regard to the continuation of the special permit to extend construction hours, is that's going to compromise the ability of your client?
Chris, why don't you come up?
Why was this not brought forward earlier then? And why wasn't the neighborhood engaged? I don't understand why you waited till...
I'm going to just speak on the noise waiver.
Yeah, I can only speak on the noise.
Can you come up to the microphone, please? Yes.
Sorry.
And please identify yourself.
Sure. Chris Gandolfo, Tavistock Development Company.
Thank you for joining us.
Sure. So what was your question?
Why did you wait until the very last minute to bring this before us, and why was the neighborhood, all three neighborhoods, not informed of the required extension? I mean, you would imagine that they would need to know that they're going to be impacted.
So we believe we followed procedures. We didn't know that we needed to notify the neighborhood associations about an extension of a few months to finish up the construction project.
So maybe you should have brought this before us 1 or 2 meetings prior to this, just to be on the safe side.
I never expected it. I did it, I want to say, with the first noise waiver a while back.
And we did not control the timing. We just follow the process. It
Right.
goes through the building official, then it goes to the manager, then it gets scheduled for the commission. We would have loved to have been on earlier.
Yep, we need to get a little closer to the microphone, folks.
This noise waiver's been in place for 3 years. We're just asking for an extension from now until the
Till
end
December of
the
this year. That I understand.
Right.
It expires in April, then you want to go to December. Okay, so the mayor had a question.
Well, I got a question too, because I just want to make sure I understand. So 2 things were said that I want to know some clarity on. So the first is, I understand that you said that you have to do the alarm testing after construction is done.
For that day.
Correct.
For the day.
There's roughly 800 to 900 workers on site during a day. And
Right.
You can't do that fire alarm and special testing and testing the alarm systems during the day while they're actually doing work, because it's counterproductive. So
help me understand why it's counterproductive.
Please respect the speaker. I asked you. Thank you.
Right. So help me understand why it's counterproductive.
Because there's 800 to 900 men and women working during the day.
Right.
They're actually putting work in place. They're building furniture. They're putting wallpaper up. They're painting. They're putting baseboard up.
Sure.
They're affecting the systems that are getting
Wait,
tested.
sir. I want to hear what you have to say.
So they're affecting the systems.
So
whether
in
getting
our office
tested.
buildings, they test fire alarms all day long while we're working. They don't tell us to leave the building to test the fire alarms. So what's different?
Okay. So your system is operational. Our system isn't operational. So what we're trying to do is debug the system to find out what the operational flaws are.
Okay.
To do that, you have to have basically a serene environment so we can then figure out where the bugs are in the system. That's the testing that goes on.
Okay, so then theoretically, you could tell everybody to leave the site at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and test from 3 to 5?
The testing takes longer than 2 hours because of the size and scale of the project.
So they leave at noon?
What we typically
so
do,
they leave at noon, and then you can test from noon to 5?
Yeah, that would really be affect us financially. We can't have workers leaving at noon every day.
So
they would never come back to work the next day.
Okay, so the question becomes then, so it's your financial versus the quality of life of the neighborhood.
It's not just my financial, it's the workers' financial. Think about if you were a worker and you got sent home every day at 12 o'clock and only got to put in 3 or 4 hours worth of work that day. You would never come back to the job and work again.
Now, I'm just trying to imagine what it's like living next to a construction site for how long you said it's been in place? 3 years? 5. I mean, it's just, at what point does it end?
The other part of that, Commissioner Chris Smith, the other part of that, if we do release them earlier every day, you're just extending the construction.
Right.
So if we're saying now we're going to end in December,
Right.
if we go, under your scenario
Right.
and release them at 2 o'clock, 12 o'clock every day, now we're going past December and we're just prolonging the more construction. We're trying to finish the project.
But if I'm the neighbor, I'd probably rather have you prolong construction hours for a couple hours during. I'd rather have you go 6 months longer, and only half a day than run 24 hours a day and be done in 3 months.
Yeah, but they're going to lose workers.
I don't think that's true. We've had this discussion many times on projects where we've had that debate, and typically the neighbors and I concur, they just want to get it done. I mean, if you look at the reasons why in the backup, why this second request has been made, it relates to not just that life safety testing of alarm systems, but the interior installation of exterior glazing, landscaping, on-off site utility work, pool area construction activity. To me, it makes no sense when you're right at the end now to just delay, because I think that's more painful for the neighbors. And that's the kind of discussion that we've had on major projects in the past, whether, okay, if you don't extend these times, which have been in place for how long now? These hours?
2020?
But I guess that's what the district commissioner wants to do.
Well,
though, is
and
go
the
talk
question
to
is
his neighbors.
right. The question is, you would imagine the neighbors would say, and my question is, what do the neighbors say? And the answer is
because nobody's asked them.
But
we don't know.
how does this affect contractual obligations in terms of sales of the apartments and closings and COs and TCOs and all of that?
But that would be discussed in PH1.
Okay, but I'm saying, but would this delay, if this is granted, what
Yes,
my question
yes,
is?
Yes, I need labor to finish this up.
That's what I'm saying. This is, you can't just look at this in isolation. You have to look at this in relationship to the other items coming before us, because they are connected. They're connected because a delay here would have an effect, a domino effect with the other items coming before us. That would be my concern. How would that affect people that are ready to close, or items that we've just mentioned here in terms of glazing, landscaping, off-site utility work? How would this affect the closings and the TCOs and the COs?
So it delays everything, and it delays their closings. It delays them with their homes where they're moving from. It creates a hardship for them, and it's, in my mind, it could be solved, and we could solve it by just providing us a little bit more time on the extended hours.
Well, candidly, I'm a little less concerned about the hardships on people that don't live here versus the hardships of the people that already live here.
I still think,
right.
If I have to choose between a hardship, I'm going to take the hardship of the person that's moving here over the hardship of the person who's been a member of this community for years. So.
You're prolonging the hardship of the neighbors by extending this project. You're not
helping the situation at all.
You're not easing the hardship.
Well, you're missing the point.
Maybe we should ask the
point.
neighborhood, though.
It's not my call. It's the call of the neighborhood. That, I mean, it's their call whether to. I mean, from what I gather, and Greg, I think we spoke about this earlier. This came up earlier. The neighborhoods were engaged several times with a lot of things with this project over and over again. Stephanie, you've done a very good job with outreach up until this point. I think the question was, will we extend the hours of testing up until April? And the neighbors, I'm not sure about this, but Greg, you gave me an implication that they said, okay, up and through April. And now to extend it past April, they were not asked, for some reason they were not asked at this particular point either.
What are the requirements for notice in terms of extensions of hours like this? What are the actual requirements?
I'm going to ask Chris to come up. I apologize, Commissioner. I don't recall giving you those details, but Chris Cooper will certainly give you those specifics.
Good evening. So the requirements for a noise exemption or extended hours of work are somewhat twofold. So initially, somebody can come in and they can do this administratively with the city manager's approval. What the code provides for is once that time frame the city manager can approve an exemption or a waiver for, it comes before you as a commission for approval via resolution.
Wait, can you just go back? That was a little fuzzy.
Oh, sorry.
What was done, what's able to be done administratively on an issue like this?
So for a certain period of time, with the initial request for extended work hours for construction, we're past that. So what happened about a year ago was a request was made to the commission to approve extended work hours. That has expired. So they're coming back today via resolution to get approval from you to have another term of extended work hours.
So that cannot be done administratively?
Cannot be done administratively.
The extension.
Correct.
Okay, but my question is, what is the requirement, the notice requirement, if there is any, to basically move forward with this with input from the neighborhoods? And is there a notice requirement? I know that I actually received from someone that spends time in my district a letter that she received explaining all of this, dated April 24th, where all of these items coming before us tonight were sent out in a letter. So I don't know, it was dated April 24th. I don't know when it was received, but that's when it looks like the notice went out. But my question is, what is that requirement in terms of notice on something like this agenda item?
So not a notice requirement to come to make the request. There's notice requirements on site once the request is granted that outlines what the extended hours are, so that those around the property have a notice of what to expect.
So our code says no notice requirement to extend these hours once these hours have already been granted.
Right. To make the request, there's not a section in the code that talks about a notice requirement to anybody to come to you to make this request,
So no
other
notice.
than what's posted in the agenda tonight.
Right, so that was done obviously kosher, that's
Correct.
obvious, right? And so then the notice that was sent out on April 24th was done as a courtesy, even though it was not even required by our code.
Yes, I'm not aware of the notice, but
I've seen the letter.
Okay, so yes, it wouldn't have been required by the code.
So that was done as a courtesy, again, to the neighborhoods without being required by
That was
code.
for the next item.
No, I think it was it for the next item or just not the noise? Okay, so, thank you. I'm done.
What kind of noise are we talking about? Is this alarm system done inside the buildings, or is it why does it emanate? You know what? Please stop. Does it emanate from the inside to the outside? Is it an outside source? How does that-
Chris, don't sit down. Come on back up.
We're
not done with you yet.
It's a noise. It's a alarm that's attesting a fire has been reported in your building. Please report
I understand
to the
that,
next
but
floor.
is it from an alarm that
It's
is
inside-
inside the building?
It's
or
inside the
outside?
building.
It's inside the building.
It's inside the building.
So-
it echoes outside the building. It goes outside. If a window is open or door is open, you're going to hear it from the outside.
Right, but the windows aren't in yet, right?
Oh, windows are in.
Oh, they are in.
Windows are in.
So the windows are in, and the source of the source of the alarm is inside.
It's also outside because it's in the garages.
It's in
So
the
there's
garages.
open garages. So when the alarm goes off, it goes off everywhere in the building. That's the way that it's tested. So you can see where the actual fault in the alarm is, if there's a fault in the alarm.
And are these garages part of the hotel garage or the condominium?
Everywhere. So there's garage underneath the resort residence, there's garage underneath the hotel, and there's garage underneath the condo buildings.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Go ahead.
Chris, come on back. Excuse me. Chris, come on back up there. Go through the scenario again one more time. The city has administrative power before coming to the commission to go to a certain point, and then they had to come back to the commission. And when did that occur?
Let me see. I think the previous extended hours approval from the commission was about a year and 2 weeks ago, but I'll need to verify.
But, and they extended it for a year, right?
Well, you know, while he's looking that up, I just want to ask you a question.
Yeah, so
please. I have the floor.
First that you had approved was April 4th of last year through April 21st of this year.
Because it expired and it needed commission approval.
Correct.
Now, to go back to Commissioner Glassman's comment earlier, he said, I would imagine that the community would not mind extending the hours of testing to shorten it. And that's apparently what I gather from the neighborhood. That's what happened. We went to the neighborhoods. From what some of the neighbors said, they did ask. This is a year ago, and they said, listen, here's what we'll do. If we could shorten the amount of time, we'll allow you to test for a longer period, and it'll be no more than a year. So saying to you, I'm sure the neighbors would rather extend the hours if they could shorten the time and finish it in a year. And that's what happened. They extended the hours, and a year has come, and it's not done. And they're going to extend it again, and for some reason this time around, they didn't do the same process by going to the neighbor and saying, listen, could we extend the hours and shorten the time? It wasn't asked of them, and they said, no, we've done this once. Nobody asked permission the second time, and no. And I think until I get permission from the community like we had done last time, I think it's not my prerogative to impose that on my neighbors without them at least being asked their opinion. And that's where I stand.
Without this testing, can they complete the project?
No.
So if you can't complete the project, where does this lead?
No, we have to do the testing to have the fire department test all the alarms to make sure that the building's a safe place to live.
And how often does the testing take place?
The testing takes place every day.
Every day?
Because there's 5 different components. There's villas 1 and 2. There's villas 3. There's the there's the existing hotel tower. There's the new hotel wing, and then there's 2 condominium towers. So there's 5 separate projects.
Okay, so there's testing every day for 2 hours, and it's done either early in the morning or late at night. That's kind of crazy.
Most of the time, it's done at night.
Oh, it's done at night, when most people are home. Did you want to say something?
I did. I happen to be a neighbor. My name's Lawrence Gilman, and I'm closer to the Pier South lot.
Okay.
But I walk and ride my bicycle and drive through both lots. And I'm in the development industry in this a big city, and I can empathize with both the developer and the residents. And honestly, the sooner this gets done, the happier I will be.
Right.
But however, in most cities, what they do is they come up with a noise mitigation plan. And what this team behind me is explaining to you is the most efficient way to do it, with maybe the most pain to the community. But maybe there's a happy medium. And I think that's where you are going, Commissioner Sturman, to come up with a proposal, a noise mitigation plan. The fire alarm testing can be done at any time. It's just most efficient when everyone's gone. It's best at night because you can test the light emissions of the strobes. But there are elements of a fire alarm system that can be tested in segments in a silent mode when you call like ringing it out, where they can test the smoke detector. They don't have to have this thing blaring. So I think there's a solution where that during the evening hours, when the building is enclosed, they can do some of this ringing out in a silent mode to make sure the device communicates with the fire command station. And then maybe on a Saturday, if you want to give them some kind of variance, like after 10 o'clock, from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock, they can do some ringing out. I'm sure that when the fire department comes, it's a multi-day test. You may be able to give them some dispensation then. But for a long, drawn-out process to continue, and you also have to remember, we have Pier South coming. It's going to be the same thing for years. The dust, the noise, the trucks. What most major cities do is they only give these permits in commercial districts. In the residential districts, they give extra allotted time, but only once the building is enclosed or to allow, let's say, concrete pours to finish, so they don't wind up with a concrete truck that can't finish the pour because they need an extra hour. So, and I think the idea is and the purpose of them making this application is so you can consider this again and you understand what the neighborhood is going through. So, I think it's a great idea to come up with a noise mitigation plan, figure out a way so we don't have a nuisance, and, in most cases, they allow interior work. When the building is buttoned up and the windows are in, you can paint, you can put wallpaper up, things that don't make a lot of noise, and limit it to that. And then after, the heavy work is done, maybe it'll lengthen the schedule by a month, and that would be a shame, but quality of life is important. It is a residence district, and these things are enormous.
It's not the laying of wallpaper we're worried about. It's the testing of the fire alarm for 2 hours every day.
It's not necessary. It can be done during normal business hours. It's
they
more
said
convenient.
that they have to clear the site.
Well, that's how I understand most construction is done, though,
not.
Mayor. I agree with that. Most construction projects, they do testing during the day. This is
We
very
don't do
common.
fire alarm testing on residential buildings where the neighbors can have audibility. And I appreciate where you're getting at, but there's a happy medium, and I'm willing. I wouldn't fight you if we can have an agreement that there's no heavy deliveries, the trucks. So, and I think that's what it is. And my proximity is, I'm 40 feet from Pier South, So that's coming next. So I think this is going to be a situation where they're going to use this thing as an example. Listen, it worked over there. Let's do it over here.
Right.
So I'm not opposed to consideration, and I think that's what this is about, them making an application and you giving them fair consideration, and they give the community consideration, and maybe you give them a little bit to help the job get done, but not at the cost of these crazy hours. I mean, I can't, I'm literally 40 feet away, and I hear it across the roadway, let alone the people that are on the other side. You know, my pain's to come. So I think that, you know, a noise mitigation plan is not unusual, and a description of what the work is. I mean,
Chris,
that's pretty
Chris,
straightforward.
Chris, could you come? Is there? I mean,
so there
you
is a
talk about a
path,
noise
perhaps.
mitigation plan. What? And Stephanie, is there a way to?
We
is there,
submitted a noise mitigation plan. That's part of the application. There is
Okay.
a full
What-
noise mitigation plan
what
that's
could
included.
be done to I mean, you've heard some of these concerns of the neighbors. What are some of the things that could be done? I mean, 6 o'clock till 10 at night. What's some of the things we could do to get a compromise out of it? Well, 6:30. Oh, my mistake. 6:30.
It's not to midnight, till 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I think what we have is we set it right now for 10 o'clock.
No, it says 10.
It says 10, I think.
In the backup says 10.
10 o'clock. Okay. There was a way. For the record, is it 6 or 10?
We believe it's 10.
So
It was
6:30 to
already
10. Okay, so
for 10.
that's put to rest. It's not midnight. At least we'll start with that.
Yeah.
What other things could? I mean, I hate to do this on the dais. I would have rather. I mean, one of the things I will offer, and I'm going to come up with a couple thoughts. I would like to make my office available to have a community meeting within the next week or two with Harbor Beach, Harbor Inlet, Harbordale, Tavistock to talk about some of these concerns. I would really like to do that.
One thing, because what it says is 6:30 to 10 p.m. We could agree not to do any in the morning. It would only be after the construction workers have left, so there's no early morning alarm testing.
So the construction workers usually leave what, 5, 4:30?
No. So there's shifts working right now. So the last of them usually leave around 5.
Right.
Unless I have some testing and deliveries going on.
Right.
Could
So
I
you
ask-
could do it in the early evening or late afternoon.
Yes, if we want to try to resolve this evening, you know, I could talk with the team and go on record of saying we'll stop at, instead of 10 p.m., 8 p.m.
Can I make a suggestion? And I was just speaking to staff about my scheduling and whatnot, and I'm going to throw this out to my
Actually,
colleagues.
Warren, before you do that, I want to ask one question too. So when they were doing the airport project, all their crews at the airport started working at 5 a.m. so that they could finish up earlier. So is that a possibility that your crews can start working at 5 a.m. and not 7:30? So
I don't think the
that
neighbors
there's-
want that.
5 a.m.
The neighbors
No,
don't
but
want
I'm not
that either.
talking about testing. I'm talking about if you're doing
even if-
interior work.
Okay, good.
Wait, hold on. I think if you're doing interior work at 5 o'clock in the morning is a lot better than an alarm going off at 10
But
o'clock
it's
at night.
It's the trucks going back and forth.
I'm going to
It's the-
propose.
that's an imposition on the folks.
I'm going to propose a compromise I think that everybody might like. Option one is to table this for 2 weeks. Get community. No. Table this for 2 weeks to get community input and see what the neighbor. You're asking me what I want, and it's not what I want. I don't know when they go to bed, when they wake up, what's going to be the best for the neighborhood. So I can't answer that going at 10 o'clock is the best thing. So option one is the table. You say it's going to be financially devastating to you. Option two is to grant you a two-week permit to go ahead and do this with some of the things you're trying. And in that 2-week period, I'll go ahead and get a community input, see what they want, and if they want it earlier or later to get an idea with the community. But at least you could go ahead with it for a couple weeks while you're figuring
While
out.
you're able to come up with a
Correct.
mitigation
How does that
plan.
sound to the community and you guys?
Well, I think it's a fair compromise because it keeps the project going because we don't want to stop.
Right.
And at the same time, it gives you the time to work with the neighborhood to come up with a sound mitigation.
But keep in mind, we need community input, or after 2 weeks the sunset. So we need to get.
Well, next meeting.
Correct. The next meeting.
And what happens if we don't reach consensus?
You will find a consensus. We'll find something.
Really? And you can guarantee
no,
that.
No, let me tell you something. If you go in there and you tell the people in my community, we're going to be banging from 6 a.m. till 10 o'clock at night, 7 days a week, and they say no, there's no consensus, and you can't. Everybody has to be reasonable here, and that's.
Okay.
If the
I will-
district,
I mean,
the
look,
district- the
that's
district-
option one or number two. You could go with option two, and we'll just table it for 2 weeks.
No, that's not good.
Okay,
The
then
district
go-
commissioner is offering to approve this
Yes.
for 2 weeks, which gives you the time to work with him and the neighborhoods. At least this keeps us moving for 2 weeks, and then we'll be hopeful that you'll all come to some sort of consensus. I have no idea what that is. Your offer of 8 p.m. seems very reasonable to me. I don't know about how people are going to feel about 5 a.m. starts, but I would rather see this just continue. I really just want to see this project finished. I just think that it makes no sense to just delay when we're at the end now. We really are at the end, and I would like to see this get done, and with the least possible roadblocks, but at least the 2 weeks now that the district commissioner is requesting gives you time to talk and meet. To me, that seems like a much better option than tabling.
Okay.
And the other thing is, the biggest issue is that they're not outreach. I mean, the particulars are concerning to the neighbors, but the fact that they weren't part of the decision at all, that's the bigger issue. That will be solved in this 2-week span, because we will loop everybody in. Stephanie will make yourself available, and our staff will too.
Could I
that's
ask
fine.
another question too? So as I understood it, you got the extension on this a year ago, is that correct?
Yes, our understanding it was that you could get the waiver for 1 year.
Right, so you got a waiver for 1 year, right? So your expectation is that this project was going to be completed in a year, and...
No, we could only get the waiver. Our understanding was we could only get the waiver for 1 year.
Okay, so you got a 1 year waiver knowing that you weren't going to be done with the project in a year?
Correct.
Okay. Did the neighborhood understand that, Warren, or did they think the project
From
was
what
gonna
they
be done in
gathered,
a
they
year?
said, okay, we'll let you do these extended hours for a year, and it will be done within a year. They were under the impression, well, that's their impression, whether it was true or not. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I mean, we've
Yeah.
always
Yeah.
told the whole community what our construction
And you thought
schedule
it would
was
be,
and our
yeah.
phasing was.
Okay.
Commissioner,
I
would you
think
like to
that's a good
introduce-
compromise.
you wanna-
Does everybody
Would you
does
like to
everybody-
introduce the resolution then?
Okay, resolution that, no, not morning, but you'll for the 2 weeks, you'll do the afternoon. Is that how it's going to
We'll
go?
continue the existing permit for 2 more weeks, at which time this will bring it back to the commission. In the meantime, this is not part of the resolution. In the meantime, you'll have the opportunity to meet with your neighbors, with them, and see if we can come up with a mitigation plan.
So the existing permit then is still till 10 o'clock at night?
Yes.
Well, they agreed to 8.
To 8, you're right. You agreed to 8.
Well, so that's what I want to be sure, because you're saying under the existing
You said you're going to
terms-
limit it for the next 2 weeks to 8 o'clock,
Right,
yes.
so they extended till 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, then
Will
we
they
have
be
to change
starting
the
at 5?
resolution.
Well,
That's what we're
modified,
doing it.
As amended.
As amended, with the 2 week, a sunset in 2 weeks, with the intention of bringing it back and limited to 8 o'clock at night and meeting with the neighborhood. Okay.
I'll second that.
Well, it's just a resolution. So, all right, if there are no further questions, please call the roll.
I just want to ask.
sorry.
I want to just ask everybody if we're all in agreement on this before we vote on this, because I didn't know that. Now I thought we were just extending what we already had
No,
to
they've
10, but
agreed
now
to-
we're moving it back
Since
to
they
8.
said 8, we might as well take advantage of that offer.
Yes.
And
Are we going to still be able to? Are we still going to be able to move this forward with the 8 p.m.
Yeah.
And not lose time?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Will you all be starting earlier, or will it be consistent with
6:30.
6:30 to 10?
Right.
To 8.
Now, when,
I'm
we
sorry,
meet,
to
when, we,
8.
when we meet with the neighborhood, they might say, who knows what, they might say, listen, 8 o'clock till 10 at night, we don't want the morning, we don't want the, look, get the neighborhood's input, whatever we do, we'll tweak it.
I agree with you.
Okay, fine, I'm okay with that.
You have to delete the December 31 in the reso.
No, it's 2 weeks, it's 2
There's a
weeks from
December
today.
31 in the reso that must be removed.
Right.
So
Correct.
he's amending the
It's
resolution.
amending the resolution, not December, for 2 weeks from today. You know the date on that?
So
Tom, what's the
today's
date on it?
The 21st.
Okay.
Just 2 weeks from today.
21st.
And
21st.
Stephanie, we'll meet, we'll make it work. We'll
So
make
it's
it work.
6:30 to 8 p.m. That's
That's
what
correct.
we're talking
Correct.
about.
6:30 a.m.
A.m. to 8 p.m.
Not at 2.
And everything else is staying.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, please
I'll
call
move it
the roll.
as amended.
Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes. As amended. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, authorizing the approval of special permit to extend construction hours for the Pier 66 Hotel Marina development subject to requirements of Section 17-10 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and providing for an effective date. Vice Mayor Glassman.
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman.
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst.
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and that resolution is approved. PH1, it's a public hearing to consider a resolution for an amendment to a development agreement between the City of Fort Lauderdale and Tavistock Development Company. My understanding, this is going to take two readings.
The amendments to the development agreement require 2 readings, so we've got to come back in 2 weeks anyway.
So I had folks from the neighborhood saying they didn't have enough time to review this and so forth, and I respect that. But there is another opportunity to come back between now and the second reading for the district commissioner or anybody else on the commission to meet with the folks in the area to make any changes or recommendations to modify this.
That's correct. There are 2 full public hearings on this item.
Okay.
So tonight would not be an adoption. I just am asking.
It's not an adoption, right?
I'm just asking for the opportunity to present on the changes that we are requesting and explain why we're asking for changes.
Okay. So I recommended to Ms. Toothaker that she take a few moments and do a presentation, explain what the purpose of this is, so the commission is fully apprised and the community is fully apprised as to what the intent of this proposal is.
So, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners Stephanie Toothaker and Chris Smith, on behalf of Tavistock Pier 66. Before I begin, I did put together a little PowerPoint presentation to try to make this as simple as it possibly can be.
Do you have it with you?
I do. Is it? They're bringing it up. Okay.
Good.
I'm looking for it. I want to explain that the original development agreement for Pier 66 was approved in 2018. This requested amendment in no way affects the development program or what was approved in 2018. The majority of the changes that we are asking for are being requested by the lender. They are clarifications of language that already exists. None of the language affects what was approved in 2018, and I'll explain to you as I go through it. The second change relates to the fact that when the original development agreement was proposed, we, in conjunction with the neighborhoods, we agreed to tie the certificates of occupancy for the residential development to the hotel. And the reason behind that was because in conjunction with the community, and Vice Mayor Glassman, you were deeply involved in this because of your passion for historic preservation, we made a commitment to the community that we would not pull permits for, we would not obtain certificates of occupancy for residential condos until the tower was historically designated. So we are trying to clean up the language to make it clear that that language was specifically to protect the historic designation of the tower, which, as you know, is next on your agenda. So we are bringing that historic designation forward, and we're asking to clear up that language because the residential condos have been sold. There is a requirement pursuant to the contracts that individual purchasers have entered into. We are against a time deadline. We have worked very hard to get this onto the agenda because we are up against that deadline and cannot afford another delay. It is catastrophic for the project, catastrophic for the sale of the condos that have already been done, which is why we brought the historic designation forward, and we're very excited to present that to you next on your agenda. So I'd like to just spend a moment going through the changes that we are requesting for the development agreement and make it very, very clear. You will see as I go through them that they do not in any way impact the development program. I talked to the neighbors. I sent the notice. I put my personal telephone number, my personal cell phone number on the notice. I received one phone call, one. And I talked to the neighbor at length. She had a lot of questions about what it meant, and I spoke to her. I personally sent her the development agreement. We also had some folks come into the sales trailer. We gave them copies of the development agreement. I made myself available. I can speak to anyone that called me, which was one person. I spoke to them. So I'd like to just spend a moment. Chris and I have spent a lot of time going through this together with, and I will just mention, we do have other co-counsel that were involved in this. I want to thank the city. We spent a lot of time going through this, and we also are working with two other law firms that were involved in this, and predominantly those other law firms specialize in condo development and condo docs. So what happened is when we started preparing the condominium documents, it became very evident that there was language in the development agreement that was inconsistent with condo documents and the way the statute, I don't pretend to be a condo expert, but I will tell you that we worked with Nancy Lash and Gary Saul of Greenberg-Traurig, who spent a lot of time going through this original development agreement and said this language really needs to be cleaned up because it prevents us from being able to finance this project and from being able to sell the condos. So with that, I'd like to just spend just a few minutes. I know you're all very familiar with the Pier 66 parcels. I will say that a lot of people actually don't realize that Tavistock also owns what we call the Allison Plat, which is the small little parcel on the south side. Again, these changes to the development agreement do not have anything to do with Pier South or development of Pier South.
So any changes that you're making or requesting to be made tonight are not going to automatically require the city to agree to anything on the south. The south still needs complete commission approval for anything that you plan to do there.
That's correct. The south would have to go through a regular development review process, full site plan, and not just the south, but also a portion of the north remains. And in fact, I'll show you. So this is the north site. Many of you will remember Grill 66 was a very popular restaurant. That Grill 66 section and the panorama, I think we called it the Crystal Ballroom actually, that was on that side, that also was not part of the original site plan approval. All of that still has to go through site plan approval.
Okay.
So
and we're not committing to anything like that?
No commitment to anything. No changes to anything that was approved in 2018. And all the 2018 document did was say, we recognize that one company owns all of this property, and we want to treat it as a unified development. So there are no commitments whatsoever as it relates to anything that happens on the remainder of the north side or on the south side.
Okay.
Those have to go through regular site plan process.
Okay.
What you're seeing on the screen is what's under construction right now. Some of you have seen it in person. It's getting very close to being done, and many of those units that are in the residential condos have been sold, which is what caused us to come before you this evening. So First Amendment does not increase or change any of the densities, does not include any approvals for Pier North that were not already approved, does not include any approvals for Pier South, and it's essentially clarifications to the following sections of the development agreement that was approved in 2018, and these are the sections, and I'm just going to go through them quickly. So Recital H clarifies and restates the language from the original development agreement that the parcels are treated as one parcel for development purposes. That's it.
Can I hold for 1 second? We might have to extend again.
Oh, is it 11 o'clock almost?
Yeah. I make a motion to extend till midnight. Sorry, Stephanie, we just
That's
have
okay.
a statutory.
That's
Sure.
okay.
There's a motion on the floor to extend the meeting till 12 midnight. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, okay. Sorry to interrupt you, but please proceed.
So when
Stephanie, sorry about that.
That's
Go
okay.
ahead.
No, I appreciate the time. So when you see on the screen, and I'm not going to read the sections, but the things that are in black were from the original development agreement. So all the stuff that relates to traffic flow, one parcel, all that was already there. This is clarification language that came directly from the lender and Lenders Council. So Recital I clarifies that different entities can own property within the overall site, including individual condo owners. Language, again, requested by the lender. That's all it says. It says all the original language was there, and all we're saying is that when you subdivide the parcel, again, I'm not a condo lawyer, but when you start doing subdivision, you have to clarify. Sometimes it's just different Tavistock entities. It's Pier 66 North, Pier 66 South, Allison Plat, Pier 66. You just are allowing the developer to finance all these little different subdivisions within their own property, and that was language also requested by the lender. Section 4 talks about the project being treated as one development. That was done, again, as part of the 2018 approval. So it clarifies, ratifies the language from the original development agreement that Pier North and South are one parcel for development, even if they get developed in phases, so long as the development is consistent with the city's ULDR. So this doesn't waive any of the provisions of the ULDR that was in the first development agreement. It's in the amendment again, and a declaration of unity is recorded, which was done in 2018 when we did the original development agreement. It further clarifies that individual parcels, including vertical subdivisions, which is typical of a condo development, may be owned by different entities and can be financed separately. Again, this is language that came from the developer, so these are clarifications about allowing us to finance. The first paragraph of section 4.1a, again, it's a restatement. It's one word. You can see the rest of all of this was already in the original development agreement. They just clarified that intensities and densities, because we used them interchangeably in the original development agreement, and it just clarifies that those mean the same thing. Again, language requested by the lender. Section 714 relates to parking. Again, parking was addressed in the original development agreement. This clarifies that the use of parking facilities on the south can be used to fulfill parking on the north, which is what's happening right now with the construction. Construction workers park on the south, they work on the north. This just clarifies that, and that the traffic, can be used on each parcel to meet the other, so long as the overall development complies with the ULDR or seeks a parking reduction. That all came from the original development agreement. None of this is new. 716, originally when the development agreement was passed, there was the developer was contemplating that they themselves would have architectural review. That's being deleted. They did not do that. That's not something that ever came from the city's code, so that's just a section that's being deleted altogether out of the development agreement. Section 7.1.8, again, most of this was in the original agreement. It clarifies that the intent of the original development agreement, that any temporary use or special event approval does not have the effect of amending or terminating the prior site plan approval. Specifically, this is just talking about Super Yacht Village. You've all been there. Super Yacht is there. It was already in the agreement. The lender felt it needed better clarification, so it restated it in just a different way, but the concept was already there. Section 7.1.8 regarding site plan approvals further clarifies that for future development, permit applications that cover only a portion of the property, which has already been done, on Pier North or Pier South, that only the signature of the developer and the owner of record of such affected portion are required to execute the application. That's important, because what we're saying is, now that the condo units have been sold, we don't need to go get every single condo unit owner to sign development applications for the parcels that haven't gone through DRC yet. So that's a very important concept. That's probably one of the driving reasons that this is on your agenda this evening. And it clarifies that when the owner of a condo parcel is required to sign the development permit application, the condo association can do that in lieu of an individual unit owner and their mortgagees, because that would be a mess.
And isn't the developer the association anyway?
Yes.
Up to that point?
Yes.
So it's really...
The language was just, look, hindsight's always 20/20. Would be great if this language was clear in the original agreement, but it wasn't. So when we went to go start doing financing and the condo docs, the attorneys said this unfortunately has to be revised and make these sections clear.
Okay.
It's not, I don't have that much more to go. Section 8.1, improvements to be designated. This is the section about the historic designation that I explained when I started. So all we're doing is clarifying that the developer shall seek historic landmark designation of the Pier 66 tower prior to the receipt of any CO for the restored pier tower or the balance of the attached hotel and the allocation of any remaining unallocated reserve units. This one solves itself tonight when we designate, hopefully, the tower historic, and it further clarifies that any temporary COs for a new principal structure constructed on Pier 66 North shall be permitted prior to the Pier 66 Towers historic landmark designation and final COs shall be permitted to be granted for new principal structure construction on Pier 66 North prior to achieving TCO or final CO for the Pier Tower, provided that the tower has been designated, which again, this will all solve itself. The only language that's being removed is we referred to Pier 66 Tower in the first agreement as the hotel. It was always intended just to be the tower, so we just had to clean that up to make it clear that when the tower gets designated, which will be tonight, we hope, we can obtain those TCOs and COs for the residential units that have been sold. This one, it's a little bit longer, but I want to just spend a moment on this. When we originally proposed the development agreement, we had said to the community, we would like to build a promenade. Private property, but the promenade that goes around the property we think is great. We think you're going to think it's great. We want to invite you onto our property, and we hope, in working with the city and the FDOT, that we can also improve the portion of the property that is connected through an FDOT parcel that has, to this point, has failed. The discussions with FDOT have not been successful. I think at one point the city tried to assist to see if that was something that could be improved. We needed to clean up this language because to make it clear that that obligation only applies for Tavistock to improve that parcel, the FDOT parcel, if in fact it ever becomes available for them to do it. So this was a cleanup item that I think everybody thought was important because we didn't realize how difficult it was going to be to work with FDOT. Section 8.2 clarifies the timing and establishing a covenant and restriction governing the Marina Promenade on Pier 66 and North parcel prior to CO issuance of each respective portion. We just are saying that the North parcel has the section of the North Promenade that's adjacent to the site plan needs to be done before we get our CO, and then the South will have to be done when the South gets its CO. So it's just, this is again cleanup language from the lender. And this one's very simple. We used terms like Pier 66 properties and Pier 66 parcels interchangeably. This is just a cleanup, and it also describes the construction phasing of the Marina Promenade. Again, north goes with north, south goes with south. There's a lot here, but again, everything that's in black was all from the original agreement. This was one that the city felt was important. When we did the original development agreement, we reserved development units, and we paid for those. So Tavistock already paid for those units. They reserved 575 units. Some of those have been used, some of them haven't. This language just makes it clear that the payment was already made. The city is holding the money that was done back in 2018, 2019, and that was done in exchange for the historic designation, and further that when the developer uses those to apply credits against impact fees, that the developer has to pay the city's going rate at the time, that it doesn't go back in time. So this one is definitely to the city's benefit, but I think we all agreed that this was an important provision. Section 10. Again, it's just another section of the development agreement that talked about the FDOT parcel, so this is another cleanup, just saying that we don't have control of the FDOT parcel, and we're not obligated to do something on a parcel that we don't control. And I think this is the last one, clarifies that as you know, when condos are turned over to associations, you have to have the right to assign the obligations to the association. So this makes it clear that when those assignments are made, that the master developer is passing those obligations on to whoever is now responsible, and that the developer is no longer responsible. That's normal for a condo when you have for sale condo. It's different when you do an apartment building, but this is essentially just says typical to have a successors and assigns provision. So that's what this is, and that's the entire. I thank you for allowing me to go through that. But as you can see, except for the historic designation, which again solves itself tonight, we hope. Everything that came out of this did not change any development rights, didn't add any development rights, didn't change the meaning behind anything. It was all lender-driven cleanup language that became necessary. I would ask you to please move this forward tonight, Commissioner. very happy. As I said, I sent the letter out. I would be more than happy to meet with every association, any neighbor that wants to meet with us. I know the developer will as well. Chris and I are committed to doing that so we can use the time effectively between now and the actual adoption hearing. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. There are a few people who signed up to speak,
Yes.
so please be seated, and we'll invite the public to come up and speak. Lawrence Gilman. Lawrence, are you still here? Oh, you're there. There you are.
Thanks for your time tonight and hearing me out.
You're becoming a regular here.
Yeah. Well, I'm in close proximity to Pier South, and I also am the president of our little co-op association, so there's 16 of us there, and we're all concerned about what's to come. If you read through their proposal, they're correct. Most of it is just clarifications because there's some gray area and things could be misconstrued. But, reading through it, such as the landmark designation, I don't know why that wasn't done. I'm not sure why, if you read through it, it talks about, not holding them up to get a TCO so they can close on units, but also relieves them of the requirement to actually get it done before a final C of O. So I think someone has to really read through that language. I did go online and I got a copy of this document, but it wasn't redlined as nicely as it is here, and it was very hard to disseminate. I think most of the residents there looking at it can't figure out what the original language was that was approved versus what the specific changes are. You really have to study it closely. So I think that document that you had up there, if you could, if you could. And I can share it with the community, and maybe you want to give it to the co-op board. But I'm pro-development, and what you've done across the street is magnificent. But you have an approval, and I think it was pretty generous, and you're doing a great thing in the neighborhood. But I worry that change of some fine words here or there, like density versus intensity. We just want to be sure that, and there's one piece that's very important, that considering this one development site, you just have to be careful. They have extra development rights. We don't want them dumped on the sales marina because that's more of a really residential neighborhood as well. If you look at the original underlying zoning in the area, it was B1, which is supposed to be small retail support services. I mean, a hotel is permitted, but we want to make sure we don't just get all the parking from Pier North. We want to make sure that we get...
We're making no commitments to the south side.
No, I would just say, but if you look at some of the language in there, you want to make sure you don't give away the show, and there aren't liberties in there that allow that language to be taken to the next level. I'll start looking at it more intensely, but I think maybe the city lawyer really needs to look at it and be careful that you don't get yourself into a situation where that there are development rights that were questionable about being ported over an arterial highway that could be developed. I really don't want to... I don't mind a new building there. I don't mind it if it's permitted to be 15 stories, fine. I don't mind if it has accessory parking, but I don't think the community wants all or a larger portion of the parking for it taken and ported over from Pier North. So that I'm just making a statement that it really should be looked at. That's all. I appreciate your time and looking at it.
We're not there yet.
But there's some clarifications and things, and I'll read through it as well. If I can point out some stuff, I'll email it to you as well.
Okay, no problem.
All right? Okay. Yeah, I have to answer also to some of my neighbors and whatever, so I just want to be sure that we're all on the same page, and we want to support a development next door to us. We want to be good neighbors. I want to come here and I want to say to you, hey, listen, if you want it after hours, you have my support. But there really hasn't been a lot of communication. The stuff comes through so fast. We all work, we all travel, and this I happen to be in the area, and this was a late hearing, so I could come after work. But I think everybody just wants to work together, and the sooner it gets done, the happier everybody will be. But we just want to make sure that some consideration for the community is in there, and that we don't just shoehorn the biggest, most profitable, saleable development with the most traffic. I mean, you see the traffic there.
All right.
It does have to be addressed. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Very good.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Michelle Hartford, followed by Isabel Sturgeon.
Press the button again. I pretty much agree with the last guy that just spoke. I've heard them talk, and it's like, oh, we're not doing anything. This is all not a big deal. Why are we here then? And I would like some time, because I just was able to get a copy of this thing late this afternoon, and I'm not a real estate broker. I'm going to need some time to check it out and see
so
what's
it's the
going
first
on.
read. Tonight's just the first reading, so we have time between now and the next reading to have the time to review it. And I'm sure Ms. Toothaker will be happy to avail you of the red line version, so you can see where the changes are taking place.
All right, because I'm concerned about that one piece of land that's public right now, and
What land is public?
Down underneath.
Oh,
the yeah.
No, it's
yeah.
I thought it wasn't
But
public.
I just.
It is public. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm hoping it stays public. So.
Well, it's not going to. It's going to stay
so
public.
Anyway, but I just,
Yeah.
I just think we need, I agree. We need more time to look into this.
Okay.
This is like.
All right.
Thank you.
Isabel. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hi. I just want to say, again, I think the previous fellow there was a little more generous than I am, because I've been dealing with this for a longer period of time. I don't believe that Ms. Toothaker reached out to our neighborhood. I'm sorry, but you did not.
I sent a letter.
You sent a letter from Fort Myers on the 26th for a meeting today.
It's from Fort Lauderdale.
It's postmarked Fort Myers. I don't know what you're doing, but you are not working with the neighborhood. Again, I called all the numbers on the letter, trying to get a copy of the proposal. I did not call the 95, your personal number at the bottom. Yeah, because that number wasn't listed as a place to call to get the information in the last paragraph. So the notice is inadequate. I'm not even sure 2 weeks is enough time. I sent some texts and emails to neighbors. They never got notice either. It would be very nice to have the redlined copy. I don't see why you couldn't have sent that to your abutting neighbors at least. I share a property line with your project. I should be getting all of this information in hard copy without having to go search for it on a very complicated website where I have to go through the entire agenda and try to find out which thing is coming up for you and that concerns my property boundaries. I too am concerned about the parking, the language on density, the language on trips, and how this amendment is going to affect those things. Traffic is horrendous, parking is going to be a problem, and I'm glad that I'm going to have a couple more weeks, but I'm leaving town, so I won't be able to be here. So I just don't know what to say. This is a pattern of behavior that Tavistock has had since 2018 and even before.
All right, thank you.
They're not acting in good faith. I'm sorry. They're bad faith actors.
All right. All right, so just keeping in mind, folks, that this is the first of two public hearings to consider amending the development agreement between the City of Fort Lauderdale and Tavistock Development Company, LLC, and its associated entities. So the second public hearing to consider the development agreement will be held at 6 p.m. on May 21st, 2024. I'm not sure if it's going to be here. Susan, do you know if we're going to be meeting here next time, or is it going to be at the Broward Center? Have we figured that out yet? It's going to be here? Okay, at the Horvitz Auditorium here at 1 East La Saulles Boulevard. So if there's no... It's going to be here, yeah. So if there's no one else who wishes to speak, do I hear a motion to close public hearing? Do I hear a second? Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. Now, there's no further action required from the City Commission at this time. A resolution approving the amendment to the development agreement subject to correction of the scrivener's errors will be considered at the second public hearing. So there will be no vote tonight.
Oh, there's no vote tonight?
There's no vote tonight.
Okay, do we still have to, no, there's no public comment, but could we make comments from the dais?
Absolutely.
And just let me know when it's my time.
Your turn.
We don't have to pass this on a first hearing or anything?
This is what I was told by the city attorney. This is my script.
The next hearing is when you adopt the resolution.
Oh, this is just a reading. Oh, okay. This does help a little bit. Okay, I'm going to, Stephanie, Chris, you keep hiding under the table. I'm not going to hear Stephanie, if you could come up just for a second, okay? Let me, I'm hiding under the table. We're
getting punchy.
Let me start. I know it's not this item, it's the next item, but I'm going to start on a positive note. I want to thank you for bringing forward the historic designation. I mean, there has been some comment. I know it's the next item, and there was 5 years in which to do that. And some of the questions were, why did you wait till the 5 years? But you didn't. And I think it came before us in October, November of 2022, actually. You had put it forth. By December, staff had decided to recommend it. For whatever reason, it took a year and a half to come before us. And I know that I probably speak on behalf of my colleague to the left, Mr. Glassman, but I'm thrilled that you are going ahead with the historic designation. So we'll start with the positive. I came down here in '71, and I hate to say, that was like the tallest building in the neighborhood, and we were married in the panorama room. Not you and I, we're not married, but me and my ex. No, don't get that rumor started.
At the end of the ceremony, did you end up in the same place?
Right, it was, yeah, but we were, not the crystal ballroom, but that little spot out there, so we were married. Okay, do have some concerns, but I think from what the mayor has said, the fact that there's no vote coming out today, some of this might have solved itself. My biggest concern is several, and you've heard it echoed with the community, and I have the same issues here, but the fact that we're not voting does help to some
By the way,
degree.
are you talking about PH2 or PH1?
We're talking about PH1.
Okay.
I did a little side trip to the historic designation, but we're going back to now the agreement.
Okay.
One of the problems that they mentioned, I had the same problem, and I was talking to my staff about the same thing, and this is a big concern. Is number one is we did not get the red line version, and trying to compare the two was, it was impossible. I mean, I see this over here, but we don't have that, and I think that we should present that to the community.
I'm happy to share that. I created the red line for ease of explanation.
And that's, number two is, well, I'm going to offer my services again for this here too. I think that we should combine the two, and when we do have a meeting, use my office to reach out to the community. It's the same issue that our notice came out like a weekend, like on a Thursday, Wednesday and Thursday, that we found out, not from staff notifying me, not from the attorney's office, not from Chris, but a neighbor saw it in the paper, called the president of the neighborhood. They called me, and they go, what's this about? And I go, well, I have no idea. And unfortunately, I had to leave that weekend. And by the way, as an aside, little Catherine, the one who used to babysit, graduated this past weekend with a degree in mechanical engineering from the University of Central Florida. Go Knights. Any Knights out there? Okay, I'm sure there's in the audience. Go Knights. But so I was gone from like Wednesday till Sunday night. I have not had a chance to even look at this. I thought we were coming for a vote, and I was like fit to be tied. I've sent it to several attorneys in the neighborhood. Several of them have been working around the clock over the weekend. None of them have gone through the whole agreement, and maybe part of it hasn't been redlined. Chris has gone through. No, you could say it. Don't worry. You could hide. Chris has gone through and gave us his opinion from a code standpoint. Now, it's an agreement. Now, Mayor, you're an attorney, or you play one on TV, and we are going to be signing an agreement, a legal document, and we should read it and understand it before we sign it, because we are the people. And we've heard your side, but as far as Tom, we have not gotten a summary from you. I haven't.
We have thoroughly negotiated this with Ms. Toothaker.
You have, but we haven't presented to us. I mean, I would think that maybe we should have had it presented.
Well, that's why you're now going to have a red line and 2 weeks within which to read it.
What was that?
Now you have 2 weeks within which to read the red line.
But I think that
which is exactly what you just showed.
Okay. I think as a minimum, what we need to do also is bring this forward in conference before the vote at the next meeting.
But can I ask you, Commissioner? This was part of the backup. It was it says the original development agreement and the amended development.
But they weren't read. I mean, if you look at it, it was so tedious to compare. You have to go word by word to compare the two. It's redlined here. It's a lot easier. But I'll tell you, Dean, I'm not an attorney. I don't know. I've have Stephanie's version, but we have our own attorney. I'd like our attorney to give us something in conference, a summary that either agrees or disagrees, or in layman's terms, so we and the community understand exactly what they're asking for.
Sounds
I
good.
think that's reasonable. Bring it forth in conference before the evening agenda. That's number one. I think I'm going. The fact that we're not voting on it tonight takes a lot of the thunder out of my big complaint. So we have 2 weeks to go through, 2 weeks to get neighborhood input. I will work with you to inform the neighborhood, and I'm sure Jerry will set a date sooner rather than later to go through everything. And Tom, if you could give me a heads up, again, in layman's terms, from your perspective, what we're agreeing to, I would need that too. Unless you want to come, you be there present when we have I've never had an attorney at one of my town halls, but maybe you should be there too. I know Public Works tends to hide under the table because they come there with pitchforks, but I'll protect you. I'll stand out front. Those are the big things. Those are the big issues that I have because again, I mean, no surprise, public input is the one big factor that I want, and I thank you.
Okay, very good. Let's move on to PH2. This is a public quasi-judicial resolution approving historic designation as a historic landmark of the property commonly known as Pier 66 Hotel Tower, located at 2301 Southwest 17th Street. Historic Preservation Board case number UDP HPD 22001. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. The commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Herbst, do you have any disclosures?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I had a site visit, and I met with Ms. Toothaker and the development team on site.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes, site visit and also met with the development team on site.
Okay, I have the same disclosures. Commissioner, Vice Mayor?
I did not meet on site, but I have been in discussions with the development team and with Ms. Toothaker, and also on this particular issue, I'd say probably 5 years ago with Trish Logan, development team, when I expressed my concern and desire regarding this project in totality and how it would impact the historic designation of the tower. So that goes back quite a while.
Okay. Commissioner Sturman?
Yeah, I visited the site, and I've also met with Mrs. Toothaker.
Okay. There are several people who've signed up to speak, so is there a presentation?
I do. It's very short. It's
okay,
very
go
short.
ahead. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I do want to go back to day one. I want to really thank the Vice Mayor and Trish, who worked very carefully and closely with us on ensuring that we could get to a point where we could designate this tower. A little bit of history, and I know the question has come up, why did it take so long? I think one thing that people don't remember, although Vice Mayor, I think you'll remember this, and I don't remember the name of the hurricane, but there was a hurricane that ripped the roof off of the building. The building was completely destroyed from the inside out. So everything that could go wrong went wrong. It completely
It wasn't
took
even a hurricane.
It was a bad storm or
Yeah.
I call everything a
Hurricane.
hurricane.
Was Irma? Was it
When
Irma?
you live on Ponce de Leon,
It
everything's
was
a
Irma.
hurricane. So
It was fragile.
in any event, it was in very, very poor condition. The reason that we asked for time to be able to, we were surprised. I think Tavistock was surprised when they bought the property that the pier tower wasn't designated historic. Everybody just sort of assumed, including us, and we said this building needs a lot of work to bring it to a place where it's even salvageable and usable, and we recognize how important it is to the community, to the city of Fort Lauderdale, and we want to be a part of that of that resurgence and that reimagination, but we need the time to bring this property back to where it's even habitable. So the reason that we asked for time to designate it was so that we could make those improvements and repairs to the building without having to go to the Historic Preservation Board every time we needed to do something. But we did work very closely with staff on preserving the elements of the tower that were the most significant.
Yeah, but you did nonetheless make it within the 5 years.
We did.
Yeah, and
We
that was the big thing.
We
yes.
did. And And the reason that we took it to Historic Preservation Board made the mistake of designating the entire site, which those of you that have been to the site visit know that the only thing that's historic on the site is the actual exterior of the tower itself, and not everything that's new that's just gotten built. So we needed to work with staff. Thank you to Chris and to Trish for working with us. We had to revise the application that came to you this evening to make it very clear that it's the tower that's being designated, and so that's what's before you this evening. This is my whole presentation. Just the development agreement spoke to it. We agreed to it. We're very excited to be here.
You agreed to it from day one.
We agreed to it from day one.
Yeah.
We just said, please give us an opportunity to at least get the building to a place where, the construction brings it back up to where it's salvageable, which we've now done. And so it did go to Historic Preservation Board. We presented it, and we are here this evening asking for designation of the pier tower, the survey for the tower itself, not including the base, because the base was completely redone. It's new. It's under construction right now, and we're asking for that designation. And I just want to thank you again, Vice Mayor and staff, for working with us on this.
Okay, great. Trish, do you want to add anything to any of this? You're in agreement with the request? Okay, great. Sorry to keep you up so late, but thank you. Nice to see you. So we have a few people signed up to speak. So is Michelle Hartford still here? Did she leave? Did Isabel Sturgeon also leave? Okay. And the rest of the people are part of your team. The only person that signed up to speak then is Mark Dickerman. Okay, you stayed up. You
Is this a resolution or a
I'll
motion?
give you
or
3
what?
minutes.
Well, first of all, Dean, I have to tell you, when I posted the video from you opening up the time capsule, the first comment I got was, "If the glove don't fit, you have to acquit." Stephanie and I usually are on opposite sides of development, but I have always loved historic designations and historic. That's why I live in Sailboat Bend. Coming back from working with Michael Albetta up in New York over a revolutionary cemetery to the Shippey House, I ask that you support and vote to make this a designated historic building. We can't keep destroying our history. We have to preserve it every chance we get. So I'm asking you, the commission, to please support this and vote for this.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And Chris Smith, another champion of Fort Lauderdale. It's great to have him here.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? There being none, do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
So moved.
Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll to close public hearing.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, the public hearing is now closed. Would someone like to introduce the
I'd
resolution?
like to introduce it, please, if I can.
Okay, so Commissioner Sturman.
Thank you so much.
Approving the historic.
You don't mind, Steve, do you? I
This
know it's
is
historic.
a historic
It's
moment.
It's a thrill to see other people step up for historic preservation.
But this is a historic moment where a property owner is asking to be designated historic. Usually it's an adversarial proceeding, and I'm very proud of Tavistock and all the partners related to this project that they are making the effort to keep this historically designated. So
And
thank
Stephanie,
you.
one request. I don't know if you were at the unveiling of the capsule, but if you do have one-way mirrors in the bathrooms, make sure they're facing outward. Anybody was earlier in the day, the story was they had them the wrong way when they had City Hall, and anybody could look in.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, designating the building commonly known as Pier 66 Hotel Tower located at 2301 Southeast 17th Street, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, as a historic landmark in accordance with Section 47-24.11.c.7 of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Vice Mayor Glassman?
It's a good day for the city. Bravo to the entire development team. Thank you.
That's a
yes.
yes? Okay, yeah.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Herbst? Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and PH2 is now approved, and it is now do we need more than one reading on this? This is it, right?
This is it.
Tom? This is PH2. I just want to make sure. I think this is the only time we need to vote on it.
That's correct. That's all you need.
Okay, great. Well, congratulations, and thank you. Thank you. PH3, public hearing, quasi-judicial ordinance approving a rezoning from general aviation airport district to Parks Recreation Open Space District, 5101 Northwest 12th Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. Commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Herbst, do you have any disclosures? Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
No, none.
And I have none. Vice Mayor? Commissioner Sturman?
None.
Okay. One person signed up to speak, but only to answer questions. Thank you, folks. Would someone move to close public hearing?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll on closing public hearing.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. Someone like to introduce the ordinance? It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
In ordinance amending section 47-1.6.b of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations through the revision of the official zoning map of the City of Fort Lauderdale and Schedule A revised compilation attached thereto and by reference made a part thereof so as to rezone from general aviation airport district to Parks Recreation Open Space District a portion of the southeast corner of Tract 1 FXC plat according to the plat thereof is recorded in Plat Book 119, page 4 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, also being a portion of the southwest quarter of the northeast quarter of Section 16, Township 49 South, Range 42 East, located south of Northwest 66th Street, east of Northwest 15th Avenue, west of Northwest 12th Avenue, and north of West Commercial Boulevard, all said lands being in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Mayor Trentalis is not present.
So, David, we'll just keep moving, okay? The mayor has told me that no one has signed up to speak
Vice
for
Mayor,
PH4.
if I can, I want to clarify for our PH2 on the designation of the building. The resolution is for the building only.
Correct.
That's what everybody understood, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Tower only, except for the podium, not the podium.
That's correct.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, City Attorney. So no one has signed up for PH4, so I guess we don't have to close public hearing, do we? Or should we?
How about public disclosure?
We do. Okay, so is there a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded.
Disclosure? Disclosure.
Disclosures for this one?
Yeah.
Okay, so Commissioner Herbst? None. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
None.
I have none.
None.
And none. And I don't know what the mayor has, but he's not here. Okay, so we'll just move along. This is a public hearing, quasi-judicial resolution approving a waiver of limitations at 1801 Southeast 21st Avenue for the installation of one boat lift in Commission District 4. Anyone have anything to add to the conversation, or is there a approval?
I'll introduce.
Introduced by Commissioner Sturman.
We just have to close the public hearing.
I thought we did.
I thought we just did that.
We just did that.
We didn't take a vote.
We did.
Went back to disclosures.
I thought
that was for PH3.
I think we did.
I think we did take a vote. Okay, well,
before we did the disclosures.
Let's vote just in case.
Okay.
All in favor of closing public hearing?
So moved. So moved.
Okay, it was moved and seconded already.
It was.
Yes.
It was, and we voted.
All right. All in favor? Okay.
Yes.
That's approved. Okay, David. Thank you.
Quick before Dean gets back.
Okay, before Dean gets back. Okay.
Okay.
What are we on?
We've closed public hearing. We're just ready now to vote
And it's been introduced already.
PH4. It's been introduced.
Okay.
All right.
Which
We're ready to go.
which item?
PH4.
PH4. Ready to go.
Okay.
Who introduced it? I'm sorry.
I think it was introduced by Commissioner Sturman.
Thank you. And that's for approval?
For approval.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're ready to vote.
All right. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, pursuant to Section 47-19.3E of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations to permit the applicants Craig Michael Heslin and Deborah Heslin, husband and wife, installation of one boat lift extending a distance of 67.8 feet plus or minus from the westernmost upland platted property line adjacent to the seawall and to the Intracoastal Waterway located at 1801 Southeast 21st Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33316, said westernmost upland platted property being more particularly described below, subject to certain terms and conditions, repealing any and all parts of resolutions in conflict herewith and providing for an effective date. Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and PH4 is now approved. PH5, this is a public hearing regarding an ordinance imposing a moratorium for 1 year period for the submittal, processing, and granting of any waivers to construct docks, boat slips, mooring piles, etc., that extend beyond the maximum distance from the applicant's property into the new river. Does someone from staff wish to make any sort of presentation on this? Bob? So we're not denying people the right to build docks, boat slips, or mooring piles. It's just regarding extending the distance from their property line into the waterway beyond the beyond the permitted
that is correct.
Distance. Correct. All right.
Good evening. My name is Bob Dunkel, Assistant City Attorney. I just want to do a brief introduction. Under 4719.3 C and D, we have a provision that says that mooring structures shall not extend more than 25% of the width of the waterway, or 25 feet, whichever is less, as measured from the property line. Mooring piles or dolphin piles. The vessel shall not be permitted to extend more than 30% of the width of the waterway or 25 feet beyond the property line. Under 4739, which is the annexed area, the measurements are a little bit different. But essentially, what we're doing is we're putting a pause on the ability for people to apply for dock waivers on what we call Western New River. Western New River is starting with the Sospiro Canal just south of just east, of Cooleyhatchee, all the way to the western city limits, approximately 5 miles. I'll stand back and let others be advocates for or against. I'm merely here as a scrivener as to whatever you policymakers decide.
Bob.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Once again, the 25% and 30%. One was for pilings. Okay. What was the difference between the two?
The one is for mooring structures such as docks, finger piers, so on and so forth. The other one is for the mooring piles.
The pilings are 25% or the other way around?
A dolphin pile is 30%. The finger pier or the dock is 25.
Okay.
Feet or percent?
Percent.
Percent. Well, feet or percent, whichever is less.
Right. That's important.
Yes, it is. Very important.
So it's 25 feet is the rule, or 20%.
25%.
25%, whichever is less.
And the other one's 30%.
Or 25 feet, whichever.
But it's also 25 feet.
Right.
Again, whichever is less.
Right. So that's important to remember. Okay.
Now,
Because
there's nothing preventing anybody from building a dock as long as they stay within those parameters. It's only when they want to exceed those parameters that this moratorium would prohibit them from doing that until the Marine Advisory Board can come back with a full set of recommendations as to how it should be restructured, if at all.
A halt on waivers.
Okay.
Waivers, yes.
Right.
So thank you. I'm going to ask Steve Whitten, who's signed up to speak, to talk to us as to why the Marine Advisory Board has been promoting this and explain to the community why this is important.
Thank you very much. If IT can put up the slide that I look at, it might be very helpful. So folks, first of all, thank you for the time, and I want to thank everybody for the support of the MAB. You've all joined us. You all understand we kicked off a clean water initiative. You know how important this is to us. I've heard the headwinds. So we ended up putting together a quick overview of what the New River moratorium is. And echoing Councilor's sentiments, this is a temporary suspension. It is not taking away. We could scroll up if you don't mind. I'm not sure if I can do this. Can I do this somehow? Yeah. So what is the moratorium? It's a temporary suspension. So again, we can just review what's happening. We have shown you guys so many different videos of boats being towed up the New River. We know it's being choked off. I have numerous letters from captains, et cetera. Jimmy Steele checked in. Let me read you, and I'm going to tell you the mistake that we made here, because we're wrong. We clearly haven't gotten the word out properly, because I've gotten folks who have reached out who are under the impression we are taking away their rights. You will be unable to build a dock behind your house. It went so far as me to receive a note from somebody who said they were told they will lose their right to dock their boat behind the house. This is nonsense, guys. If we keep scrolling, how long is it? Will you be changing zoning or code? Absolutely not. We're asking for 12 months. Why? Because we're off on August. We have been working on this monthly. Every month there's an agenda item talking about reimagining the New River. We don't even use the term moratorium now. Reimagining the New River is making sure your kids and your grandkids and all of you here can enjoy the river. You can take kayaks up, stand-up paddle boards. We can all enjoy it and it not be choked off. The biggest commercial feeder to this town, and I'll quote John Kelly, this is an artery to the heart of Fort Lauderdale. If we close this off, you know the impact to the commercial industry here. So what we've asked for, let me summarize again. Will my rights be impacted during the moratorium? Absolutely not. If you have the right to build a dock, you have the right to build a dock. We will not grant waivers during that period of time, which simply means you can build within the prescribed code, the footprint that you're allowed. Anything beyond that, we're going to need some time, again, to review. At the end of the year, 6 months, whenever we come to you and make a proposal, we're going to do it as quickly as it can, but it's going to take into consideration what is best for everybody in this community. Again, the rights of stakeholders to build a dock, install a boat lift are unaffected. That's it. It's just a pause. Let's take a deep breath and review options and not do further damage. That's all we asked. We're not taking away rights, etc. What will the reimagined New River look like? We don't know. We've had each of you at our board meetings. We'll continue to do so. We're working with a blank slate. We will have public outreach meetings. We have a minimum of 15 meetings planned, including carved-out outreach meetings that Warren Sturman has offered to help sponsor, etc. So we know you guys are behind this, but we also know that there's some headwinds. So we're here to clarify that, and if I can clarify any further questions,
and I appreciate your coming
it.
tonight and making this presentation. And if you can stick around in case we have questions to ask. But we appreciate all the work that the Marine Advisory Board has been doing over the years. And we realize this is an attempt to try to maintain the waterway so it remains navigable for everybody along the New River.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, can I ask the attorney one quick question?
Sure.
For this vote, is it a simple majority or a supermajority for moratorium?
It's an ordinance, so it needs 3 votes.
Oh, okay.
For anything. Stop trying to act like an attorney, Bob Dunkel. Was your question answered?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
By 2 attorneys.
So, okay, I'll call, there's quite a few people who've signed up to speak. I'm not sure if everyone is still here. I'll call your names 3 in a row so you can be prepared to come up to speak. Gloria Velasquez, Tom Jones, and Suzanne Falsell. Is Gloria here? Oh, hi.
Good evening. Gloria Velasquez, office is at 8102 Northwest 158th Terrace in Miami Lakes, Florida, 33016. I'm here on behalf of some of the owners that have reached out to me to help them in their efforts to understand this process. While we initially understood that this was the final public hearing on this matter, on the moratorium, I understand in speaking with the city attorney that this item will be heard again on May 21st, and I wanted to confirm that here tonight as well, so that we all know that tonight is not the final vote. It will be on May 21st. So that's one thing that I'd like to get clarification on.
Tom, are we voting on this tonight?
It's
So we're gonna-
ordinance with 2 readings. This is the first reading. May 21 will be the second and final reading.
Okay, but we are voting tonight. Okay.
Okay, but there will be a final
second
hearing,
reading.
a second reading on May 21st.
Yep.
So we're good with that and happy to know that that's happening.
Right.
Initially we had requested a continuance because we thought this was the final hearing. So it's May 21st, so we're good. While we may not agree with the moratorium in its concept, I believe we have ample time before May 21st to meet with all of you and discuss our concerns. If that's okay with the commissioners, we'd like to schedule some meetings and just discuss where we think this should be at. In an effort to, one, shorten the time frame here, and like that we can have one-on-ones. It's kind of difficult after a full day of discussion to really get into the details of these issues. So I'd also like to request a time certain for May 21st. I know you have...
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
Okay.
But I can guarantee you we won't be here till 1 o'clock in the morning.
Because a lot of homeowners left already today.
I understand that.
And so if we can have some sort of time certain before 9 o'clock in the
I
evening.
have no idea. Ask Susan Grant. She's the she'll be the city attorney. City manager. She'll be making the agenda.
So you're open to it if it's a possibility?
You know what? We very rarely have time certain. The only time we ever establish a time certain if it's another public official or dignitary that's going to be attending our meetings, but it really doesn't work out for the any other way.
Okay. And also, we wanted to say that the misconception out there, and you may have heard it and others in other forms or fashion, is there was a video or a presentation made before the Marine Advisory Board that had a map of the 25 feet showing a yellow line through everybody's boats. And so that could have been the cause of the misconception and misunderstanding of what's going on. And as you look at this issue, I want you to be aware that that is out there to the public. And so that raises a lot of...
Well, now that you're here, you can explain to your clients that those people that have already been granted waivers they're grandfathered in. We're not taking away their rights, and this is only prospective for any future applications.
Thank you for saying that.
Okay.
And so with that, I believe the moratorium for 1 year is excessive. I think we could start with a 6-month moratorium. The Marine Advisory Board has been dealing with this issue for 2 years, so they should probably have a good handle on this issue. So I want you to consider perhaps going initially with a 6-month moratorium.
Why 6 months?
That's a typical moratorium request.
That's not
because
that's not true.
It's temporary in nature, and it's seeking a result, a quick result. The moratorium should seek a quick result.
Well, the problem with a 6-month is it only captures one season. We want to capture a whole year's worth of activity.
And you can ask for an extension. Then we can come before to see where they're at.
We have better things to do than to keep coming back to the same issue.
I understand, but that puts pressure on the Marine Advisory Board to come to you with a recommendation, because they can be doing this another year and then another year, and so everybody's on hold, let's say.
But if we grant it tonight in May, the 6 months is going to be June, July, August, September, October, November, our dead season. We're not going to be able to examine the traffic on the waterways during a quiet season. The idea is to also do the analysis during the busy season. So why hamstring our attempts to try to analyze this? It makes no sense.
Could we compromise on 9 months? That would capture the season.
Look, let her make her... Have you concluded your remarks?
I have.
Okay.
And I thank you for your time.
Okay.
I know it's been a long day for you, for me as well.
It's okay.
So.
Thank you for your patience. We appreciate that. We can discuss that, Commissioner, during our discussion period. Thank you. Is Tom Jones here? Tom Jones? Suzanne Falso? No? Michael Resta? Followed by Michael Scott Irons, followed by Joe, it looks like O'Neill. You all get a D in penmanship.
Testing. Madam Commissioner, gentlemen, thank you for your time. I've lived on the New River since 1983. At one point in time, I owned 4 waterfront properties and a waterfront condo on 15th Street that was in a movie earlier tonight, and a couple of dry lots.
On 15th Street? You mean on the, with the sidewalk or no sidewalk?
Yeah, the
No
place I
sidewalk.
used to own was in the video. Anyway, it's been great living on the river. I own 6 boats. The county recently told me I can only have 4 in the water, otherwise I'm a marine facility. I didn't know that. I guess I am. So now I only have 4 boats in the water and 2 are sitting on trailers in the yard. People who own boats live on rivers and canals because that's what they love to do. They love boating. Now we have the gentleman that said, what do we want New River to look like? Well, already it doesn't look anything like it used to look. If you knew where Chinook Marina was, now there's 150-foot yachts on Finger Canal docks. There's enough room for everybody to get by, and there's enough room for everybody to do what they want to do the way things are. I don't understand what was the impetus that forced this moratorium in the first place. Can anyone tell me that?
Yes, I think in the presentation, I think they said in the presentation it was because it was putting at risk the navigable, the ability to navigate the river.
Okay. The ability for who? For who?
Boaters.
I'm boating on this river
all right.
forever.
Okay.
It's not a problem.
All right. Have you concluded your remarks?
Beg pardon?
Have you concluded your remarks? Your 2 minutes are up.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All
Thanks.
right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Irons, followed by Joe O'Neill, followed by Tom Conlon.
Good evening. My concern is I've sat here for about 6 hours and we've had a lot of contentious issues, and anytime someone was upset, you pointed out how much public hearings you'd had and notice and discussions and all that beforehand, before making decisions. We had no notice of this other than just the meeting we found out about tonight through some friends. I don't think that's appropriate. The other issue that I have is we have a variance process for a reason. I have friends that have gone through the process who've been denied, who've been approved. The board and the commission takes a look at it. It says, is it safe? Is it not safe? Is it, the river is not a uniform street. It's wide, there's currents, there's different depths, there's bridges, there's tunnels. There's the code as it is doesn't always make sense. That's why the variance is there. That's why some get approved, because it makes sense. To take away our right to request a variance does impact our rights. No matter how many times you say it doesn't, it does.
Well, do you have a dock waiver where you live right now?
I do not, but that doesn't make it right. The fact I don't have an interest in it, my properties are both, one's on a canal and one's on the North Fork of the river. I don't have it doesn't impact me, but that doesn't mean it's right. I'm here because I don't think it's right. I think it's wrong to take away the rights of people without any notice.
Well, let me ask you a question. What was your name again?
Scott Irons.
Scott. I do it, Mr. City Attorney. This is an ordinance, right? So this might answer your question. Does this require 2 readings?
Yes. It does.
Okay, so what will happen now? This is simply the first reading, and you have 2 more weeks to go over this, do the background, speak to your neighbors. So this is one of 2 readings. It's not like it's going to be one and done. If we approve it tonight, you have 2 more weeks to come back to the next meeting. So if you give them a couple more minutes. So it's not a one and done. You do have some more time, just to let you know.
I understand that, but when we tried to speak with the attorney about it here, they told us that they didn't have to send out notice because it was such a broad impact that they had a loophole not to send out notices. And I don't think that's appropriate. I think that it should take a lot more time. You spoke with Tavistock and said that they didn't have any requirement to reach out to the neighbors, but that they should. Why does that not apply to you as well? The city, not you personally.
Well, Greg, how much notice do we normally give out for things like this?
This is an unusual ordinance because it is a moratorium. We looked at case law. Case law tells us that you do this by an advertisement with a map in the newspaper. This was thoroughly vetted by Mr. Dunkel, who spent weeks, as well as the Marine Board. This has been on the Marine Board agenda for a year. I don't know why you don't look at the agenda, but you might want to start doing that, because that's where it's been.
And
So
not only
the
that,
the notice that was given comports with state law and city law.
And not only that, this will be on the city's website. This will be part of our minutes from this particular meeting. This video will be available to the whole community. So this is now out there, and for the next 2 weeks, and we'll be coming back again. So
Okay, well, we'll see you again.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Joe O'Neill.
Before we get to that, so just one question. So I'm sorry, Tom. So you said you advertised this in the paper, the print version, the online version.
And the portion of the waterway affected.
You know, I think we need to start thinking about other ways to reach out to people too, because unfortunately, look, I'm a voracious consumer of newspapers. I read 3 to 4 every single day, but I know I'm an anomaly in that respect, particularly as time goes on. Less and less people are reading the newspaper. So I think we should start thinking about other ways to reach out to people in a more proactive fashion. More people get their news from Instagram and TikTok than get their news from the newspapers these days. So we've got to figure out how to do this better.
I would like to address notice for a few moments. Under that case law that the moratorium has to be treated as if it were a zoning change, because you're potentially taking some rights away from folks that they might otherwise have. You go through 166.041, there is one subsection that talks about where the impact is for 5 acres or less. Under that particular section, there is a requirement for mail notice. We fall under another section where the amount of property is 10 acres or more. It does not require mail notice. And I just want to stop and think for one moment about how many homes on the north side of the river, how many homes on the south side of the river over a 5-mile stretch, what that would involve. Now, what we have done is, in not required, we sent out notices to all of the homeowner associations with properties in that area. But we followed what the state statute said in that respect.
All right, can I take a pause right now and ask the commission
A motion to
file
extend.
a motion to
Motion to
extend the
extend.
meeting?
Yes.
So would someone like to
What do you want to roll? 1 o'clock, 12:30? What should?
I would suggest 12. I would suggest 12.
No. Wait.
I would suggest 12:30.
Wait. We have to go back to conference.
I have a note to myself to do that.
So we have a few more to speak tonight. I mean, really, we're going to be here till 1 o'clock.
1
so-
o'clock. Okay, I'll move to 1.
Okay. Do I hear a second? All right. Did someone like?
Okay, 12:45. I moved to extend it to 12:45.
All right. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Let's call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. And so the meeting's extended to 12:45. Good evening. Could you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Joe O'Neill. I bought a property at 501 Southwest 6th Avenue. And we're currently in for a variance right now in permitting. So my question, I guess, for the attorney would be, would we be grandfathered since we're trying to apply before a moratorium is issued, or?
Well, this,
Or is he under zoning?
In other words,
progress?
we're going for a variance.
Right, but you're assuming
he?
it's going to be granted.
I'm not saying I'm assuming it's going to be granted,
Okay.
but just you know,
Would this preclude you from being even considered?
just
is your
consider.
question.
That's what I'm asking.
Well,
Not trying to be unfair.
try to get it done before in 2 weeks.
It seems to me, though, that if he's in progress already, he should be able to go through, no?
Bob, come explain that.
Bob, how does that work?
Come explain that.
I mean, this is for new applicants and.
We have a doctrine called zoning in progress, where something has gone through in this case, Planning and Zoning Board, through the City Commission, through the Marine Advisory Board, there's been enough of record that you can actually impose that moratorium under zoning in progress before the moratorium ordinance is adopted. Now, to the best of my knowledge, is there currently an application pending?
No.
So, and under zoning in progress, he wouldn't have been able to file an application at this point.
Oh, so you're thinking of putting an application in?
No, we've been in permitting. It's taken forever, and so I just got into permitting with Ultimate Permitting and Coleman Construction, and we're gonna be asking for the variance, but they submitted the plans, you know, like for the extended piers.
Oh, okay. We have not seen that. It's not been filed with him, and under zoning in progress.
Okay, so maybe it's hasn't gotten to your point at this point. I mean,
We wouldn't be able to accept it under zoning in progress at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Tom Conlon, followed by Jody Lewis. Is Tom here? They left. Jody Lewis left. James Caparano. Mark Hermes. Julian Siegel. Mr. Siegel, followed by Lindsay Way, followed by Jennifer Lovell.
Julian, you've been here for quite a while.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I've waited 7 hours to say good morning.
We got 2 minutes.
Wonderful. I can use all night.
No,
morning.
2 minutes till
Perfect.
morning.
So when I got here, they asked me to empty out my water bottle because no water and food is allowed in the building. So I'm kind of lightheaded, feeling dehydrated here, waiting 7 hours. But we're good. So, as you're aware, this moratorium is called from the tunnel westbound to 441. These yachts are not berthed at the tunnel area. They're coming from the ocean. So if you're going to impose a moratorium that affects the waterways of Fort Lauderdale, let's have it affect Las Olas Boulevard, Rio Vista, Las Olas, everything from Stranahan River and the intracoastal, and have it be sensible. If these yachts are traveling through the intracoastal to the new river, have the moratorium imposed on the rights of other homeowners east of the tunnel, throughout Las Olas and Rio Vista, because that's where the boats are hailing from, the larger yachts. That's where docks are rented illegally, mostly. Not in the North Fork of the river. We're very quiet. We don't do anything there. But no, in all seriousness, if you're going to think or consider imposing a moratorium for variances on marine construction, do it for the entire city. Don't do it. Don't punish the people on the westbound because the yachts have to travel from the eastbound. And I assure you, if this is going to get passed to affect the homeowners of Las Olas and Rio Vista, this building would be full rock solid. There'd be no standing room at any hour. Thank you for considering my suggestion.
Thank you.
You want to address that question? Why you picked that geographically? Why you?
Yeah, that's a good question, actually. I kind of wondered about it, too.
Boy, that mic's a lot higher than
Julian always asks good questions.
So thank you. Thank you. And I think we're really well prepared for this, but I'll be more than happy to provide additional backup, et cetera. What we did, first of all, our task was focused on the New River. We're not looking at the Intracoastal Waterway. It's too big a picture. The immediate concern was the fact that the New River is being choked off, and in spite of the fact that folks don't understand, boats have gotten wider, beams are bigger. You know, that things have changed over the years, and we can go on and on. We can go on and on with this. This isn't a personal thing, guys. I don't want anybody to think that I'm doing this for me or I'm doing it for him. This is
for us.
All right, hold on.
Oh, wait, come on. This is not Jerry Springer. Come on.
Thank you. So how did we come up with this? What we did, it is getting
You're
late.
getting punchy.
So what we did is we looked at the New River. First of all, we didn't focus on the Intracoastal. We looked at the New River. And by the way, it is safe to say that the canals have an issue. You all folks understand that we have to get big barges up all these canals to be... to be able to repair the New River, all the docks, etc. So what we're starting with is the New River because we've had numerous issues, and you guys have been up there.
All right, Steve, speak to us.
So I'm
Don't
sorry.
speak to
I'm
them.
sorry. Right. We are getting punched.
Okay.
So what we did is we looked at the New River, and we had to pick a point. We went to the western side and knew we had to go to 441. We agreed with that. We know that the western side is choked off. We also realized at Sospiro Canal, which is basically marker number 10, as you come up from the triangle, the sandbar, as you basically start to make the bend, that's where Sospiro Canal is. Prior to that, there are no issues. We've had no issues with waivers. The canal's wide. There is nobody that is potentially choking it off. So that's why we picked that point as a starting point.
Okay.
May I also address a couple other questions that were brought up?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. We talked about timing. So why did we pick a year? Guys, I'd like to get it done in 6 months. But 6 months may not be reasonable. We have the month off of August, and we have sunshine laws which prohibit us from having regular discussions. So if we can get it done in 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, it'll be done. Okay? We're all volunteers. We don't need to waste our time. So the fact is, we're going to move as quick as we can, and I believe Dr. Sturman mentioned we've been at this every month, but we haven't been at it with the advisement of council and the advisement and support of this board. So now we're going forward, if the moratorium is approved, at what we call reimagining the river. And that includes making sure that there's no dolphin piles that bang into somebody, make sure the carry beak can come down, make sure the boats can go up to the under end of the yard, and make sure, by the way, that when each of us takes our little boats out with our families, we aren't terrified. So we're going to make it happen as quickly as we can. Somebody mentioned a yellow line on a map. That was misinformation. There was an earlier video that circulated that showed a big green barge going up the river to indicate what the footprint would be. That was correct. That particular video had etchings on the side that basically showed the 25-foot buffer on each side. It was just a guesstimate. So we have an intern now that is going through the process of making sure that the next time we see you, there'll be a comprehensive map that indicates exactly what's happening.
Okay.
Great. So one of the folks on the Marine Board put together a video that basically we know we need. We had the Coast Guard, by the way, last month, guys. We had 3 of the Coast Guard, including a captain from Sector Miami. So they gave us a pretty good update. They need 60 feet of clear channel. That is our navigable channel, because that's what you need to clear the bridges. We don't have a bathymetric study that is being done as we speak. And as soon as we have that, we'll present it to you. So this barge basically was a couple 100-foot barge by 50 feet wide going up the river that would represent both large boats as well as the FLP barge, et cetera, that needs to go up, and basically indicated the issues. There seems to be some ambiguity. If with your permission, I would bring that video next time, and I'll make sure we further clarify any issues.
Okay, is this going to require two public readings? Okay.
Yes.
We clarified that earlier.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Steve.
One other thing,
no,
by the
really,
way.
we got to move on.
Come
All right.
to our meetings, guys. Help us. Help us structure.
So that's the point I was going to make.
Thank you.
You know, this should have been vetted at the advisory board level. We're going through, minutia here, which is important, but not at the commission meeting. It's a shame that the Marine Advisory Board wasn't able to reach out to the community to allow them to come to one of their meetings to be able to vet the various points of view and the understandings as these folks are here tonight to try to understand.
They've been invited month after month. It's been on the agenda. They've been invited.
Okay.
Andrew's made it clear to get it out, and we'll continue to do so. And I started by saying, my first words were, we're doing something wrong. So out of great respect to everybody here, I think the moratorium and reimagining New River is a great idea, but we're not getting the word out to our stakeholders of what we're talking about.
Okay.
So we'll do better.
I just want to mention that also because when I went through the Planning and Zoning Board minutes on this, I was also amazed that there was not one individual speaking at the Planning and Zoning Board. So we do need to do a better job of getting the word out because for this issue to go to P&Z just a few months ago and not one person spoke, I'm trying to figure out the disconnect. How was that? Maybe Chris, you can tell us how did this get advertised so that people would even know about it? Because I'm reading, I know that this passed at Planning and Zoning unanimously 9-0, but there was absolutely no public input. So how was it advertised?
It wasn't advertised.
Excuse me?
I don't think it was advertised.
Sure it was.
Well, I'm just wondering.
This was advertised?
For planning and zoning.
Planning and
The
zoning.
planning and zoning meetings you're talking about.
I'm talking about just a few months ago, Planning and Zoning heard this case and it was approved 9-0 with absolutely not one person speaking.
Okay. Lindsay Way? No, you've already spoken, ma'am. Ma'am, this is not a free-for-all. We have a procedure. Please sit down. Lindsay Way, is she here? You are here. You're next. Jennifer Lovell. That doesn't work that way.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to do my best because I'm very irritated about this entire subject, and no one told us about this. Clearly, you were very prepared tonight to have your bullet list, have you read the ordinance and everything, and no one else knows about this, and you just stated in front of the whole board that this could affect and take away the rights of the property owners, correct? Correct? Yes, you did. And
Wait,
okay.
wait, don't be rude like that.
I'm
You asked
sorry.
him a question.
See, I'm
you
sorry.
should give him a
Yes.
right to answer.
You're-
Don't
you're right.
interrupt him while he's talking,
I'm sorry.
okay?
Thank you.
Mr. McDunkel, do you want to respond to that?
Mhm.
But you got to come up to the podium.
That's all right. Under the statute and under the case law, this has the potential to take away rights. Therefore, they want it to be treated as if it were a zoning ordinance.
Let me ask you something.
Yes, sir.
Does a person have a right to a dock waiver?
No.
Okay, it's discretionary with the commission, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, they have a right to have installation of pilings and docks up to 20 or 30% of the width of the waterway, or 25 feet, whichever is less. That's the right.
Those are the matter of rights.
Okay.
Beyond that,
Just
it's a
wanna
matter of
clarify
discretion
that.
as to whether they get
So
a
they're
waiver.
not. So a moratorium isn't taking away anyone's right.
That is correct.
It's just taking away the opportunity for the commission to review a discretionary extension of that right.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, though. Let me just, I want to make sure I understand something. They have, what we're taking away is their right to apply.
Yes.
So we are taking away their right.
It's not a proprietary right. We're not taking
Well, they're taking away their right to ask for something. We're telling them you can't even ask for something. So we are taking away a right. We're taking away a right to petition their government.
In that sense of the
All right,
word,
it's
yes,
not a
but
legal right.
But the right to petition your government is a legal right.
This
You're
is
taking
not-
away their right to
but
petition
it
the
doesn't
government.
mature into an automatic grant of a waiver.
Oh, no, I wouldn't suggest that
Okay.
it does. But we're simply taking away their right to petition the government for something.
And that's the way you have to put a moratorium into effect, yes.
Okay.
It was also brought to our attention this evening that there was maybe an article put in the newspaper. Can you let us know how many people actually have the newspaper today? Well, I don't get the newspaper, and I'm pretty sure.
Wait. This is not a question and answer period.
Okay,
You have
I'm
the
sorry.
opportunity to speak. I gave you a couple minutes. I added another
Okay,
minute to your
thank
speak.
you.
Please continue.
Okay, well, it wasn't told to anybody. So clearly they did their homework on how do we not have to let anyone know. That's how they did their homework.
I understand.
Because it's, well, within this miles, but then in this miles. So actually we don't have to do it. And we went to the board meeting a week ago, which is why some of us are still left here at whatever time it is, because we weren't informed. And yes, I do believe this is taking away a right to apply for a waiver. This gentleman, I don't even think he's here anymore, can't apply for a waiver. actually at all right now because they took it away 8 months ago when this started. So no one can actually apply for a waiver currently. It's already in you
Finish
guys
your
already
sentence.
have this to pass tonight. So you gave no one an opportunity, if you pass it, to speak
To speak? You're
What are you
speaking.
doing now?
right now.
Right.
But no other time until now. And it's, look what time it is.
Well, it's going to be brought up
Okay,
again.
And then
It's going to be
this
brought up
gentleman
again.
that's running the Marine Advisory Board, excuse me, I just want to finish. We went to the presentation last week. We stayed there. It was also the very last item discussed on that agenda, and he almost brushed it off and ended the meeting without letting anyone talk. And I said, can you please touch on the old subject or the old minutes so that we can hear what you guys have been doing? We live on the river.
So you're
We
not,
see what
you're
happens
not,
every
you're
day.
not allowed to speak at his meeting?
I did.
Oh,
I
you did
raised my
speak at his
hand.
meeting.
Yes,
Okay.
and we stayed there another hour, probably.
Okay, so you did
And
speak.
he had to go over it, which therefore he was actually a little prepared today because I don't think anyone showed up to these meetings, okay? So I would really appreciate it if you guys would do anything to let the neighbors know, let the neighbors know, give us all the opportunity to show up and speak upon this issue because it is an issue and what we're feeling is that this is for the benefit of the mega yachts because we can enjoy the river the way it is right now. Everyone can go out on their boat and enjoy the river. Actually, in the pinch points they're talking about, it's only an issue when the mega yachts are coming. Everyone has to scramble to get around the mega yacht. So yes, this is the yachting capital of the world. We love the boats, we love the marine industry, but not at the sacrifice of our benefit as property owners. And if you pass this and you have a whole year to reconsider changing a potential ordinance, this could devalue everyone's property along the river. 100%.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Lovell, and then someone signed up to speak but did not put their name. They just put 1270 Southwest 14th Avenue, I think it is. Is Jennifer here? Okay. Is that person at that address here? David Eide, Werner's Stemmer, and then Adam Gurewitz. Is Adam not here? Okay, so Werner?
Yes. Good evening.
You're on.
Oh, good morning. I've been on the New River right in the middle of the zone that we're talking about for 30 years, 40 years in Fort Lauderdale. And first I have to probably correct the misunderstanding from earlier about the grandfathering in when the application is already, for a waiver is already pending. The moratorium would be for the submittal, processing, and granting of any waivers. So the way it's written, it sounds like there would not be any kind of grandfathering in until the moratorium is over. That's what it's, how it's written. Those are the words.
Existing waiver approvals are grandfathered in.
That's my question. That's the correction.
That is the answer.
Yeah, the
Existing ones, if someone else already has a dock waiver, they keep it.
When they have the waiver.
Right.
But when the gentleman had an application
Well, he said he hadn't yet
pending,
applied.
If he had...
He said he hadn't yet applied.
Okay. Good. Again, I've been on the river for 30 years. Yes, we have mega yachts being towed through. Some of them even try to navigate by themselves. It's a navigable waterway as defined in the United States. It has to go through various levels if you apply for a waiver. It has to go through various levels. It goes to the city. It goes through the Corps of Engineers. It goes through the Coast Guard, I believe, even. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's several levels. What I haven't heard yet tonight is why this moratorium would be necessary. We can just, the commission and whoever organizations are able to grant or not grant a waiver. Why the moratorium?
Okay.
It's not clear.
Okay. Anyone else? Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Anyone else wish to speak on this item? There being none, do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
Before we close, I wanted to say something. I guess we
You can
close.
say something. This
Yes.
is for public hearing.
Yes.
Motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Okay, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing is now closed. Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
Concerned about what we're hearing repeatedly, and it's something that I've been citing since I've been sitting on the dais, are the way that we inform our neighbors of meetings and hearings. We have to do better. We have to figure out where that disconnect is. I've been ringing that bell for the longest for District 3, and to hear it here again, it gives life and wings to what I've been saying. And we must figure out a way to get this information out to the citywide. If the newspaper no longer works, we need to figure out what works. Because when we get to this point and the day of, our neighbors are learning about an issue, it's not right. And we want them to be aware from the genesis of an incident, not at the end. So that's the comment I wanted to make.
Well, I think in this particular situation, because it would affect so many people in such an important way, we probably should have gone out of our way to inform people, even though we may have fulfilled the technicalities of the requirement. But it seems to me that making sure that as many people as possible were made aware of this request for a change and request for a moratorium, probably we should have made a more proactive effort. I don't disagree with you.
Right. And it's not just pertaining to this item. We heard this on other items that were presented tonight. So we have to admit that there is a breakdown and we need to correct it.
Yeah, I think we have an opportunity to enhance our communication. I mean, I think in this instance, I don't know how difficult it would have been to put a notice at each house up and down the river, but there can't be that many.
Oh, there are hundreds.
Yeah.
Oh.
To mail out, so we have the addresses in our GIS. So to mail out a notice to 500 people is not that difficult. I mean, we can generate a mailing list pretty simply, and generates automatic labels, and we put it through a mailing machine and we send it out.
All right, so why don't we speak, now I think your point is well taken, but let's speak to the issue now. So Commissioner Herbst, what are your feelings about moving forward with an ordinance such as this?
So I'd like to come back to what I suggested before. I heard Steve say that he thinks that we could probably get this done in 6 months, but it may take longer. I'd like to urge that this get done faster than a year. I think a year may be a bit much of a burden to impose on the property owners. So again, kind of as Commissioner Sturman said, repeatedly earlier in the evening, let's try and find a compromise here. And I think 9 months is maybe that compromise. I understand your point that boating traffic, just like vehicular traffic, changes based on who's in town and who's not in town. But I think if we go 9 months, we're going to capture some of that, some of that seasonal traffic at the end of the year. So that would be my suggestion. I think that's a way of acknowledging the interests of all the individuals involved, because I do think we are taking away the right of folks to petition their government for certain waivers, which they are not guaranteed, but they are at least guaranteed the right to ask until we take that right away from them. So I'm always hesitant to do that.
So if you want to do 9 months, why don't we have it begin like July 1st? That way it pushes it into the season. Well, I'm sorry? Well, anyway, why don't we, if you want to do a 9 month, let's push it further into the season. That way we have.
Wouldn't June 1st do that too? Right?
I'm sorry?
So June 1st would essentially do the same thing. That would give us the balance of the year and the first
so
2-3
June,
months
July,
of next year.
August, September, October, November, December, January, February. Take us to March 1st.
That's it. That's our season.
Yeah. Okay.
So I mean, I think if everybody can live with that, because here's what I said to staff when we were talking about this. What I would like to see is a program of exactly what is going to be undertaken as part of this study. What exactly are they going to do? When are they going to do it? What are the deliverables? What are the deadlines? Because one of the things that I have seen through the years, and this is not directed at this particular body, but throughout the years when we have done studies on things, we have waited 6 months to start the studies. And so I want to create a sense of urgency here, and I asked staff to come back with a program of what is going to be done, when it's going to be done, what the deliverable is going to be, and when we can expect to see it. And let's communicate that to everybody. Again, I'm pushing very hard for accountability and transparency.
Okay. Commissioner Beasley Pittman. Do you have any thoughts on this? It's okay.
With everything that we've been listening to tonight, again, my concern is with the opportunity that, the lack of opportunity that the neighbors who are here tonight have shared that they weren't necessarily a part of the conversations. So whatever we can do to allow them the opportunity to be a part of the process, I'm in favor of that. I came in at the tail end of what John was saying, but it sounds like we're extending. You're suggesting that we start at June 1st?
We started June 1st, so we do it for 9 months.
For 9 months into February?
February 30th,
And
February 28th.
that will address more so the season to give us a true look at how this would affect and how it affects the river and the waterways.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep. Vice Mayor? No, we're done. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is it's difficult, this issue, because again, I'm just so amazed at the disconnect, as both Commissioner Herbst and Commissioner Beasley Pittman have said. As I said, I was shocked when I went through all of the backup and read the minutes, as I mentioned, from the Planning and Zoning Board, and again, they voted unanimously, but there was not one single person who spoke, so that already raised a red flag for me. You know, we've been discussing this now. This is not the first time we've been talking about this. We've had the Marine Advisory Board come to us. We've had those joint meetings. We've had the presentation. We've all said that, yes, we have an issue with a lot of the waivers that had come before us. We were trying to get to a point where we had some certainty. But I agree wholeheartedly with what has been said in terms of, I want to know exactly what that plan is if we do this. I want to know, I'm not actually in favor of 9 months. I actually prefer 6 months. I think we can get it done in 6 months, but I don't know when that 6 months would start, but I'm fine if we just went through the end of January, not even into February or March. But I think that we just need to move really quickly on this, because I think now that folks have started to pay attention and realize what's happening, we will get that public input. We will get those folks coming to the meetings, but it will be incumbent upon the Marine Advisory Board to really lay out the specifics. So that's what I want to see. I can support this on first reading, but for a shorter term. But again, as Commissioner Herbst mentioned, I really do need to see what's going to happen. Who's going to do the work? How's that going to happen? Is there anyone involved in this? Is there a consultant involved in this? Is it simply staff? Is it simply our volunteers on the Marine Advisory Board? But they've done so much work. We've all visited this board. We've all had this conversation with the Marine Advisory Board. It's not like this is just popping up out of a vacuum. But obviously, as we've all said, there's been a real disconnect here. That's evident. And we have to fix that, and we have to do notices much better. And I think that that's something we've definitely learned tonight, because we have to make sure that the public understands what the discussions have been. We've been discussing this now for what, over a year and a half, 2 years? Yep. A long time. So yeah, we have to do better. But again, I'm willing to still see that work happen, so that we can definitively figure out what it is we have to do, if anything, going forward. Thank you.
Could I add on to that too? Because I think there's a very good point in there. You know, I think one of the things I'd like to do is just task staff to bring back to us some kind of a report as to what that plan of action is going to be. Because if we're going to start this on June 1st, I'd like to know by June 1st what exactly it is we're going to be doing. And I'll add one more thing to that too. You know, as we're talking about noticing, you know, it's interesting. We're about to get into our campaign season, and I can tell you we're pretty sophisticated in using geofencing to send out emails and text messages to folks. We know exactly who we're communicating with, and we could use that same technology when we're trying to reach out to the residents in that area. We can geofence and send out emails and text messages to everybody that lives on the river based on addresses. So we have got to be smarter. The technology is there for us to do it. Let's take advantage of it. We all use it in our campaigns. We can certainly use it as a city in learning how to reach out to our residents and communicate with them.
Commissioner Sturman?
Wait, John, you said 9 months. Steve, you said 6 months. I'm be willing to support 6 months. I don't know if
I'm fine with that.
6 months. I mean, 6 months.
And we could always do an extension.
Correct. That's my point. So if you want to cut it to 6, I would not be opposed to cutting it down.
Can I ask a question? What is the deliverable? What is it that we're looking to do within that 6-month period?
I'm still waiting to hear that.
Well, I'm asking Steve. Can you respond? Can you?
First of all, I'm as frustrated as we all are. You've heard this, you've heard the pitch, you've all seen the boats going up, et cetera. So I'm, again, as Ms. Beasley Pittman said, and you all echoed the sentiment, I'm sorry the messages has not gotten out.
Well, but aside from all that, let's
so
put that aside. What are we looking to accomplish with a moratorium?
What we are looking to do is first of all, define real problem areas. So the New River is not a consistent, it's not a consistent with the entire distance, obviously. So issues up at Little Florida, as an example, are very different than they might be somewhere else.
Sure.
So we are in the process of completing a bathymetric study. We are then going through and identifying. We're not calling them zones because we're not talking about codes and zoning, et cetera, but we're identifying pinch points. We're identifying trouble areas. You got to remember, our biggest problem is we meet once a month, and we actually have other business to discuss. So when folks were complaining that we brought this up late, it's on the agenda as old business. So what we're hoping to do over the next few months is come up with a consistent program that outlines, again, what each area, what the safest navigation is for each area. Now, it's conceivable, again, that some areas we may suggest need tighter dockage. Right now, as Councilor said, there's a uniform code with respect to 25 feet into the waterway, et cetera, 30% in certain areas and so on. We may need to change that. We may need to widen it. We may need to narrow it. Consistently, what we are proposing to do, I think we've shared with you, is the same way that a property owner knows a survey on their property, they'll also have their waterfront effectively surveyed, so when somebody buys a property, they'll know what they can put by right. The fact that we're taking away the right for waivers, I don't think we're going to do that, by the way. There's going to be a point in time where somebody's going to question or have an issue with something, and whether we call it a waiver or not, the Marine Advisory Board will have to consider exceptional circumstances. So we are hoping to come back to you with a plan that outlines a designated berthing area for each piece of property, making sure that we can ensure safe navigation. We're working with the Coast Guard again, making sure we can define the navigational channel. With respect to timing, remember that 6 months is 5, because we lose August. Right. So we don't meet them. I'll say 3, but I want to be realistic. We meet once a month.
But with all due respect, I mean, why can't we just do that study? Why do we need to have a moratorium to do that study?
I'm sorry, do which study?
What, you want to do a study? You want to know which are the pinch points, which are the...
We're doing it.
You're already doing it.
But the reason we requested the moratorium is because we've had waivers brought in front of us.
Right.
There's a couple pieces of property, by the way, on New River that by right, the condominiums can build docks into the waterway.
Right.
If they do that, we're shut down.
Well, they can do it now. 25 feet.
That's 20.
Stop. Come on. They can do it now with 25 feet.
25 feet, again, we're saying is acceptable in what we believe is the majority of the areas. When a person, look, when a person is under the impression that you could buy 55 feet of frontage and put an 80-foot boat perpendicular, I think that's a bad business plan.
Well, I think it is too. But the thing is, you know, I've spent a few years on this commission, and and the thing is that, you know, when people have applied for dock waivers, the Marine Advisory Board has kind of had a reputation of basically.
Don't say rubber stamp.
I didn't say rubber stamp.
Thank you.
But approving a majority of them, and I used to wonder why we didn't even change the law years ago that modified the minimum distance from the edge of the water. And in fact, on one commission that I forget when I proposed this, I said to the Marine Advisory Board, please change your rule because you've been approving almost every single dock waiver application. Why don't you just change your rule? And the Marine Advisory Board, you may not have been on the advisory board at the time, but the Marine Advisory Board said, no, we're going to keep it the way it is, and we'd rather just deal with each application on a case-by-case basis, even though consistently the advisory board was granting every single application.
Yeah, they rubber stamped it. It was de facto.
I didn't say that.
De facto. Better,
But I think rubber stamping is a little
pejorative. Okay.
Pejorative, right? So the thing is that, you know, I fully respect what the Marine Advisory Board is trying to do, and we've had conversations regarding this. And I think that the efforts that you and everyone on the advisory board have been making over the years to try to maintain the navigability of these waterways so that everybody gets to enjoy them is has been a heroic effort. But this commission continues to ask itself every time an application has been submitted and an advisory board opinion has been given to us to go ahead and approve a dock waiver. You know, lots of times we shake our heads and say, you know, why do we even have some of these rules? Because we're always approving the dock waiver. Now, we can continue to keep the process open, not deny anybody a right to apply, and just not advise us to approve a dock waiver.
You accomplish the same thing by simply not approving
Correct.
the variance. We accomplish the same thing, but not.
Right.
Right. So you're still having a quote moratorium, but not on applications themselves.
Right.
That's actually an interesting point.
You know, it makes us more responsible as a commission and as advisory board to look at these on a case-by-case basis. And I think our study can still be accomplished. It doesn't mean the commission has to approve anything. We can deny everything. But at the same time, I think it gives the opportunity for the commission and the advisory board to still move forward with their study. I mean, we could have been doing this years ago. And I think to some extent you kind of already know the answer to some of these problems on the New River. You know, there's certain obvious pinch points, and, you know, there's certain areas. And I don't know whether doing it from the tunnel to west is really we should do the whole river. Because there are issues up and down the river. But I know you all have said 6 months you can all agree to, but personally, I can't agree to any moratorium.
Well, you bring up.
Come on.
Well, Dean, something was brought up here.
Mayor Dean 2024. Good.
Something was brought up here that wasn't part of what we discussed, but you slipped it in kind of, you know, quickly under the. I mean, it's not having a moratorium on waivers, because waivers is not going to solve the problem that you're looking at. There's some points along the river where what's allowed without a waiver would be detrimental, and a moratorium wouldn't have any effect on that.
I don't think 25 feet is...
No, but you're saying some of those condos, even if they went to the 25 feet, would be a pinch point.
Really?
That would, you mentioned something in passing.
Not at 25 feet, no.
No.
I think we can accomplish...
No, the question is, a moratorium will not help that question.
Well, that too.
Right, going for one is not going to answer that question.
I'm just saying...
That's another thing, but it's not, the moratorium's not going to help that.
25, if we respected 25 feet all the way up and down the New River, we'd have no problem.
Mm-hmm.
The problem has been the commission has always approved dock waivers on the advice of the advisory board to extend people's rights into the riverway that has compromised or has the potential to compromise the navigability of the waterway. You said 60 feet is the navigable, and that's assuming the depth permits you to go.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
So that it could even be less than 60 feet in certain areas because the depth is so.
It has to be 60 feet.
I understand that, but what I'm saying, it may not even allow you to have 60 foot width because the depth doesn't permit you to even go over some of the areas of the New River.
That is correct.
And that's another issue that we have to address,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, I may be in the minority here, but but I just think that maybe a moratorium might be an extreme measure, and that we can still accomplish the same deliverable by keeping business going as we've always done it.
Is there an appetite to table this for tonight?
It's a first reading.
I know, first reading, but still.
I will say, Mayor, I think you'd be surprised if you actually went back over the last few years. We actually have denied more over the last few years than was always the practice before. Yes.
Yeah.
We have, and also the Marine, I know that I've heard that word rubber stamp, but the Marine Advisory Board has not been the same in the last couple of years with regards to that.
I agree with. Yeah.
They have said no.
Right.
We've upheld that, but I have noticed a big change in the last couple of years.
Yes.
A big change on this commission versus what used to always be the practice. So I guess I'm agreeing with you in that I'm saying it's just not always automatic that these waivers have been granted, especially in the last, I'd say, 3-4 years.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you. And so the threat isn't really there. And if the threat is present, it's something that we have created because we as a commission would have granted the dock waiver. So we can prevent that just by our own practice in responding to applications if we feel that the navigability of the waterway is being at risk. And I still think we could do the study and create the final conclusions without having to impose a moratorium. That's all I'm saying. So, all right, we need to do something on this. So, what do we want to do? Do you want to introduce the ordinance? Do you want to do a deferral? Do you want to? Commissioner Sturman, you had said table it. We could do that, but tabling it, you have to. Don't you have to pick a date? A date certain?
Not necessarily. If we can or we can't to table
Well,
it without a date.
Otherwise, you have to republish with that big ad. There's no point in doing that again. If you put it to May 21, that's when it would be coming back.
The big ad that nobody saw?
Yeah. We're going to send courtesy copies to everybody.
The Sun Sentinel will love us. They need the advertising.
It's a nice ad, too.
All right, so someone like to either approve or deny the ordinance that's being that's on the agenda.
Closed
Public hearing has been closed.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Dunkel.
as the scrivener, it seems like I've heard a consensus for a June 1 effective date. I've also heard discussion between 9 months and 6 months. I would need to make changes between first and second, assuming it passes tonight. I'm just trying to get a beat on which direction I should be.
Well, I'm asking a member of the. I can't make the motion. I'm asking a member of the commission to make some motion. No. Well, no one's introduced it.
We're at the point where you said, does anybody want to make the motion?
Right.
And you're waiting for somebody to make the motion.
Right.
So, I mean, no one is prepared to introduce it, so it kind of dies.
Okay.
All right. All right. The item dies.
We need to extend the meeting again for 15 minutes, probably.
What's that? Oh, did I talk too much? Are we going to be able to keep our commission reports short?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, can I make a suggestion?
Could you move to extend the
Yeah,
meeting?
with one, I'm going to ask to do something we normally don't do. Okay, bye, guys. Could we extend till 1 o'clock, but could you also do me a favor? We've never done this before. We have our conference items. I have something I have to get onto the record. I'll take just 2 minutes. Could you limit what we say? Because we could have.
I'll point you first.
Okay, but
you
we'll
can
just
speak first.
But limit us to maybe 3-4 minutes.
3
each, 'cause we could
minutes.
take the whole 15 minutes.
3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, adjourn the evening and then do the conference. Okay, so
Is this-
we have a walk-on too, by the way. Okay, we have and a walk-on, and a
All
walk-on.
right, no. I need a motion.
Motion
extend
to
the time.
extend to 1 o'clock.
Okay, try 1:15.
No, 1 o'clock.
Okay, 1
That
o'clock.
put pressure
Do I
on
hear a
it.
second? Do I hear a second? It's been moved
Second.
and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman? Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, so
Can
the
I s-
meeting's extended to 1 o'clock.
Now talk like an auctioneer real quick.
Okay, wait a minute. Listen, now we're on to OFR 1.
Yep.
First reading of an ordinance of the City Commission amending Article 11 entitled Solicitation Display of Public Rights of Way. Would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduce.
Second.
No one signed up to speak. Thank you, legal staff, for putting this together. Hopefully, we can now enforce the panhandlers and solicitation and canvassers in the roadways. It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
In ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Article 11 entitled Solicitation and Display on Public Rights of Way of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, change the title of Article 11 to Pedestrians and Traffic Safety, amending Section 25-267 entitled Right of Way, Solicitors and Canvassers, to amend regulations pertaining to persons soliciting in rights of ways, and to change the title Section 25-67 to Pedestrians and Traffic Safety, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting
Yes.
ordinance provisions, and an effective date. Vice Mayor Glassman.
Yes.
Here to explain why the ordinance is sustained by crash statistics. You need maybe 5 minutes from him to testify about what he did for the police department, for the record.
Has to be put into the record?
Yes.
Okay. Who's going to do that?
Who's here, Mr.?
Who's going to do that?
Dwayne? Huh? He doesn't have to make a presentation?
I mean, we're up already. I'm sorry we're keeping your husband up. That's
I'll just give him.
You guys have 3 minutes.
We ran out of food. We have
2 minutes and 59. 2 minutes and 58.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please introduce yourselves.
Hi, good evening. I'm Wesley Acosta. I'm the Senior Management Analyst for Fort Lauderdale Police.
So could you please explain the basis for this ordinance?
Yes, so I was requested to do a traffic crash analysis of crashes from 2019 to 2023. So I basically used data from DHSMV. I did the analysis using kernel densities, so we could locate where a majority of the crashes occur within the city.
Is that been memorialized in Exhibit 3 attached to the ordinance?
Yes, sir, I believe it is.
Okay.
And also, I believe Exhibit 4 is the map I also created.
Exactly. So is that the basis for the ordinance then?
From what I understand, yes.
Okay. Mr. City Attorney, do we need any more?
That's the basis for the 21 intersections that have been identified as the most problematic for risk of death for pedestrians.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions with regard to the data or any part of this ordinance?
This came from that request, that legal issue that we had, that was a requirement.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. All right. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. You want to add anything else, Chief? You're good? Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. The ordinance has been introduced. Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the OFR 1 is now been approved on first reading. We have a walk-on motion approving an event agreement and related road closures for one Mass District events, Q2, I assume that's second quarter. Someone like to make the motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst? Yes. Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that motion is now approved. Are there any other walk-ons?
Mr. Mayor,
City managers, 3%.
requests back to July 22nd, 2023.
I'd like to make that motion.
It's been made by Commissioner Sturman. Do I hear a second? This is to give a retroactive raise.
This is a resolution to give the. Okay, good. You want me to read a title?
David will write the
Okay,
title.
David.
So just reading the header from the resolution, and you said 3%, and then what was the effective date?
Effective date, July what?
July
2022.
2023.
2023.
Today.
Okay.
To the end of employment, June 1st.
Right.
July 22nd, 2023.
Right.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, so I so moved. It's a
somebody-
resolution.
Somebody introduced it?
So introduced as.
It's a resolution, David?
Yes.
Okay, so
All right, so
introduced.
Commissioner Sturman introduced the resolution.
Okay.
All right. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, providing for a 3% merit salary increase for City Manager Greg Chavarria effective July 22nd, 2023. Vice Mayor Glassman?
He's not here.
Not present. Commissioner Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. Thank you for making that resolution.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the event we did, the other walk-on we did too, the event?
We already did that.
Okay, good. So
Is there any further walk-ons? Okay, that concludes the evening meeting. We now go back to the conference meeting, and we go to commission reports. Excuse me. Commissioner Sturman?
Yes, I'm going to have to make this very abbreviated. We ran out of time, so there's a lot of things I wanted to read here, but I have 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
I'll take 5 minutes.
I'm gonna time you.
Oh, jeez. Give me a break. No, there's a problem that was going on here, and I don't. I want to. It's actually not just a report. I want to open it for discussion, and we need to address this. I was going to put a resolution on in the afternoon, but because of the change in timing, we can't put it on the evening agenda. So it's too late, and the school board's going to act on this. There's a thing that the school board has done that affects our city and my district in particular. That's very concerning. They're redefining our schools, and they've had their version of what they consider public outreach, which I don't think is adequate for us. It's going to be affecting VSY. It's going to be affecting some of the other schools, some of the magnet programs. They call it redefining. They're going to be redistricting. We have some very effective, successful schools and magnet programs, and I strongly advise that the City Commission take a stand urging the school board to open up the process, to engage the city, have input from our education advisory, open it up to the innovation zones. I think 1/3 of the affected schools are in our city alone. I think it is VSY is the big one, going to Bennett Elementary. Again, a couple notes here. I just have a couple minutes because of the time crunch. We have a successful Lauderdale High Innovation Zone. Our advisory boards, community groups, neighborhoods need to be looped in. You know, that common theme that I have is engaging the community. this one is going to have what I think is a detrimental effect on our community, and I think that I don't know if we can't do a resolution now because there's no time.
The thing is, isn't the school board having public hearings to hear from the public on these recommendations?
Well, it looks like Susan Grant wants to weigh in on this, unless she just happened to be moseying here for her.
If
for
I
her
may,
three-
I can give you an update on that because we've kind of put together a plan for that.
Right.
I attended the Redefining Schools meeting last night, and the Virginia Schumann young parents were very effective in getting their message across. A couple things that we have going. The Education Advisory Board is meeting next. I think it's Thursday, and they're going to be addressing this, probably with a communication to the City Commission that will come to you on the 21st. We've asked the school board multiple times to come and make a presentation, but we're just going to take their materials, and our new Chief Education Officer will be making a presentation to you on what that is. If the school board folks can come, great. Dr. Zeman has requested that we assist in finding a location for him to do a town hall for that. So we'll be bringing something to you on the 21st. If the commission wants to come up with a position, then we will draft the letters and advocate for that. So that's kind of the plan.
Okay, we have 8 minutes to direct the old city manager will fall on your shoulders. I think we should direct our staff to urge the school board to wait until our school board advisory has weighed in on this, has presented to us, so we could take a position on this to back our parents and students. I strongly feel that we should.
The vote for the vote is scheduled for June. I think it's 18th.
The school board vote.
The school board vote.
Yeah, but just take take a position to inform let the school board know that we are going to be taking this up as a city, and we feel strongly about representing our parents and our successful schools and looping them in and bringing this up for conference. Because for some reason I thought that something's going to happen between now and the next meeting in 2 weeks. That something's
they're doing
happening.
they have more town halls. So there are, I think, 3 or 4 of them were scheduled for this week at different locations. And I think they're making a follow-up presentation to the board, but the actual vote is scheduled for June.
And if you could ask them to come to our next city commission meeting.
We've asked multiple times. I think their meetings occur on the same day as ours, but we've tried
Right.
Or
that was one of the requests.
we can't. All right.
Okay, listen, that's my 3 minutes.
Okay.
But you got the gist. And
All right, very good. Commissioner
Just-
Sherman.
just with that
I get
before-
another 3 minutes?
No. Commissioner Herbst, I meant to say.
I just wanted to say before hers go that with this, I want to make sure that we include District 3 as well with this whole conversation. Right now, the school board is not identifying schools in District 3, but we know that they are on that list and projecting what would happen in the next year. So we want to encompass that whole conversation when we meet with them.
Absolutely.
Is there a way?
Commissioner Herbst?
I know.
Commissioner Herbst,
Is there
don't have
a
the
way
floor.
to
You don't
do a
have the floor anymore. Please stop. Stop hogging the time. We only got 5 minutes left. Commissioner Herbst, if you want to extend the time, we can extend the time, but we only have 5 minutes left.
One question: is there a way to do a resolution, or is it too late?
I would not. This is a resolution for what? What's it going to say?
To urge exactly what I said. To urge the school. Okay, I have 4 minutes. Go ahead, John. I'll wait. If they have a minute at the end, I'll come back. Go ahead, John.
You have no report?
No report.
Okay. Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
My report is I want to go home.
Yeah. Commissioner Beasley Pittman.
Quickly, just no report, but reminding of upcoming events in District 3 that is invite for the whole city. We have Relay for Life that is May 12th, Friday, May 12th, Relay for Life at Carter Park. Also, Friday, May 12th at Riverland Park, we have Friday musicals. May 16th, Thursday, May 16th, the Sprouts Bus Mobile Market will be at across from Lincoln Park. That address is 544 Northwest 19th Avenue. And then Friday, May 17th is Carter Park Jams. And also just would like to extend Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you.
We need to extend
sake of
another
time,
15
I'm
minutes?
also going to forego the report. But like Commissioner Beasley Pittman, I will just tell you some things that are happening very soon in District 2. Tomorrow we have in the morning, we have the Florida Historical Marker unveiling for the Rivermont Archaeological Site in Sailboat Bend. Friday, May 10th, serene groundbreaking, 87 Isle of Venice. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, we have the Fort Lauderdale Air Show on the beach. Tuesday, May 14th, I'll be speaking at the annual meeting of the Sunrise Key Neighborhood Improvement District. On Wednesday, May 22nd, we actually have the Huizinga Park groundbreaking, also Central Beach Alliance meeting that night. Thursday, May 23rd, District 2 Presidents, Neighborhood Presidents Roundtable. Then coming up, I can't even believe it, on the 25th, the Great American Beach Party on the beach with the Walk of Fame induction ceremony. Just some quick notes for Susan, I guess. I just want to mention that ongoing complaints are registered almost every day in District 2 about homeless issues in the Gateway Plaza area around Sunrise and Federal, and also within the South Middle River Civic Association neighborhood. We've made really good progress on the beach sweeps for tents and encampments along A1A and on the beach. And I want to say thank you to staff for that as well. The reports have been excellent, as have the actions. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So one quick thing. The U.S. Conference of Mayors is something that I've been attending for just about every year that I've been a mayor, and it's a really important conference for me as mayor to attend. Now, we have the opportunity to host the U.S. Conference of Mayors in some future year. Next year is going to be in Tampa, and I'd like to know if I could ask the City Commission. I think we have a deadline, Daphne. What is the deadline by which we have to give them a notice?
The application is due on May 20th.
May 20th.
Yes.
So our next commission meeting is May 21st. So is there any appetite on the commission to put our name in for a future meeting like 2027 or 2028 to host the U.S. Conference of Mayors? It's going to require us to get sponsors and so forth, which we can do. We've actually already gotten some people that have expressed an interest in helping to sponsor.
Sure.
So is that something you feel? Yeah. Okay. Is that fairly a consensus on the commission to want to move forward on that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Great. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Sturman, you got the last minute and a half.
No chance for a resolution? What? No, I have one more. Okay. Have a good night, everybody.
Okay.
Good morning.
Wait a minute. Wait, Mr.
No, you have to adjourn the meeting.
No, wait, Mr. City Manager, or Mr. I meant to say Mr. Mr. City Attorney. Are there any announcements you have to make for the next meeting? I'm sorry. Well, okay. Meeting concluded. Thank you, everybody.